I don't feel. They're timeless. You know what it is. That's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. No gimmicks. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Drifting. Got that old soul feel in it, yeah. It's that vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Slow wine, no limit, yeah. No limit. Whole vibe authentic, yeah. You don't find this every minute, yeah. She move like a record on replay, slow. Warm like the summer, but the nights stay cold. Silk on the skin, got the lights down low. Whole room froze when she walk in the door. Ain't loud with it, she subtle and rare. Tight, make a boss man stop and just stare. No games, no front, just truth in the air. Old school energy, you know it's there. It's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feel in it, yeah. No filter needed, she glow off top. Natural shine, make the whole room stop. Ain't about trends, she already hot. Timeless vibe, can't duplicate that. Slow conversation, she leaning close. Voice like honey, got a velvet tone. Every move smooth, never do the most. Type of energy you feel in your bones. Take it back. Way before the fast life. When it meant something, yeah. It's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feel in it, yeah. That timeless, yeah. You don't rush that. You let it ride. Vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft. Take your time. Don't rush that. Oh, so like that. Smooth.
Oh, I wasn't even on stage. Here I am, though. Hey, sugars. I am up, and you guys, I am up early. I've been actually up a few hours ago. I don't even know if I have a daytime audience, but we gonna see. Okay, okay, we gonna see. Okay, we gonna see. Okay, y'all, I be in my little spiritual bag. I guess that's what you call it, right? Your spiritual bag. And sometimes I think the spirit is talking to me, y'all, and telling me stuff. So it just be bringing stuff to my heart, and I just want to share it. So I don't know who's here today. I don't know who's not here today. I'm on Facebook today as well. So I just wanted to get into watching this video with you guys. I am hooked on the YouTube podcaster, Mr. Ezekiel. He is well over super mega subscribers. He's got like 895K. I love that we need to talk. There's so many controversial conversations. We're gonna get into some Lecrae too, because I wanted to dive into the whole Nephilim and the demons and the angels. So shout out to whoever is live right now. Y'all, I have me a big old cup of coffee. My alarm is going off because it's telling me it's time to get started. And I wanted to just try and see doing a daytime stream. I'm making puppies breakfast. Mm. So if you're familiar with the metro area, the Michigan area, Detroit area, y'all know we have the best Coney Islands. So your girl had to get up this morning. I had a taste for grits, y'all. And then you know what? I got the little breakfast with the hash browns in there, and forgot me. I should have got me some ketchup. Did you eat all that? And so they give me like sausage, ham, and bacon, and all this other stuff. And I forgot to get some ketchup for the hash browns because you know they're so good. Mm, the actual real potatoes, like just chopped up, like none of that. Mm-hmm. None of that. Mm, mm, mm. Mm-hmm. So it's none of that. Pre-frozen, you know, so you can tell that they have to chop the potatoes. Usually the Coney Islands are good for that. So if you're in the Detroit area, if you're in the metro area, I'm going to sit here and eat these grits and eggs while I talk to y'all. Mm-hmm. And, even though I don't eat the bacon, they give me the bacon, and then I just put that boy on top of my dog food. So he gets all the bacon. You know, every now and then I think my body calls for like a piece of meat like that. And I usually go for ham. So mm, I don't care about the bacon so much as I give it to my puppy. And people laugh at me. They'll be like, why would you order it, on your sandwich? Most of the time I'll tell them to put it on the side. Duh. Which makes it easy for me to not have it on my food, right? So mm, mm, mm. Enough about that. I'm going to make these grits because I like salt, pepper, and sugar in my grits. So while we're listening to this video, I'm going to be getting my grits ready. And Puppy has got his food. And the hash browns, you guys. I just love me some Coney Island hash browns. Shout out to all the Coney Islands. Not that y'all sat here and listened to me just like munch for a second. Mm. And the coffee is so hot and delicious. How about my dog is so spoiled? We're going to save this for the Fur Baby show on Sunday. But this guy is so spoiled that sometimes he doesn't even want to get up and eat his food. Now, I have a raised bowl for him, so it's comfortable for him. But he would like me to put it in front of him when he's laying on his little dog bed. If I put the food in front of him, he'll just eat it. But if I move it to his bowl, he'll be like, I'm good. And then he won't eat. Like, you were just hungry 2 seconds ago, literally 2 seconds ago. So I have a little elevations today. We're gonna get started. I have some stuff is heavy to me, you guys. Some stuff is like I think I need to be talking about it. And like I said, I definitely need to increase my watch time hours. Um, and I haven't been doing that. So we're gonna sit here, we're gonna watch this video, and we're gonna get through it today, okay? Because I do need the time to accumulate the time. Although I started trying to watch it, and then I realized, okay, you know what? I wanna save it for what little audience I have. Okay, so y'all check this out. We're gonna start getting into it. This is obviously going to be a series now. I have literally realized this is like episode 3. Okay, so we did the message in the media with the hey Roxy, good morning, sweetheart, good morning, sugar. We did the message in the media, right? Where we talked about how the demonic messages, the meanings of things, how they put all this and they intertwine it all into our music and all into our media. We looked at movies. I showed you guys movies that had curses on them. Some of the actors and actresses that were in them had ended up being having episodes and things happening in their life. Then we went on to the second part of the series, which is biblical, which I'm now titling, I'm going to call it Biblical and Spiritual Clarity, because I'm now realizing that some of it is spiritual clarity and some of it is biblical clarity. And that's just for the people who are looking at it and need to have an association to draw it straight to the Bible. And I'm saying spiritual because not everybody subscribes to the Bible, okay? So we just want to make it so that it's okay. It's not offending anyone, you know. I'm not here to offend people. However, I have questions, right? And I have some conclusions of my own, right? Remember, all this started, ladies and gentlemen, folks and folksettes. All this started because I told my story about me being kicked out of the Jehovah Witnesses. Okay, this is how it all started. So remember, that's how we got here. That's how we got here. Okay, and yes, if you're listening to me and you're laughing at me and laughing with me, I crack myself up. So I'm not crazy. I just crack my own self up. Okay. So the next part of that series, the episode 2, remember we just did was Jesus a Black Man, and we kind of discovered that it's almost kind of geologically impossible to not be Black in that geographical region, right? It's kind of hard to not be Black then. And then to say that, you're descendants of people who are Black, and you're not African American. You are actually considered brown, and even to the point where we discovered in that Jesus is Black series that other people in the Bible were of a darker hue, right? We realized that there were other people in the Bible who had darker skin. So it's just kind of like we need to, acknowledge, acknowledge what was going on during that time in the biblical moment. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let me see. I have to open it up on the other side of YouTube so I can see what you guys are seeing, so I can make sure I see. Okay. Oh, I have a couple like. All right, so like over here, oh, that's the vertical. That vertical looks nice. Okay. All right, let me do. Oh, okay. All right, so let me get back to it. All right, so I'm gonna get ready to put my. Yes, I'm getting ready to. Thank you for the Rogue for giving the shout out. Please comment, like, subscribe, share if this is interesting to you. And yes, Rogue C, I want to get in on a part of your lover girl confessions, cause girl, I got some. Okay, let me sip my coffee. Hmm. And I like my coffee hot, so I might be heating this back up in a few seconds when I go put my sugar, salt, and pepper in my grits. Absolutely, I am. Okay, so sorry if you don't like sugar, salt, and pepper in your grits, but I'm putting it all in there. And I have a little. Actually, I'm gonna put honey, but I like them sweet and salty. Oh, let's see. Did I pull up the video? Oh, I decided I never did pull up the video. Huh? I would probably have to pull up the video. I probably would have to do that. Um, okay, so we're going to get into now biblical and spiritual clarity. And I don't have a lot of reference to the Bible and scriptures, right? I'm not like one of those people who can just like shout out and say, okay, yeah, oh, XYZ in the Bible says this and XYZ in the Bible says that. Um, because I've had a Quran and I've had other faith documents, right? Faith what's the word? Had other books to support certain parts of the faith. So I'm not necessarily going to say anything throughout this video in regards to like, oh yeah, what it says in this scripture and it says in that scripture, because I'm not sure all the time and I don't always know what scripture it reference to. However, that's why I'm diving into it and I want to look into some of the points that it makes. So today, y'all, we're gonna watch today I think today's gonna be called titled Spiritual Deception. We're going to look into the things that are in the world that are underlyingly deceiving us, right? And it just talks about how easily we have been deceived in the things that are right in front of us. First, let's get into this video, y'all. Let's get into this video because y'all know I want my grits and I want to get my grits while they're hot. So let's just get into this part of this video. So, of course, shout out to We Need to Talk podcast. Okay. This is Nick Kiswani. He is very enlightening. Let me make it bigger. He's very enlightening. He has a lot of good insight, and he's been here before. So we're going to talk about this before, but I'm going to go back to the beginning where we do like a nice little introduction, get past a little intro.
In life,
oh,
get out what you put in.
Oh, we don't need to do that. That's a commercial.
I refuse to reopen what God has healed.
Speaking this prophetically, if you're hearing a voice telling you to go watch porn, if you're hearing a voice tell you to go fornicate, it isn't you, it's the devil. That's not your personality. Rebuke it. You know how many Christians I hear have like bipolar disorder? Sure, there are valid medical issues, but if you have bipolar disorder and a voice is telling you to go kill them in the basement, that's obviously not a disorder, that's a demon. You got to get delivered, dude.
I have schizophrenia, I have depression, and they're going to put me on meds to manage my thing. So I'll be perpetually coming into agreement with what the enemy is trying to convince me is me. All the while, it's a dart. And we're self-medicating so we can manage our demon.
Not only do they worship their disorder, but now their medication becomes their God.
No, we run out of pills and we feel like life itself is over.
Right. But people don't read the word for a week and they feel fine. People don't tweak out. They don't get their word in. But if the whole world loves you, what does that say about your life?
Shout out. That looks like it's about to be so good. Okay. Let me put myself over here in the little corner because I need to show respects to the video. Okay, lovelies. So we're going to get into it. You know how I have to start my show, right? You know I have to start my show properly. So why don't we start this way?
Are you ready? I heard a heart. Are you ready for the show to start? Welcome to Genesis After Dark. Recommend and stay till the end. Let's turn up and have some fun. I'm Genesis and it's After Dark. Can we talk about what's been on my heart and my mind? While we build this one brick at a time. While I'm sitting at the wall, I get to think, you know, this world can be a crazy place, and when there's nowhere to go, our health is right in our face. Can we talk about it? Can we chat about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit? And blah, blah, love. Let's live it. Like, let's live it and finding the one. Let's do it. We are gonna pray the enemies away. No weapon and will never come our way. We can be in a talking point. We don't even have the curse to make a point. Break down your questionable thoughts and feelings. Listen to each other truly. I can't do this solo. I know I'm not alone. I got all of y'all and that means you.
So support, you know what to do. Hit the cash app, Genesis I am, so for 702. Put your thumbs up, and like if you do, drop your thumbs down. I won't be mad at you. Come in peace and let's chop it up.
Hit my panel with intellect and respect. Job was done and that is we will never forget.
So please, come, please. I wanna hear from you and subscribe, like and subscribe, cause I'ma move out.
So are you.
So hey, SHUUUUGGAHHZ. So may come in and subscribe. You're
Now we can get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. Officially get into it. All right, y'all. Let's go.
What's going on, family? It's Ezekiel. One of my greatest burdens for this channel is after the video. You've been impacted. Every reason for that. Some of you are looking for in-person prayer, deliverance. We're making that available to you with this link. So go ahead and click Freedom Guide link. It's right there in the description, and you'll have access to all of this for free. All you have to do is join us, subscribe to that list, and we'll be continuing to push out that information on a weekly basis while you have a total directory of everything that we have to offer. Dated brother Nick Kaswani, is that how to pronounce that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man, welcome back to the We Need to Talk podcast.
Dude, it's such an honor to be here. Amazing.
Every time we get together, just to our conversations off camera just be
Facts.
so heavy, man. God
Facts.
just uses you in tremendous ways. You're so bold for the kingdom. God gives you so much wisdom. You're out there exposing darkness. I'm out here exposing darkness. So you're
Facts.
definitely a target, but I'm so grateful that you handle it with so much grace, man. And I just know that the Spirit of God is in you, man. Spirit of God is in you.
That
Spirit
means
of
a
God
lot,
is with
bro.
you. Yeah.
I honor you a lot, bro, as a brother. So to hear that from you, it really does mean a lot. For
Oh,
real.
man. Thank you.
What kind of hat is Ezekiel wearing? Does anybody notice the hat? I just want to say what's up because that hat looks nice. Just saying.
You, my bro. Well, I don't even want to waste no time. If you haven't watched our first interview, first of all, you sleep. I would say just pause this, go back and watch that, then come back here.
Yes.
It's going to make this 100 times better for you.
So true.
So it's just so powerful. I'm going to put that link in the description as well. Man, I just want to hear, like, what has God been doing? What is God saying? What have you been seeing? The world is really crazy right now. I'm just going to let you flow, and I might not interrupt you.
Yeah. I mean, dude, the world's pretty ridiculous right now. I mean, you know, obviously we've all seen like the new Epstein files that came out. I feel like that's the most relevant thing that everyone's looking at right now.
Yes.
And that stuff is crazy because like everything that I was trying to warn people about years ago is finally coming true. And I've had a lot of like family members basically vindicate me, telling me like, you know, you were right the whole time. And I'm just like, dude, if I was right about this, I'm right about Jesus too. You know, it's like, but that's why you have to be. You have to speak the truth without fear, even when it sounds crazy.
Come on.
Because when you do get vindicated, people can take your, I guess you could say, understanding of Jesus Christ more seriously.
Amen.
You know,
Amen.
even if you sound like a loony, like a lunatic. I sounded crazy. I was telling my family 5 years ago that celebrities are eating children. They're like, my mom, it's so funny. My mom literally messaged me the other day. She's like, at first I thought you were schizophrenic, but I realized you're actually right.
Schizophrenic.
Like, you know, she's a concerned mom. It's like you go home and you tell your mom, like, hey mom, celebrities and politicians are eating children and drinking their blood.
Oh my God.
You know, any parent's gonna be like, okay, you know, my kid's got bonkers, he's done a lot of drugs, you know, but yeah, it's real, bro. The truth is stranger than fiction by far.
I don't know if
And y'all hear that? The truth is stranger than fiction by far, right? But look at how that manifested in real life, because anybody back then that was telling us this stuff, we deemed them as crazy. We thought they were losing their mind. Why would someone do that? And then now to like correlate the whole like missing children on the side of a milk carton concept, to kind of correlate that to, you know, all the kids on the island, the whole Disney and Nickel, all that, where it was like pushing to have children go in this one direction. Now in hindsight, you're like, oh, wow. It might make sense to you, right? Where did all those kids go? So if it, you know, just to be right and to come back and then end up being correct and not crazy, it's crazy, right?
you've actually taken a deep dive into the files. I personally haven't looked into what's really going on. What is it that is most concerning?
Yeah.
And also in regards to how the whole Epstein file issue, there are some believers that say that they're not spiritually yeah, I guess they're saying they're not spiritually strong enough to read what's in those files, right? Because you have to kind of when you get to certain parts of the files, not that I've read the files, but they're, from what we've seen and what I've seen online, and because sometimes I can't look at stuff like that. The Bible says, "Be careful what you put your eyes on." Be careful what you see. Be careful what you listen to. Because you're allowing that. That's a Pandora's box that you might not want to open. And I feel also too, because of how society is right now, the desensitization of everything that's happening, the things that are happening. Let me not say everything of the things that are happening. The desensitization of it, the fact that you can, back when it was a lean on me to movie type environment, we were, oh, you want to see a deleted body, but now Michael Brown laid on the ground for like hours before he was picked up. And then he was laying on the ground hours before he was covered up. And I mean, the movies are pretty graphic. So the way things have, progressed to where now the things that would shock you when you read some of this report, the file, the things that would shock you normally aren't going to shock you, right? What's shocking you is them eating a baby or torturing or only wanting a child to torture them. That kind of stuff is shocking us now. But just the whole, some people have watched so much corn and they're so desensitized and they've watched corn not knowing, again, shout out to Smitty for putting that alarm out there, but not knowing what you're looking at. And you've watched so much corn that now if you see another grown man having some sort of relations or intercourse with a young person, a child, it doesn't shock you anymore. So that's what we're getting to, guys, where we're not shocked by what we're seeing and hearing, because now we've been so desensitized. Things have been put out there over and over again and have like literally that marketing tactic of seeing something 22 times, 23 times, the 22nd time, by the 23rd time, you want to buy it, right? So it's working, right? It's working on all levels. It's working on the other level of you watching more of what you're looking at, what you just saw. So now you're not afraid of scary movies, not because we grew up and the scary movie doesn't scare us anymore and that we know, because people aren't saying that, like, I don't watch Jason Friday the 13th anymore and it doesn't scare me because I have a God now and I know, like, you now do know that Jason Voorhees is not a real thing, and there's no Camp Crystal Lake, or it might be a real Camp Crystal Lake somewhere in this world, but ain't no Jason at the bottom of it. So it's not because you necessarily grew up and grew out of being scared, because now you have adult fears. You have things that you're afraid of as an adult. Like, so it's just that over time we've been desensitized. We've seen so much of it. It comes on every year in October. Every channel you turn on is spooky, spooktober, spooktacular. So after a while you are literally not even shocked or amazed or baffled or beguiled by what you hear or see. So that's, to me, that's why some of this stuff in the Epstein files is so intense. I mean, it's already intense, but that's why it's so intense to the average person, because they're not thinking about, torturing a child or another person just for the fun of it. Then that also, to me, that leans in on the other side of like that whole black versus white conversation. Like, that's some white people shit, stuff, that's something that, I mean, not saying that we don't do that, but that's just something in your DNA that allows that part of your spirit man to be open to the devil or to the enemy, to make you want to torture a whole nother person that is completely unable to fight back because they're a child. So hey, listen, don't get me to going on stuff, because again, just like I said in my description, I have questions. I'm not claiming to be the highest biblical scholar. However, I do have some of my own conclusions, based on what's going on. I could be wrong. I mean, I probably am wrong. I could be right. So let's go.
Dude, I think the most disgusting thing that I saw was George H.W. Bush. There was a email where George H.W. Bush essayed a little boy.
So he's saying George H.W. to differentiate which George Bush that was, right? So he's making sure he's not saying the important part to separate the father from the son, the George Bush.
And then they were on a yacht where they cut babies' stomachs open and ate ate the poop from their intestines. That's in the files. Yeah. That's the level of satanic depravity that we're dealing with here.
Did you hear that? It's in the files that they opened up a baby and then opened up the intestines of the baby and ate the bile, the baby's bile. that's something else.
And that's not the only concerning thing, though. That's one of the more concerning things that was kind of like, dude, this is sick. But I mean, there's a lot of other things, man. Like, you have Prince Andrew purchasing a girl for sex and torture that was abducted by Ghislaine Maxwell, little girl. You see a lot of these things. You saw that Bill Gates in the files got STDs from prostitutes, Russian hookers, and stuff. And this is the same guy trying to lecture us about our health, trying to tell us to get asking Epstein how he can slip antibiotics.
Wow. Did I see Cynical One? Of course I see Cynical One. Cynical One, you know what, sweetheart? You are like you're like, Cynical is like the car you buy that you didn't know a bunch of people owned it, and then now you look around, you're like, everyone has it. You're realizing you see a lot of them around, because until I started like seeing the name, the Cynical One, I was not paying attention to that name in any other like platform I was in. So now I'm like, I've noticed something on TikTok and I'm like, the Cynical, that's the only one that I know that's the Cynical One. So that's just so crazy to me, because it was like, I never even noticed. You probably your name has probably been around and I didn't even notice it until I started noticing you here on this platform. So just like I never noticed that people drove a Nissan Versa until I saw a Nissan Versa. So, that's why I say, not that you're a car, Cynical. If you were a car, you'd be like the finest machinery. Okay, just put that out there. I don't want to say nothing. Nothing bad. Shout out to Lighthouse _301, that Schmitty. I'm gonna get back to the video because this is a good one today, you guys. So
to his wife's meals so she wouldn't get STDs from him. Which, by the way, in the state that he lives in, that's
did you guys hear? You know what? Let me just go back 10 seconds on this right here for y'all. Okay? Because I was talking and I didn't let y'all hear what he just said about how he was trying to figure out how he contracted an STD. The same person that's telling us to be healthier out here, right? And he contracted an STD and then was trying to figure out how to give the medication to his wife so she wouldn't contract it. Just making sure that we heard that.
I always got STDs from, prostitutes, Russian hookers, and stuff. And this is the same guy trying to lecture us about our health, trying to tell us to get the COVID shot. Meanwhile, this guy's got a whole STD. And in the files, he's asking Epstein how he can slip antibiotics into his wife's meals so she wouldn't get STDs from him. Which, by the way, in the state that he lives in, that's illegal. That's a crime, punishable up to 10 years in prison.
So, when we talk about stuff that's still a crime, right? We wanted to go back and forth about the whole age of consent and how things that are there's plenty of things that are on the books that we still don't address. Did y'all hear what he just said? In the state that he lives in, first of all, it's probably adultery is a fornicating on your wife is a crime, in addition to dealing with prostitutes. in addition to contracting an STD and bringing it back to your person. Okay.
So he should be in prison just for that alone, but he's not.
And it's a federal crime, y'all. It's like lock you up and throw away the key kind of thing.
Because, this class is protected. A lot of concerning things.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you think, what gives people a kick to torture people and to torture children? Why are these individuals? I mean, I get the demonic lust to want to be a pedophile. I don't get it.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
So, do y'all understand that part? We don't necessarily get the demonic lust to become a pedophile. I understand. We understand it, and it's creepy enough the fact that we understand it. To understand not what can go wrong in a person's mind that makes them want to be attracted to a child. Some people are saying they're born like that because so now those people who believe in a higher power have to believe that the higher power created this person like that, right? So that's what I'm thinking he is leaning on in regards to how he understands how the mind works. He understands human nature. He understands degeneracy, but I don't understand why a person would want or how they would go about wanting a child. But even further in what he's saying, what kind of mind would want to torture someone, like especially a child?
See how a twisted mind could want that.
Right.
But what level of twist do you have to be to now say, now I want to torture innocent people for my enjoyment?
Yeah. So demons, they get a rush off of fear. It's called energy harvesting. So demonic spirits get power off of harvesting our energy. That's why when you look at stuff like big events, like big sporting events, like, the Super Bowl or something like that, that's a big energy harvesting ritual. And all of this is created by, I'm not saying that sports is demonic, but if you look at the organization and just even the way that certain sports games were created, like you look at a baseball stadium, it's literally the direct replica of a Freemasonic template logo. You look at a lot of these different arenas, and a lot of them come from these old pagan traditions of, like the Roman Colosseum.
Have anybody ever noticed that? While we're listening, I want to look that up. You said baseball or stadiums are shaped like Masonic symbols, right? So, wonder what stadiums those are. Let's see what stadium those are, guys. I would want to see that. I would want to know that. Okay, so let's get back into it. If I can.
Right? They were given the, Romans bread and circuses so they would never revolt. That's really what sports is, right? I know I'd probably just offended 50% of all the male base on here, but that's the reality, bro. It's like, so anyways, I don't know why I'm talking about that, but going back to the torture thing, I'm about to just expose everything, but going back to the torture thing, it's because the demons that live inside of these people, that's how they almost charge their spiritual batteries through fear of other people, right? And obviously we learn with the whole adrenochrome stuff that a baby's blood is the most valuable for regenerating your youth when it's adrenalized through fear. And that's not new.
So I thought that was interesting that he said that a baby's blood is more valuable for regenerating your youth at its highest adrenaline of fear. So hold on, let me make sure I understood that, because I thought that's what I heard the first time too.
That live inside of these people, that's how they almost charge their spiritual batteries through fear of other people, right? And obviously we learn with the whole adrenochrome stuff that a baby's blood is the most valuable for regenerating your youth. It's adrenaline through fear.
Okay, so a baby's blood is more valuable for regenerating your youth when it's generated through fear. So in regards to you're scaring the baby You need to create that fear because you need that adrenaline to increase so that the blood you get, that blood you get is more valuable. Not just the relaxed, calm, chilling baby's blood, but the blood of the baby being in a state of fear. You need to scare the baby to get that adrenaline to increase, and create some sort of fear in that baby to make the adrenaline increase. Um, and then that blood you extract because it's more, it has a higher value. So interesting that I thought that's what I heard the first time, and interesting to me, um, that you do the exact opposite when you're hunting game, right? You do the exact opposite when you are hunting for a deer, right? You want it to be calm, you want it to be peaceful, you want the blood to be calmly going through the deer's veins because if you shoot the deer, if you pew pew the deer during their fear and their adrenaline, it makes the meat taste gamey, right? It makes the meat taste, yeah, it has this taste, aftertaste. And that's because that particular life was deleted at the point of the highest point of adrenaline, which is crazy. That's crazy, right? It makes the meat taste different. The blood running through the veins of that animal going into the muscle, into the meat is going to make, once you cook it, it smells different. It tastes different. It's what we call in Michigan gamey meat, which nobody really wants it when it's gamey. So it's a wasted hunt, right? Even if you do it with a rabbit, whatever game you're hunting, if you hunt it while it's running for its life, it's going to taste disgusting. Um, so the venison and the lamb chops and the deer meat that we eat is all acquired by letting the animal just rest and chill and walk through the forest with no clue. But that's also why your shot needs to be very accurate, right? Um, be very accurate because you need to make sure that you just don't injure the animal because even the injury, you have to almost put him out of his misery because the injury is also going to create an adrenaline rush. So the idea of you wanting to eat something at its highest point of adrenaline running through its body is crazy. The fact that you want to drink that blood from that individual, from that uh from that from oh from that blood from that individual at its highest point of adrenaline, it's just that's beyond crazy. Like that's so crazy. So ironically, ironically, that's crazy. That's really crazy. So I don't know. I thought that would be an interesting point that when they did that to the babies, they wanted the babies the opposite of how you would naturally hunt game. So I just thought that was the interesting cue.
And that's not new, by the way. Adrenochrome, harvesting baby blood in fear, that's actually an old Egyptian practice, right? Because if you look if you look at the Old Testament, the book of Jasher is mentioned a couple times, right?
Mhm.
Like I think it's in First Chronicles where they're like, "Have you not read, what it says in Jasher?" They mentioned this extra biblical book that isn't in our Bible, but it's mentioned many times. Um, and so when I was actually reading the book of Jasher, I saw that the Egyptians, what they would do to replenish their youth is they would harvest baby's blood while it was in a state of fear. So adrenochrome, harvesting baby blood, this is an old Egyptian practice that goes way back to the biblical days from a book that the Bible actually mentions. These
What? So the Egyptians were already doing that. OMG. Oh, hey, Riaz. Sorry, Riaz. I have two pages open. So so I was over here on the video side. So now I'm on this side. Hey, Riaz, salam. Um Oh yeah, you were saying, yeah, it makes the muscle, yeah, it makes it tough and the muscle tension and stress. Right. So when you eat it, it's like already like jerky, right? So even if you just had a fresh, I hate to say it, but I mean, we're talking hunting, right? So if you have a fresh kill, um, it will make the meat taste gamey, and it's going to be like tough and hard and like chewy, right? So it's just that's what it does to it. And then it already tastes jerky, which is for some hunters that's a waste, right? It's a waste because you let me pin the link. It's a waste because you don't want to that's a lot of meat to just give up because couldn't wait for the animal to calm down, or you chased it, or it was being chased by something else, and you know it was at a high adrenaline moment. So I was looking into what he just said, right? So, oh yeah, that's why Wagyu they put. Hold on, let me go over here. I like how I can toggle back and forth. So, oh, he said that's why Wagyu is the best steak. They put down the animal peaceful so that the muscles don't lock up in death. Yes. Yep. So that's why Salam alaikum, walaikum salam. That's why yeah, it tastes like that because they're so calm. I mean, but if you're an actual good hunter, my uncle was a hunter and um he would go out and hunt, and he would fish and bring back game for us, and he would make all kind of steaks and stuff and all kind of cool stuff. And so yeah, so that's why he would go and chill. That's why he would go and he would go and chill. He would build these big tall lookout towers, and he would sit there and wait and wait and wait, and he would come back, and some of the meat would be um so good. Even though I necessarily don't like some of it. I don't think I like venison, but I think I like lamb more. But he hunted a bear. He hunted all kind of stuff because you wanted to get the bear urine. They sell it out there. That's a whole other show. But they sell it up north for the hunters. So like stuff like that is valuable. Sometimes I know they can't shoot the birds, but shit, sometimes they were. Okay. I'm just not gonna lie. I'm not just gonna just say, they wasn't, but they was. All right, so let's get back into it because I want y'all to see that this is so darn interesting to me. Okay, let me put me over in the little side. Okay, there we go. Well, the link is pinned. If anyone wants to come up and watch it with me, and if not, then all right, let's go.
These people aren't creating anything new. They're getting passed down these demonic secrets from the ages of old. I know that's a lot for like in our first 5 minutes.
Bro, what?
Oh, right. Before I continue, that's what it was. I'm sitting here having a whole ADD moment. Sugars. He said, remember just a minute ago when he said that the sports had demonic reference to Masonic temples, and all right, so here's what it says. Check this out, you guys. Look. There is literally a breakdown of baseball. I never even correlated the Masonic symbol or positions, because considering the what is this called? What is it called? I forgot what it's called. Oh my God! Not even considering that, like the positions, like that's first base, home, first base, second base, third base, or how much it looks like that. Huh. Let's see what else we see up here. Oh, so like the whole arena. Y'all, we want to talk about the Masonics and the Eastern Stars because there's a lot of stuff I didn't know. Okay, so like even like here, look at this picture, guys. Wow, how could look it from then and now. Wow, okay. So he is not wrong about how it is literally shaped, and apparently we'll look into the ceremony and the actual concept. Let me see what this one says. I'm just curious, y'all. Oh wow. Okay, see, let's see. Shut up. You okay? Does anybody am I tripping or let me see what y'all see on the other side? Okay, y'all do see this. All right, so it says baseball. Y'all know I gotta blow it up because I can't see. So this says baseball is an occult Masonic ritual where even most players aren't aware of their actual role in the ritual itself, nor does the unaware audience of the masses watching the game, the ritual from home or the stadium. The field is about Masonic geometry and is based on the principle of six that represents the ego, and the game is entirely based upon the number three that represents the tonic trinity, Nimrod, Sumerians, and Tammuz. Shut the whole front door, y'all. There's something to it. There's something to it. I'm just saying. All right, let's get back to the video.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
Which is all the more, I guess, comforting to know that every time the Lord appeared, whether via angel or via he spoke to mankind, he always said, "Fear not, fear not, fear not, fear not." The Lord does not gain pleasure from our fear.
Exactly. That's a great point. God doesn't have any pleasure in our fear. What does it say in 2 Timothy 1:7? God has not given us a spirit of fear, but power, love, and a sound mind. So if God's not giving you that, He's giving you that. The devil is.
Oh man! And I always say this. When I speak about fear, it's possible.
So 2 Timothy, I do know that scripture, and I do know that is one that is in my repertoire of scriptures. So yeah, 2 Timothy, where God has not given me a spirit of fear. So then who has? Yeah.
Possible for us to retroactively find the fear in our lives when we realize what fear has come to hijack in our lives, right? And so if fear has come to hijack power, love, and sound mind, if we retroactively look where we're lacking in these areas, then we could identify somewhere, somehow, there is underlying fear. There's doubt. There's somewhere that the enemy is hijacking me with fear. And
Wow, that's so deep though, because if you think about what he just said in regards to that, yes, the enemy has come to hijack that power that we have, okay, that control that we have over our power, over our love, and over our sound mind. And what have most people been losing right now? Love has been lost, right? Folks are we need love, we need love. What the world needs now. We need love, right? So love has been always on the table, but now the sound-mindedness is on the table. Folks have been losing their everlasting mind, and the first thing that the enemy wants you to do is do what? The two tricks of the devil, right? He wants you to be afraid of him, around be fearful around every nook and cranny and corner, right? He wants you to be afraid around everything. He wants you to be just walking around just afraid of everything. And then also the fact that he doesn't exist. So, hey, that to me rang a bell because I was like, wait, you're not wrong.
has a purpose. He has an intention. He wants to limit. He wants to cripple us in these areas. And I wonder if the enemy is taking our power, then I'm assuming that the enemy is even empowered, just like you said, in our fear, which makes all the more sense.
Yes.
Mhm.
The Lord gives us fear, and we surrender our power to the enemy when we're in fear.
Yes. Fear is the currency of hell. That's hell's currency. Why?
Fear is the currency of hell.
Well, look at what they did with the Epstein files, right? People think that Epstein was just some creepy, kitty toucher, but it's a lot bigger than that because he was working for the Israeli Mossad government to get secrets on politicians through blackmail. So you invite somebody to your little St. James Island, whether it's a prominent politician,
Or
because like think about it, right? How come the Israeli government can bomb every?
shout out to my guests. I'm going to greet you properly and welcome you to the show in 3, 2,
Welcome
and
to
1.
the show, so come on in. I'm so glad you know that your presence is a gift. What you bring is powerful, your words are valuable. So come on in, pull up a seat, join the conversation while great minds meet. Welcome to the show. I'm so glad you are here. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Chop, how are ya? Hey, Sugar, welcome, welcome, and welcome.
How you feeling?
I'm good.
Can you
How
hear
are
me?
you? I can hear you. Thank you for coming
Oh,
over.
okay.
I've been looking for
Love
you.
going
Well,
down.
I told you that I was looking for you, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I've been transitioning to a different place and stuff, so I've been MIA for a little minute. I'm slowly getting my studio put back together. I'm actually in the process of building my studio now. So once the studio up and running, I'll be back to regularly scheduled program.
All right. See, y'all all heard it. Everybody that's listening. So, what have you been listening, or you just chimed in just now? You're like, hey, what's over this Genesis over here doing in the morning?
Yeah, I just chimed in because I seen when you had went live. I was driving, dropping the wife off at work, and then
Oh,
I yeah I seen you was in here, and I was like, let me tap in, see what you got going on. But I did before I had clicked the link, I did hear the guy speaking about fear. I think he said fear is the currency of hell or something like that.
fear is hell's currency, and then he was getting ready
Hell's
to tell us
currency.
why. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
it looks like Smitty is in the chat. Smitty, you can hit the link, dude. He's
Shout
saying
out to Smitty.
he needs you to hit him so he can give Mama Epps her shirts. That's what he said.
Okay. I got you, Smitty. I'm gonna hit you up today.
So before that, he
Yeah.
was talking about how he brought in, because earlier I was just saying how like I'm not like a real scripture quoter. Like at one point, people were like, oh, you should be an evangelist because you can I if I can relate the story to real life. So I'm not really like a good
Mhm.
scripture quoter, but Second Timothy was one of the ones I was like, wait, I do know that one. So how he was talking about how God, if God does not give us the spirit of fear, but gives us power, love, and a sound mind. And I just made a comment earlier about how crazy right now, like love has always been attacked, right? Always since the beginning of our life. Since you were born, there's been an attack on love.
Yeah.
But now if you really like think about how people are losing their minds, like that's the first thing that happens is that a person thinks something is happening. Gaslighting is literally you losing your mind in front of your right there in real time. Like someone telling you that something doesn't exist, and to think that them submitting, because earlier he talked about how anger and how anger is the most easiest accessible emotion, but how even the devil can use that to get you to get on to be working in his favor. Like you're making someone believe something didn't happen, and you're messing with their mind. So now we're under attack with that part of it, the sound mind of it. So piece by piece, he's breaking that scripture down.
Mhm.
Like now, where if he could create fear inside of you, you start questioning things, and now you start losing your mind. So before, love has always been attacked. He said they've been attacking love since Jesus was walking the earth. Power is in and out of attack because everyone doesn't have power, but he attacks whatever power you have over your life, right? So then you feel like you're powerless, you're out of control. But now, in these last, couple decades, we've been attacking people's mind, and they've been losing their mind because in real life,
Mhm.
if something happens mentally, you think that the life has just changed, right? You're not able to just assess like, oh, it's just a change. No, you're like, my whole world is now gone. So he's getting into that part of the conversation right now. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And and that's so it's two things that I'm gonna comment on what you just said so far. Um, one, well, it's three things. It's three things. One, whatever your calling is to serve the Lord, take it and run with it. If your calling
Mhm.
is to be an evangelist, then take it and run with it. You don't have to be a Bible thumper. You don't have to have every scripture, quote, chapter, all that stuff memorized. That happens as you continue down your journey, continue down your path.
Oh,
That stuff happens because the more you understand, the more things is gonna stick with you. So it's
right,
just it's
right.
just like it's just like being in school. You don't go to school in the sense of I know everything. You go to school to learn how to do certain things. What sticks with you is what sticks with you. You know what I'm saying? So know every verse offhand that goes. Is it helpful to know? Yes, it is helpful to know. But at the end of the day, we're talking about a book with over a thousand words in that joint. You know what I'm saying? So you're
Mhm.
not a extremely vast amount of words and phrases and stuff is in this book, and you're not gonna just be able to absorb
Memorize it all. That's just crazy to me that people who are like that, that's just
exactly.
so amazing and to be able to like just I mean, I get the whole process. I get that you just like anything else. Oh, I mean, I've been in the restaurant
Hmm.
business for 20 years and 25 years um and I can understand what your example is. I equate it to other things. Like I've been in the restaurant for 25 years or probably about 25 years now. And of course, starting off as a server, not knowing how anything else works except for just my little part of it. But once I became a good server, I see what you mean. Like I wasn't, I could literally give you tips. And the fact that what made me a good trainer, starting from that level, was because I could take what the manual said, right? And most people would read the manual and be like, okay, what? Right? So that's why we made the little videos,
Hmm.
right? So that you can sit down and watch the video and it translates the manual into a video. So you're saying, okay, that's what that means. And people would still walk away and still not know how to do the job. So by me being able to translate it into like everyday living, like things you do every day. Like, okay, so this is how you see how you get up and do X, Y, and Z and brush your teeth. You have to do this when you run this station or do this particular job because there's certain things that have to like be in line. So I guess from that perspective,
Right.
by over time, I did learn more and more how to do the job. And it was interesting that when I go back to be a server after being a manager, there's so many things that I know that I couldn't even tell you how I figured out or picked up along the way. And then there's a lot of stuff that I know that is literally written in the manual and I know it verbatim. So that's why I feel like, I don't be knowing scripture. Like I know like instruction manuals. I feel like, okay, that's page 17 where it
Hmm.
talks about how to do this and break it down and don't do this or you're going to make the whole oven explode. I don't know the Bible like that. So
Yeah, but that,
it's not the
but that,
same. Like I can help you on the
yeah, no,
job, but when it comes to the
it's
word, I'll be
it's
like,
not.
let me go reference
It
Siri. What scripture
it's not the
Siri?
same, but it is the same. You know what I'm
Saying
saying?
right,
Because
it's not the same
this is
because
why
I
he
know what
this
I
is
know
why he
though. What
tell
you're
us.
saying.
Yeah, this is why he tells us in there, to meditate in the word day and
Hmm.
night, because the more you meditate in the word, the more you pick up the book, the more you read. Because this book, you can't just read it once and be like, oh yeah, I know everything. No, this is a continuous thing. You have to constantly pick up this book. You have to constantly, because every time you read it, you're gonna get something new
Get
out
something
of it.
different,
Even,
yes.
exactly. Even if you're reading the same verse over and
Over and
over,
over
you're
and over
gonna
again.
look at it a different way each time. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
And
I got you.
yeah,
Yeah, that's why I felt like the closest thing. But you see what I'm saying? I literally did it in this conversation. The closest thing I can relate it
yep.
to was like someone who learns the manual. And when I'm done with my manual, it's got highlights in there, it's got tabs in there, so I can always go back and reference that point in case anyone ever questioned what I was doing, and I can say it's in the manual. It's written literally.
Facts. Yep.
So I
Yep.
do it at
And
work
it's
because it's not that I remember the page number, but I remember that I highlighted it. I remember I put a note right there. I put a sticky note right there to come back to that because that's an important point. So that's why to me it's kind of like that, you know.
if you ever looked at like a old person's Bible, like a grandmom or something like that,
hmm It's
it's
all colored up.
it's
It's
a
the
lot of highlights
rainbow.
in there with certain script. Yeah, you know,
hmm
because those is what help them, get past whatever it is that they getting past.
And they need to
And
always
the
go back and reference it and get to it quickly.
facts,
So my
facts.
Bible look like that now. We got bookmarks with the little, they give you the bookmarks at the church.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the program in one section because I need to go back to this page. I got the
Yep.
bookmark. Remember the long bookmark with all the scriptures that you needed to live by? It had a whole bunch of scriptures on it.
Yep.
Every So yeah, I know what you mean.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I think. Like that's why people be like, "You need to be an evangelist." I was like, "Why would I be an evangelist?" And I would do feel like, okay, well, God didn't slap me upside my head and be like, "Girl." But hey, every time I talk to somebody and they say, "Well, I know what I know," that's all I can tell you is what I
Mm-hmm.
know. So I don't know what else I don't know. But yeah, my Bible do look like that. It's got all
Yeah.
these highlights through it, and so it looked like my Bible
And like
does
I
kind of look
said,
like my manual at work. It do. That's crazy.
that's
That's
yeah.
crazy.
And like I said, whatever wherever it leads you, whatever it leads you to, whatever somebody says something like that, you pray on it. You take it to God. Hey, is this what you want me to do? Give me a sign if this what you want me to do. If you feel as though I'll be good in this, let me know if this is what you want me to do. And he'll direct your path. That's what that
Mhm.
acknowledge him,
In
trust him
all
with
thy
all your
ways.
heart, acknowledge him in all your ways. Yeah,
Mhm.
and he shall direct your path. That's what that is for. Like these script people think these scriptures are just words or sentences or catchy phrases. No, these are actual guidelines. These are actually steps to become righteous, to become on that plane where he wants you to be at. You know, and this is why I'm gonna
Uh
lead
oh.
segue into my second part, because my second part is what you said, that ever since like this generation and the last couple of generations, it's been attack of the mind. This is
Mm.
why, in there it tells us the weapons of the warfare are not carnal, and is used to tear down strongholds and holding every negative thought captive. What I'm
Mhm.
saying, this that phrase right there is what's it's speaking about your mind being attacked. It's speaking about those negative thoughts, um, those thoughts that is not of the Lord and stuff like that. It is holding strongholds in your mind. The strongholds means the stuff that you dwell on 24/7. Negative thoughts, whether is self-conscious thoughts, whether it's um thoughts that maybe you feel as though you're not good enough, and certain things
Mhm.
like that
All the
stop you from progressing,
insecurities.
stop you
Right.
from doing it. Exactly. So those type of thoughts will build strongholds in your mind, and those strongholds is when you go to do something, and you want to say you can tell this person's having a bad day, and you're like, you know what, I would like to pray for that person, but then in your mind you like, nah, because I don't know what to say, and
Mhm.
or I might look dumb, or you know what I'm saying. Those strongholds is what they keep you from actually helping that person. So what it's telling you is that you have weapons that tear down these strongholds, that hold these negative thoughts captive, so that when it comes time to do something, you can speak boldly, and you can speak, how you need to, and you don't feel, have no insecurity about it or discouraged about doing it, that you're doing it with courage. So the devil likes to play tricks like that to stop
Mm-hmm.
you from doing certain things by attacking your mind. If I grab you by your head and I pull you, your body's gonna come. So no matter where I grab you by your head and I shift right, your body's gonna come that way. If I shift left, your body's gonna go left. So he understands that in order to stop a body from moving, in order to tear down a body, where I gotta attack first? I gotta attack the mind. I gotta attack the head. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
And this
that's
is why,
crazy.
yeah, and this is why the armor of God is so important, because the armor of God speaks about the helmet that protects
All
your
right, and
mind. It's
the chest piece
the
of
chest plate
faith,
for
and
your heart.
yeah, the chest
Yep.
plate for your
And then
heart, and
the
oh
wrist
yeah,
the wrist to guard your to
and the sword. What was the sword of
the
courage?
the 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 sword, yep, the shield.
The shield. Yep.
You even got stuff for your feet, so that when you're not walking down certain paths that you're not supposed to be going down.
Mm,
So a lot of the when you read the armor of God, I want to say it's in Ephesians. When you read the armor of God, I can't think of the actual chapter and stuff. But when you read the armor of God, it has a whole list of things, and it tells you what they are for and why you need them. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of that stuff is put in place for a reason.
I agree. I agree, and I'm gonna tell you right in a second what it is after we get past this. Oh my goodness. This I think I got up to I started watching this, but I think I only got up to this part. So there's certain I think after a certain part I don't even know what he's about to say. But let's continue.
country and there's no retaliation. It's because they've set up this whole system where like, and you give them credit. It's diabolical. It's disgusting, but it's genius. They set up this whole system where they've blackmailed every politician, the CIA and Mossad. They've got them on tape doing something with a kid. So when a bomb goes off in a certain area and there's diplomacy in that area with other countries, it's like, hey, 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 we have that video of you touching that kid on that island. You can't say anything. You either post that you stand with us or you don't intervene. Like, look what's happening right now in the Middle East.
So you see that how he said that the enemy was so strong in that little movement that they even had leaders of other countries that were invited into this elite circle, and they were on everything was being recorded because he said why would you if that was such an elite event and it was supposed to allude or it's supposed to appear to be private, why would someone record it? Because of they were being led by this demon that was about spiritual blackmail, that was just making sure that they had some sort of leverage on them. So now when these other countries want to go at war with each other and they want to, and America is an ally with them and they're saying, hey, we're going to do this. And they're saying, well, you can't because if you do, we're going to drop this video. Where the hell is the video coming from? And why would you record something? And then the fact that this has been going on for however long is crazy. Like we just now found out about it in our generation, but it's been going on. But to even say that back then, like, Nixon and Ford and Washington and all them, they had some sort of leverage against somebody else. Then they've been doing this, especially in the political arena. So without trying to go into politics, but especially in the political arena. So we're not going to sit here and say that it's just now to the point where politicians been doing stuff like this. And before that, Lincoln and President Jefferson and all them back then wasn't into this. No, it's been going on. You see here, already said earlier that the Egyptians were already eating babies and drinking babies' blood for youth, right? So it's not like it's new. We're not saying that, please don't no one walk away thinking that this has just come out and that they just been doing this. They've been doing this. That's why he said it's been part of a political strategy against other countries and other leaders all through this whole time.
You know, like the whole war just went off with Iran. They've been saying that they were going to have a nuclear weapon for 50 years. It never happened. They go bomb Iran and nobody's intervening. No country's intervening. They could go bomb Palestine, kill Palestinian children, Christian children, and nobody is stopping it. So if these people can bomb entire countries and nobody gets involved, then what does that say about that country? That's what Epstein was doing. He was running a massive global blackmail operation to blackmail every politician, so the specific government that he worked for could gain entire supremacy over the world. The reason why I bring that up is because that's their currency, is fear, blackmail. That's the currency that hell operates in. So, and these folks are tapped in.
So that's what you were referring to, Chop, when you were saying the currency of hell. That's the currency that hell operates in. It's fear. Is the fact that, and then what's crazy to me is that why would you do something with fear in mind? I don't know. Or maybe they don't have fear at the time, because that's crazy too. But just to think that the fear, the fact that I could expose you, and you have such a heavy influence or such a long reach financially, even down to the point where you are a leader of another country, is crazy. What do you think about that? Like, to literally do these events were held with that in mind, that we're going to invite the leader of, Iran or Afghanistan, or we're talking to the Russian, diplomats or whatever, and we're having these conversations with in mind that we're going to be able to turn back and later and use this against you, with the intent of making you completely afraid of us. So they're not afraid of us because we have bigger weapons. They're afraid of us because we have information or video footage or something that they've done so degenerate that it will just impale them. That's interesting.
100%.
Wait, but this is making me curious about something.
Right.
So I've always wondered, why are there Epstein files?
Right.
Why are there pictures? Why is there documentation? If you were really there to entertain and create a festive environment for all of your friends, your elite friends, then of course it's hush hush. Anything that happens here stays here, and there's no trace of the information.
Right.
It almost makes me feel like this stuff was bullets.
Yes.
Right.
Waiting to be put in a gun, waiting to fire.
Yes. Yep.
And somehow somebody got a hold of the bullets.
It was them that created.
Oh my God, I just said that.
The bullets the whole time.
Well, they just said it better, but I just said that.
That's the whole operation. It's a blackmail sting operation. This has been done with intelligence agencies for decades. Heck, probably centuries. This is how they gain power. Why? Okay, let's have an enemy that you want to topple. You can build an enemy, but someone else is going to rise. So while the enemy is alive, why not blackmail them with something that can never be released to the public? Now they're your puppet for life. Now you control every move that they make, whether it's through diplomacy, through relations with the country that you are working for, essentially.
Wow. So see what I just said with that, Chop? See what I just said with that, you guys? The fact that we're having these events underneath the guise of it being, networking and partnership with and building alliance. Meanwhile, the thing that's happening at the events is, you're in the boom boom room with the 12-year-old, and I got pictures of it. So when it come down to I need that oil, and y'all want to fight me, I can't. I'm gonna be like, so why don't we look through the family photo album of you with the 12-year-old and remind you once again, I need that oil. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And this thing, like you said, and I like how you broke that down. This thing has been happening for years, and it's one way to control certain things is by placing people, which we've seen this for a long time, is placing people in a compromising position, whereas though once we have you in this compromising position and it's tarnishing to your reputation, this is how I can get over on certain things. This is how I can manipulate certain things through the blackmail. You know, this why it's so important. This why it's so important to have discernment with your actions. Why it's so important, you know, to understand what discernment is, and how to use discernment the correct way. Each action
Mhm.
that you use is could be positive or negative. We know that there's
Right.
no in between. It's either you do this and have a positive reaction, or you do this and have a negative reaction.
Right.
And and the crazy part is that people are so blind by the power, by the money, by material things. You know what I'm saying? This is the reason why. This is the reason why. Look at when we look at Jesus being tempted, right? We look at
Mhm.
Jesus being tempted. Jesus wasn't tempted. Well, my fault, not wasn't. Jesus was tempted in things that we see today: money, power, even he was tested, but was tested by his faith. You know, so when we look at the three things that he was tempted by the devil. First we got to understand that Jesus, when he was tempted at a time where his body and his mind would be the weakest.
Mhm.
He didn't tempt them in the beginning. He didn't tempt them in the middle. He tempted them at the end of those 40 days.
Right.
That being at the end of the 40 days and being tempted, your body would be the weakest, and your mind would be the weakest. So he told him, all right, well, if you really the son of God, he wouldn't let you starve. You know, he wouldn't let you starve. So you see these stones right here, and I'm paraphrasing. You see these stones right here, turn these stones into bread. So the next thing he tempted him, he said, well, if you really the son of God, he wouldn't let you fall to your death. So throw yourself off this cliff, and let's see if he sent some angels to come uh pick you up. Then the third thing he said, look, you know, I can give you all the riches and all the world, all this vast land. You see all this stuff over here, this land and these buildings and all that. So I can give you all of that. So he's tempting them in worldly possessions, and this is how people get caught up, because people want to get caught up. They want the power, they want the money, they want the accolades.
Mhm.
They start to worship those things over God. And this is how they get caught up in these compromising positions, because the discernment part is no longer in picture. This is out. It's out the picture now.
That's true. They don't even have any discernment to give. Like there's
Fear,
nothing there. Yeah, they're afraid. That's crazy.
fear. Yeah, when we speak about fear, fear is the opposite of faith.
And I hate when people always be like, fear is a fake, false reality, false evidence of, appearing real and all that stuff. Like, okay, well, I don't know about you, but I've been afraid of things that I actually absolutely know exist. It's not a false reality. You know what I mean? So I don't know necessarily about that. It just bothers me when people say that as if they're like dismissing it too. But who am I? Who am I? I'm just little old me,
You get
little
me?
old Genesis. Yep. I
Oh,
hope this is 39:49. Okay. I All right, let's get back to it. Let's see what else, because I haven't heard the rest of this.
Right? You own them. They're your slave now. Why? Because think about it. And these people are really smart. They know that these politicians who lust for power, lust for more than just power. Lust is at the root of a lot of these people's careers. So they prey on that. And to be fair, most of these politicians are not that good looking, right? So they're probably incels. They probably, and I'm not trying to be worldly, I'm a Christian. But they're probably
Wow, but that's true too. They're not always nice, handsome, aesthetically pleasing people. So we forget that, when we think of a person who, we think of regular people that are not getting affection and love, or they're single, they go to bed alone at night. We just think of regular folks. We forget about like people that are running our country that are going to bed. Because if that's frustrating for a single, everyday, regular us people, and imagine if you have to bear the world on your shoulders, literally, like you're the, you're the leader of so whatever the heck department you are, and you are the person that makes the decision whether we set something off flames or we don't, or we save folks' lives, and you're not getting the proper amount of love and affection. That's affecting your job like it's affecting the angry little person that works at Walmart's job. So I can totally understand that. Like some of these people that are in politics, unfortunately, sorry to say that they're not all aesthetically attractive and pleasing. I think that's probably also why it looks good for them to be married, and not, beside it having something to do with them making the decisions on a family perspective, but just for them being married, to know that this person's not lonely and miserable trying to run the freaking country, and they're making decisions because they pissed off because they didn't get no punani's. That's kind of a crazy thought, but it's not far, because there's folks right now that work at your neighborhood Kroger and they're pissed off because they don't get no punani, and they got attitude too. So we can't be discriminatory in that.
probably not getting a lot of action, right? I'm just gonna be honest. So it's like it's a mixture of that, but also they're less for power, and then it's like some rich guy who owns an island is like, hey, I got a bunch of girls in my place. And check this out. I'm not making excuses for these people, but I'm just giving you a perspective. Let's say a rich guy comes to you, right? And you're in the world, and he's like, dude, I got a bunch of hot chicks on my island, on my yacht. You're gonna be like, in the world, probably like, okay, bet. He didn't tell you their age. Like, because think about it. How many of the politicians you think ask, like, excuse me, sir, what is their age? No, it's just like a guy says that there's girls there in the world, you're there.
Wow.
But then they get you. When you
That's crazy to think about too, guys. To be like, okay, these rich millionaire trillionaires come to you, and you're at this exclusive party with all these other millionaires, and you're probably there. If you're there, you're probably there to just genuinely interact and be in network and build, right? But there are people there that are looking and scouting and patrolling, and they're like, yo, I got this island over here we can jet off to, my private jet, and I got all these girls there. And I'm pretty sure I would agree if the question has ever been asked, or has the question been asked, how old are the girls? They don't ask that. They don't need to ask that, right? And if they have money, they have enough money to tell you to shut the hell up about it. So there you go.
go there and then you just do it anyways. See, that's part of the trick. Like, some of these people for sure knew that they were going to be with kids. Others just got lured into it and just folded and just did it after it was too late, after they're already there. Either way, it's all disgusting. These people need to be hung. If we were a serious country, we'd hang all these people. Which, by the way, they used to do public hangings in America for traitors, but we won't go there.
Do you think that
they used to do public hangings in America for traitors? Wow.
I got a lot of questions on Epstein before we move on. So there's a few questions that I have. Do you think that there was some intention behind it leaking out, the information?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, for sure. Of course.
Do you think that there was intention behind the Epstein files leaking out? Does anyone think that there was intention behind that? Remember, we were going back to the whole idea. What he just said earlier was, if this whole thing was for you and your colleagues and your rich friends to be entertaining, then it should just be what happens on Epstein Island stays on Epstein Island. So why are there recordings, documentation, and all this? And then why did it leak? Do you think it was intended the whole time? This whole thing was just so that we can expose this shit, this stuff?
It's called a power play. It's called a
Mm.
power play. We gonna hold on. We're gonna hold on to this stuff until we need it. Until we need to manipulate certain things.
Mm.
This play been happening for years, centuries, decades. It's been
Mm-hmm.
happening. You know, and just like the towers, just like the tower situation. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? When it came down to the tower situation, people think we live in a corrupted place. First of all, we got to get that understood. You know, people think, oh yeah, this the land of the free and the home of the brave, bruh. Miss me with all that. You know what I'm saying? We since the beginning of time, these places have been corrupted. It, we if we go back to biblical times, that place was corrupted.
Mm.
They used to hire people to spread rumors, to spread lies, false narratives, just to fit a narrative that they wanted to push. So
Mm.
you think that didn't get adapted down to where we're at today? Like I said, when we go to the tower situation, that whole tower situation was a big play for them to be able to go over there and do what they needed to do. We can't go over there and do what we need to do just off oh, they don't like us or we don't like them. So now
Right.
we gotta give a reason why it is we need to go over there and do what we did. So when we look at all of that, you know what I'm saying? Even I know people be like, oh no, why would America do this to themselves? What you mean? If we look at situations like the Move family, and I always try to talk about them. Um, when we look at the Move family, they dropped the whole C4 bomb on the compound where they used to where they was living at, and this was the mayor, a couple politicians, the chief of police.
Mm.
This was orchestrated by them. They dropped a whole bomb on the compound.
Mm.
But we look at um the Vegas shooting. People say, "Oh, it was just a crazy man who went into the hotel, bust out the window, and
Mm.
started shooting all these people." Well, why? Why nobody asks why would he do that? One, at that time, they was trying to come up with the facial recognition and all that. They was trying to come up with um different laws that wasn't being passed at that time. So now when we have this person to come shoot out a window, now things start to change. Now we're getting um gun detection gun detection things where though it when if somebody shoot 3 blocks away, that radar picks up where the shot was located at. We
Mm.
didn't have that until after that situation happened. We didn't have the strict gun laws and all that stuff until that situation happened. We didn't have facial recognition until after that thing happened. If you look like put the pieces together and get your heads out your butt, you will understand that a lot of things are put in place for a reason.
That's scary. That's even scary. That's scary.
Yeah, yeah,
That's kind of
and
scary.
to understand, people be like, "Oh, that's conspiracy theory." Well, in order
Is
for a
it?
conspiracy to be a conspiracy, you got to have some truth. Because if I'm just going off, if I'm just going off a lie, then there ain't no conspiracy. It's just me making up narratives. So in order to say, "Oh, that's a conspiracy," it gotta be some truth behind that.
That's crazy. Yeah, and that's true too, because it has to be a little bit of truth in the lie, and a little bit of lie in the truth. I see.
Hmm.
Wow. Hey, man. Listen, I know I'm not losing my mind when I was watching this. I was like, okay, so what? Wait a minute, none of this can be true. But then I'm like, wait, I remember. You just, you have something in your spirit that might be like, there's something to this. See, and I was right. See, because you came up there and look. He gonna say Palm Beach Pete. Do you know about Palm Beach Pete, Chop?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, I'm gonna show you Palm Beach Pete in a second, but
Okay.
yeah, cause Palm Beach Pete, I think that. Listen, I don't know who this is, but I know that if you ask Palm Beach Pete what's going on, you were saying you didn't know which scripture is what, and let me see, can y'all see that on the screen? Uh,
Yeah, there you go. Ephesians chapter 6, 10 and 18.
okay.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, can y'all see it on the screen now? Um,
Hmm.
oops, let me stop this right here. Uh, yeah, that's the scripture you're talking about, where it talks about wearing and here are the pieces where we're talking about. The armor includes the
Yep.
belt of truth, the
Hmm.
breastplate of righteousness. That's what I was saying. The gospel
Hmm.
of peace, the shield of faith, the helmet of salvation, and the sword of spirit. What did I say? This a sword of courage, sword of spirit. Um, and then what does it say? Additional scriptures. I guess Isaiah 59:17 talks about God himself described as putting on the righteousness as a breastplate and the helmet as a salvation. So these are additional scriptures. So hey, you guys, do what I did. Look it up real quick, and so you can be very, very sure of what it is, and you can be in the right direction. But that's the scripture for you guys to reference as well. And now I got that scripture to add because I already knew Second Timothy, so we can add Ephesians. So
Yeah.
now I'm gonna know more scriptures. See, I was just saying that. See, Chop, look at God, because I was just like, I don't be
Hmm.
knowing stuff, but I know stuff. You know, how you know it. You be like, that's in the Bible, but I don't know where it's at, but it's in there.
Yeah. I mean, and you're not the only person that's like that. And like, it's a lot it's a lot of information to retain. So, as
Mm,
that's why, like I was saying, it's good to meditate in the book day and night, because like, even if you read a couple verses, or a chapter or whatever, as long as you're reading, as long as you're doing that, you know, breaking down, getting some understanding of what you're actually reading, because reading is just more than just saying the words that's on the page. It's about comprehension. It's about, do you understand what you are reading? So even when I'm doing live readings. I'll start live reading, and then I'll come across a word that I'm not familiar with, or something like that, and I'll be like, hold on, let's see what this word means, and I'll stop the whole live, Google what the word means, read a
mhm.
definition, or whatever it is that describes this word, and then I'll get back to the reading. So it's about comprehension. Do you understand
Mhm.
what you are reading? Are you just reading what's on the paper, and think that you know what's going on?
Right, right. That's true. It's all about. It's real life. It is all about comprehension. At the end of the day.
Hmm.
So
Everything is about comprehension.
So he's checked. Yeah. So this is why he says. This is why Smitty just said ask Palm Beach Pete about what about the Epstein files, because even though it says addressing the viral attention, Palm Beach Pete clarified that he is not Jeffrey Epstein. It's kind of hard to say because this is what he looks like. So look at your screen, especially this one right here in the middle. This is Jeffrey Epstein
You
on one
gotta
side.
you gotta
Okay, hold on.
take
Oh, I
you
gotta
gotta
show
take
you.
that one down.
Okay,
There
there you
you
go.
go.
Okay, so just this one in the middle right here, where the two are together. One is Palm Beach Pete and one is Jeffrey Epstein. So this is why Smitty said, ask Palm Beach Pete, because this
Oh,
man
that's
has
scary.
gone viral. He was driving in his car, apparently, and I want to see if I'm not going to try to find that video because that video is viral, guys. But he was going viral. He's gone viral because he was driving in his car and this guy is videotaping him
Hmm.
right next to him, and he's like, yo, Jeffrey Epstein is not deceased, yo. He's right here. He's right here. And so that video went viral, and this is it. That video went viral, and now this guy is viral because
Your life never stops.
people were like, wait,
Your
hold on.
finances shouldn't
And
either.
people were like me who are like
What's
into
with
the, not into the conspiracy, but who's just like, I don't necessarily believe it's not him, but it could be because you never
Is
know.
Jeffrey Epstein
Let me see.
alive?
Mhm.
Here we go.
I sure does look a lot like him. His
Look.
name is Palm Beach Pete, he
That's the volume.
says,
Oh.
allegedly. And he looks pretty much identical to Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
How is that even now that he's gone? Where were you all this time, Pete? All the time you should have been
But
walking around chilling, and people should have been like, "Oh, Epstein," and there's a real Epstein over there. Where was you at all this time, Pete?
you know
Look
what's
at that one.
crazy? You know what's crazy? We can't act like that 3 letter organization don't erase people and replace them somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? We all know the tactics that 3 letter organization likes to play. You know what I'm saying? They've been manipulating a lot of stuff throughout the years. When it come down to drugs, come down to people being erased, all that stuff. Man, I wouldn't put it past. I wouldn't put it past.
That's what I said, child. That's what I said. That's what I said. I said I'm not really down for the conspiracy. I believe in the Lord, but I do know I wouldn't put it past me. So I could.
Real talk.
I'm just trying to say. Go ahead, look this.
He is the same age as Jeffrey Epstein. Which is if Jeffrey
And he's from the same place. Jeffrey Epstein was in Palm Beach, and he lived in Palm Beach. What are we talking about?
Epstein were alive today, he'd be
Right.
about 72 or 73 years old. He looks just like him. He sounds just like him.
I said that too, and then we played the video of him talking back then, and this guy talking now. Stop.
Yeah.
He has
you
the
know
same
what's
teeth as Jeffrey Epstein. He lives in the same place, Palm Beach, Florida, as Jeffrey Epstein. He even lived in New York, and he even partied with Jeffrey Epstein. Yet he swears.
How you look like him, and then you party with him, and don't nobody never say nothing.
right. You know what's crazy though? Because like we didn't get no big Epstein like funeral type thing or show like the body of him. So it ain't nothing to put Epstein in a place, swap him out with somebody else, be like, oh yeah, Epstein died, he choked himself out, you know what I'm saying? Erase all that stuff and then place him somewhere else. It's not hard to do that. They've been doing that. They've been doing that for years. Witness protection. What you think witness protection is?
And then to say he done had some surgery, and then why would you have surgery to look
Yeah,
like this guy?
come on now. You know it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing to get a nose job. It ain't nothing to get a nose job
Oh my
or a
God.
chin job.
a
lip
chin job is
job, ear
crazy.
job. It's so many different. It's so many different. Matter of fact, we seen this. We seen this in the
In the
movie Face
movie,
Off.
Face Off,
Yeah.
yay! And then guess what? Face Off for us was a remake of a Face Off previously. Like that, like it was a Face Off when our mamas was little, and then it was like
Yeah.
it was like an Alfred Hitchcock type of thing, like with the crows and the people, the Frankenstein,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then the movie modern day for us was Face Off,
Yeah.
right? So
So
yeah,
it
so
it ain't
Chevy.
nothing to do a little construction of the face a little bit, maybe make his chin a little bit slimmer, or maybe make his cheeks up a little higher. And, with modern technology, we can make you
Mm-mm.
look closely. I can make myself resemble, with the right money. I can make myself resemble Ludacris if I wanted to, with the right money and the right doctors and stuff like that.
So like you saying
So
you
it's,
already could look like Ludacris, but now then you could really, or you just saying change your face altogether?
yeah, like no, like I can,
Cause you know how some people
because
kind of
I
already look like that
resemble,
person.
yeah, because I resemble him. I can change little features that make me
Oh,
look,
okay, yeah.
yeah,
Oh, so
to
you
make a
saying this
person
guy already resembled him and then just adjusted some
exactly.
things, and now you really look like him.
And now you really look like him. So
Why do you
so
want
it
to look
ain't
like this ugly man?
no, but what I'm saying is it's not hard to remove yourself, have everything erased, change
Mm-hmm.
some minor features about yourself so that you don't actually look like yourself, but you still look like yourself. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, yeah.
instead of me being Epstein, I'm gonna change. I might make my nose a little smaller, or my ears. I might make them a little bigger, or my lips make them a little more fuller, or take a little bit out of, so that I don't, like little features. My chin. Epstein got it. Epstein had a wider chin, but if you look at my chin is a little narrow. It ain't nothing
Mm-hmm.
for them to do that.
Right. That's a quickie and go back to work. That's
Exactly.
crazy.
A quick fix and go right back to work.
That's crazy. And then they say, then to put the side by side, he would
Hmm.
be. So this is Epstein. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah.
Y'all see, this is Epstein and Trump in real life. That's a real picture of Epstein back then and Trump. Okay. Now we fast forward. This is the picture over here where Epstein's supposed to look like, because when he went to that's his mugshot.
Right.
And then what we just saw on the camera was that guy.
Yeah, that's
That's
crazy. That's
crazy.
that's spooky.
Oh my God. Woo,
I
man.
I got
This man
I
be
gotta
busy.
get up out of here, Jen. I appreciate you
Yeah.
letting me up. I gotta go check on my mama.
Oh yeah.
Smitty,
Go
I'm
ahead
gonna
and
let
take
my
care of your
mama know
mama.
what you said, and I'm gonna hit you up. Yep, and I appreciate you letting me up here, kicking it.
Always. You got to come
I
back for the
can't.
next show, okay? You got to come back for the
Yeah, I
next one.
catch you on the next one.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day. Oh my gosh, that was a crazy rabbit hole we went through with that whole Epstein just now. That's crazy to even say how closely they look alike. Thanks, Chop, for coming by. I really do appreciate him coming by, especially during this kind of subject matter. I thought, because he's always a wealth of information. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thanks, thanks, thanks. All right, so oh, Jesus, y'all. We gonna get through it because once again, she needs the watch hours and it's only 10:15 in the morning. And oh, my grits were so good, y'all. Thanks for asking. Um, I'm gonna take a potty break in a second, but we're gonna get back to some of this video because it starts to get good. You see how it broke us down to go look into the Epstein and to know why is there video footage? Why would you record this? Why would you need this to be leveraged for later? It's crazy. Let's get back, y'all.
It's leverage. You know, why is it every time that a new Epstein file drops, we go bomb Iran? Like, it's leverage because these people
What?
want our military and our government to do their dirty work. Like, it's literally all leverage. If they were using this for leverage, this would have never been out. Never. There's a bigger play at hand here.
Is Epstein dead?
No.
See, oh my God. How did he just ask that question? Did anybody know that? I'm not seeing past this point. I think I watched all the way up to here, y'all. But OMG, that's just creepy. How we just went down that rabbit hole and he said, is he deceased? He said, no. See, I don't see, me and Chop was on the same page. Like, we kind of sort of don't believe that either. Mm-hmm.
And I say that confidently. Why? Because there was a guy on 4chan, and he was actually working at the jail. He wrote on 4chan.
What's that?
4chan is it's like a website. It's like kind of like a Reddit.
Okay.
If you know what Reddit is.
Yes.
And he wrote on 4chan that he was his credentials were verified, by the way. The user who wrote the post was verified as the actual guard at the prison. You could go look this up. This is real. This isn't like an unproven theory. And he wrote on 4chan that the night before the suicide, he saw something fishy where they wheeled Epstein out on a wheelchair. He was the only one who saw it. He wrote about it on 4chan. He was like, I'm freaked out. I think they just let this guy escape.
He wrote it
on 4chan before it happened. Before it happened. Like the day before it happened. And it was verified that he was actually working at the prison there. The user in the post was linked to the actual guy. And check this out. Epstein was using his Fortnite account like recently. He had a Fortnite account with the username LittlestJeff1, which was the same username in his email. And the only time that he didn't log into the seasons is when he was locked up. You can't make this up. You literally can't make this up. And then when people found out about that, he put the account on private.
Well, I'm going to just tell you right now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but when I heard that he committed suicide, I said, ha.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Really?
And so it so happened to be that the cameras malfunction.
Yeah, what a coincidence.
Wow. See, we're not so far off, guys. You're not so far off, okay? I don't know who else is live right now, so I hope everyone is having a great morning and or a great start of their day, rather, not a morning, but a great start of their day. And support whoever you're supporting. But wow, see, not so far off.
The guy with the most blackmail in the world, all of a sudden the cameras malfunction. This is like some El Chapo stuff. You know, like El Chapo's going to prison and getting out the next day. He's paid somebody 100 bands, 200 bands. Like this is the same thing we're dealing with here, man. It's the same stuff. These people don't actually get justice. They own these people. These are the tyrants that we don't even see. You know, a lot of people think that like governments are in control. Presidents are in control, politicians. Dude, it's really like the oligarchs. It's the intelligence assets. These are the people that are calling the shots. Doesn't matter if, I guess to some degree it does, but it doesn't matter if Joe Biden or President Trump is president. Doesn't matter. They don't really control everything. It's the oligarchs that control everything. They can temporarily destroy or preserve things. Like, it is nice that we don't have an open border with 30 million people who broke the law to come here flooding in. That is nice. But other than that, I mean, you're just going to get the same thing. You're just going to get the same thing, dude, because the oligarchs control everything. The intelligence operatives control everything.
The oligarchs control everything. The intelligence operatives control everything. So we're not in the control we think we're in. So then that means some of the people who are upset at Trump, like he has any control over something. Like he has control over anything. I guess that was a crazy way to say that sentence. So you're mad at Trump like he got control for real. I guess that's the black way to say it. So All those people who are mad at Trump, y'all mad at him, and he ain't got no control because he got somebody that he got to listen to and fall under. Okay, well, I'll take that. I'll take that because that explains some people. And then at the same time, y'all crazy for thinking that he got some kind of control, and then y'all know stuff like this, and y'all know he don't. That's kind of, I don't know.
And the reason why they create governments and democracies, which democracies is such a filthy word because it has nothing to do with our country. It's a constitutional republic, and democracy actually comes from pagan Greece. It was never Christian to begin with. There's no democracy isn't Christian. Democracy literally comes from a pagan culture in
Democracy isn't Christian. Democracy isn't Christian. That's what he just said.
Greece. Anyways, but they like us to believe that we're in like a democracy, right? Because if we believe that we have a choice, we'll never revolt. We don't have a choice. You and I don't have a choice. I'm a patriot. I love America. We're not in a free country. We're not. It's freer than places like Europe.
What if we believe we free, we'll never revolt. So the moment we realize that we've not been free this whole time, we want to get up out of here.
Or you get arrested for telling somebody, "Hey, Jesus loves you," or praying silently in your head, which has happened.
What do you mean praying silently?
There was a British woman in England, and she was praying inside of her head outside of an abortion clinic buffer zone. These are called no-go zones, where you're not even allowed to pray inside of your head outside of an abortion clinic. You're arrested and taken to jail.
How you gonna know I'm praying inside my head? Thank you, Ezekiel, for asking the question, the elephant in the room. How? I'm not even country, y'all. But how are you gonna know? Tell me how you gonna know I'm praying inside my head right now. Did y'all know what I was just doing? I wasn't even praying. I literally said to myself, how they gonna know I'm praying in my head? So how you gonna know I'm praying in my head? To arrest me for it. And how can you Lord Jesus. You talking about if I say that, if I say, ooh, Lord Jesus, I just prayed, Jesus wept. Won't he do it? Wow. How you gonna know I'm praying inside my head? To take me to jail. And what you gonna, and I'm being jail next to what? To criminals who actually commit crimes outside of their head.
How would they know she's praying in her head?
Because they asked her, "Are you praying?" She said yes. Like they asked her if she was praying inside of her head.
Because she had to be honest.
Yep. And she said yes. And they said, "Okay, you're under arrest." This is in England. So like obviously Europe is way more cooked than this country. Like Europe, it's pathetic what's going on there. But we're not that much freer. We aren't. And they want us to believe that we are free because we'll never revolt. We are the only country left that actually has like the opportunity to revolt against this tyrannical system, against the intelligence assets and oligarchs that control our world. But unfortunately, too many people are cattle. Too many people behave like cattle. They don't care about what's going on in the world. They just are doom scrolling all day. They're drinking their football game while their nation is crumbling and being ran by satanic pedophiles. People don't care about the fact that our entire way of life is deteriorating and collapsing.
Wow, the world is being ran by satanic PDF files. The more and more we see coming out, the more and more he not wrong. I'm not saying everybody, but I'm just saying, it's enough. It's enough of them out there to make this much of a difference. I like that hat though, Ezekiel.
And if we don't do something, we won't have anything to offer for our future generations.
But does the scripture call us to do something about it, or does the scripture call us to just pray?
Both. Why? King David did something about it. Monarchies were formed because they wanted to honor God in their government. Jesus says, "On this rock, I will build my ecclesia." Ecclesia, actually, if you look at the Greek, it's governing authority, government. Christ wants to build his government on earth, right? The kingdom of heaven has a government. Jesus asked us to bring the kingdom down on earth, he will do the same thing here. Think about it this way, right? The reason why we have first world countries is because Christians got involved in government. USA, Canada, Europe. These are all first world countries that everyone wants to flock to and then hate on when they get here. Why? Because Christians teed up and they're like, you know what? I take Christ's command seriously. He said, on this rock I will build my government, my ecclesia. When they created countries, nations, yeah, I'm sure the history was great. America doesn't have that great of a history. Obviously we have slavery and all these other things, and the Native Americans, which I'll speak for the Native American part. They kind of, and I hate to say it, but they kind of had it coming because they were sacrificing their children to demons and ripping their hearts out and eating them to the stomach. But that's God's judgment. The slavery stuff, that was not great, obviously, right?
Wow. So the Native Americans, he said a lot right then. And I wanted to go, let me go back because I do want to unpack something where I think I have a question. I thought I have a question. Let me go back a few minutes.
World countries is because Christians got involved in government.
All right. That was it.
USA, Canada, Europe. These are all first world countries that everyone.
So the reason why we're as advanced as we are, and we're a first world country, is because religion got involved with government. To say that for the sake of everybody out there. For those who say in specific, because Christianity got involved with government. So there isn't any divide between church and state. That's crazy.
Everyone wants to flock to and then hate on when they get here. Why? Because Christians teed up and they're like, you know what? I take Christ's command seriously. He said, on this rock I will build my government, my ecclesia. They created countries, nations. Yeah, I'm sure the history wasn't great. America doesn't have that great of a history. Obviously we have slavery and all these other things, and the Native Americans, which I'll speak for the Native American part. They kind of, and I hate to say it, but they kind of had it coming because they were sacrificing their children to demons and ripping their hearts out.
Oh, that was the other thing too. The Native American part, because they were sacrificing. I mean, well, yeah, because I know that there are some tribes that were full out cannibals. But I don't understand, and maybe I'm not supposed to understand right now. Sometimes God's hand is in the way of you having clarity on something because he doesn't want you, he's not ready for you to go that far. So I don't understand why there were cannibals. There were some cannibalistic tribes back then. And and then there were full out tribes that were full out vegetarians. So it's crazy to see that it's crazy to think that there were people that were eating people way back then during the pre-colonial times, I guess. And then there were people who did not eat meat at all. And I do remember my grandparents telling me stories because my grandmother would tell me how her tribe the lineage was from the cannibalistic tribe. And of course, over time, I guess they acclimated to society where they didn't eat people. But the further out and the more reserved they were out in the middle of the deserts and out in the sticks, they didn't have to conform to this, societal, way of living, because they can eat what they wanted to. But then you also knew, like when they say like out in the middle of Yosemite, there's people that are off the grid. I still think that there are still tribes like that. So that's why, when you go out there and you go walking through the forest and you ain't supposed to be out there, it might not be a bear that took you out. It might be a cannibalistic tribe that's still been existing. And then, I mean, that's also to account for some of these missing people that aren't necessarily all being trafficked, because that's crazy to think of. But yeah, sorry to go down that rabbit hole, but I just remember that being part of my lineage and being told how that's a part of my lineage because my grandparents came from a tribe that was way down the line eating people, and to think in modern day time they're eating babies, wow, okay.
And eating them to the sun god. But that's God's judgment.
Yeah, and they had a whole sorry to interrupt it again, y'all, but they had a whole like premise on if you were they did the same thing with the whole gamey meat and the adrenaline. Like you couldn't be your meat could not your body could not be scared. They didn't want the person to be scared, so they couldn't eat it. And then they also couldn't eat your body if your eyes were closed because your spirit was trapped inside. So they wanted your spirit because they still believe that part. Oh, this is what I was told, y'all. But they wanted your spirit to be released through the eyes of the soul, right? The eyes. So if your eyes were open when your body, when you, this, this became deceased, then your spirit was gone, your spirit was released. They prayed over you, they prayed over their food, and they were like, okay, we're going to purify this body of the spirit. So now you're just a body laying there, right? You're not even anything, you're just a shell, which is the same thing you tell everybody when you're like, oh, it's just a shell, your spirit's going to go back to be with God. So you're just a shell. At that point, you're just a carcass, you're just meat. But they did believe in that part too, like the same thing you do with the deer. You don't want the meat to be stressed out because it's not going to taste very good.
The slavery stuff, that was not great, obviously, right?
Right.
Obviously, it'd be kind of weird to think otherwise.
Right.
But regardless of that, dude, Christians created first countries. That's why they're successful. Like, think about it. Every first world country, it's all Christian. The only one that isn't is China. Even Russia is Orthodox Christian. I mean, obviously it was communist and atheist for a long time, but
how does a country be communist and then atheist and then Orthodox Christian?
That wasn't the original plan. Most of these countries were created by Christians, dude.
Wow.
So, like, we can't just be passive and do nothing. Like, God literally has given us the authority to make change. And you're focused on a rapture? Bruh, like, go do something with your life. Go contribute to society.
Wow.
Like,
I always used to think that, the whole idea of Maranatha take.
Of course.
But my burden is so great for people that just don't know him. I'm just like, Lord, don't take me out yet. There's too many people that need to know. I know I can't do everything, but shoot, my cousins, I need my friend, I need everybody to know you. So people will be like, come take me away. It's just like, yo, we got work to do.
Dude, I find that type of Christianity so cringe. I'm sorry. It's so cringe because it's like, dude, are you just like some sort of like passive beta that wants to escape suffering? Like, dude, Jesus said those who endure until the end will be saved. Like, we got to endure, bro. Enough with this, oh, Lord, take me. I don't want to be in this wicked world. Like, God put you in this wicked world for a reason. Stop being ungrateful. Stop having some escapism mentality. If all of the Christians that built civilizations before us thought this way, we would have no first world where Christianity can be practiced. None. Not as.
Take me away, Lord. I think I've said that. I probably did say that. And I didn't say that because I was like, oh, I'm done with this world. I think, I was feeling really depressed. And I was probably in a state like, if my grandmother passed, people around me getting older. But I don't, and then I did, and now that I say that, I think I was more like, okay, I'm over it. But now that I think about it in real life, I didn't want to go. There's so many things left for me to do. But to think that there are people who are believers and they believe so strongly, but then they don't want to be here is crazy. What did you say? You said, is the first world we in holy? No, willing to win. Oh, who is it? Oh, hey, watching without. How you doing, sugar? I have the link pin for you. You haven't been here in a while, sir. So come on up and bless me with your beautiful voice. Is the world we in holy? No, he's not saying that anything that we aren't or we are. He's saying from whence we came and where we are here, how we got here now. You missed I don't know when you got here, but you missed this Epstein rabbit hole we just went down, and that was just crazy how it just he just happened to say what I just said, and we had just went down the rabbit hole, and then he turned around and said what I just said was crazy. But let me welcome you to the show, because there's only one way to come into the Sugar Palace. Hey, Sugar.
How you doing, miss?
Come on in. I'm so glad you know that your presence is a gift. What you bring is powerful. Your words are valuable. So come on in, pull up a seat, join the conversation while great minds meet. Welcome to the show. I'm so glad you are here. Welcome to the show.
Hey there, how you doing, Sugar?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I am good. So I've been watching this podcasters videos, and OMG, I've been like sitting here going through my motions. I had my coffee, I had my grits this morning. The doggy's been fed. He won't eat it. I gave him some bacon, but you know, sometimes he's picky.
Miss, coffee and grits? Anything else, or are you trying to cleanse?
No, no, yeah, I had eggs and toast with it, but
Okay, all right. Just making sure. Just making sure.
oh no, not literally. Like I see what you mean. You're like, no, what are you trying to do, girl? Get it up out you. Rebuke the spirit of constipation.
Right? That would be diabolical breakfast, wouldn't it? Some of this
Literally.
grits and coffee, black.
Ooh, ooh, we wouldn't be sitting here talking to y'all. I'd be giving this podcast, this live
Oh
from
no.
another room.
It'd be 30-minute lives at the best.
Okay, it'll be a strange echo in this video we had tonight, you guys. Why is this echoing in the back of Genesis? Yeah,
Okay.
that bathroom effect, right? Being
Right.
their throne for real. The queen is on the throne for real.
And not getting up no time soon.
No time soon. Yeah. So no, I had eggs and toast, and I was telling everybody when my live started, because was sitting down eat my breakfast, that I had a taste for grits, even though I got the breakfast. You know how you get the breakfast, because we have Coney Islands out here. Shout out to the Coney Island, and Coney Island is good for giving you a good old nice heaping helping of hash browns and eggs and bacon and sausage. Like you get the whole platter. I don't usually eat the bacon. I give it to my dog, but I'll get the bacon with the meal, and then, you know, I'll eat maybe the sausage or something if I eat that part. But I want the eggs. It's my meal that I've always had since I was a kid, which would be like grits or oatmeal with eggs and toast, right? So that's what I had. So that's what I was letting everybody know.
House platter.
Before that was my grandma's kitchen. And when I got old enough, that's what my go-to breakfast in the morning. That would be so quick to cook on my way out the door.
I feel you.
But yes, y'all, you know, that's my breakfast in the morning. Put me on some 10-minute grits, scramble me an egg real quick, and then I like it all together. So I'll put it all in the same bowl. And then I had to make my comment this morning. When I started the video, that's why I said my grits were good, y'all, because I like sugar, salt, and pepper on my grits. So yes, all that. And I can put it all in the same bowl and put my little spoon in there and get in the car, and before I get to work, I've been in it was so good. So
okay, so let's have this conversation about religion. Now that
we're
we've had some
talking about religion. Are we spiritual and biblical clarity? We're not talking about religion.
Right. Okay. I'm with you.
Are you?
I think so.
Okay. So what you wanted to comment on what he just said?
Kind of a bit. He kind of.
Have you been watching so far? Or what you been watching?
For about 15 minutes, yes.
Oh, okay. So you have comments from what he said prior to this part.
Well, no, the most recent thing is what kind of made me come up.
Okay.
Okay. So he's kind of speaking about, how, we should be grateful to this first world country, this first world that is now built. He's kind of saying, what if Christianity didn't do these things? What kind of world will we live in? It's kind of the same thing that colonizers used to say about indigenous religions when they came here to America, and then like you should be grateful that you used to live in teepees and used to be savages, but in reality that was a better life. That was in a way more aligned with their spirituality, which was their god as Mother Earth, and there was multiple gods. So
Mhm.
my only question is, I sometimes ask us, melanated people of America, what was our religion before the system of white supremacy came to us? Most likely was an indigenous religion. So how do we see indigenous people in their religion today? Well, if you really learn about it, it was very gypsy-ish culture, very gypsy-ish religion. But I don't think that Christianity is working for us because we don't truly feel a spiritual bond with it. I think it's all for show.
Mhm.
And I'm not trying to say that that's not like, if you follow Christianity in its blueprint, it's a great blueprint. But the Christianity that's offered to us in 2026 is a very Masonic, different
Mhm.
Christianity that's very
Mhm.
much tied to capitalism. I very much think that our love of money and capitalism is our curse in the Black community. And I sometimes just wish and daydream of what would it have been if we had rejected Christianity and just been people who were gypsy people and lived off the land and weren't so much
Be a whole different
motivated by this
right
love
right
of
now.
money. So yeah,
But then they wouldn't be able to use the love of money against you, because then that's what creates the mind state of poverty, right? How you have people who did not have money, so they had a crazy start at life, and then
right.
at the end of their life, they have an abundance mentality, or they have an abundant mentality when they get into a more wealthier position. But when you look at them, they really actually have a poverty mentality, because they, folks tend to go into a mental hoarding at that point. So they went from one extreme to the other, right? Because
Very
of
true.
that. But so I'm just, I go and I clean these mansions. I have a cleaning service, y'all. Watch out. Look, keep us, shameless plug for my shorts that's coming, the Confessions of a Cleaning Lady, because y'all. But I've gone
Oh,
into
you got
houses
stories.
where listen, I mean, not to sidetrack this, but some folks, it just amazes me too, because I mean, guess to bring it back to the Christianity and the biblical perspective, it's amazing how folks can have all kind of Bibles and crosses and all kind of go to church on Sundays and all this, and then when I'm cleaning your house, I look in your cabinet and there is 45 packs of tissue, as if you're gonna run out, or there's always an excessive something with all, and it's like you would, and in my mind, I'm not trying to be judgmental, but I'm cleaning your home. One, you're paying me to do something you're supposed to already be doing, but I'm cleaning your home, and I'm noticing in a certain pockets there's an abundance, then an excess, as if you're afraid to go without. I'm not talking about the typical, I'm sitting on the toilet and I ran out of tissue, but there's some in the hallway and I can't get to it because I'm using the bathroom, run out. You can easily see that there is some sort of fear of something going to be depleted in your life. They'll have a lot of something, and it'll be like, I'm talking about the stacks of it catching spider webs. Like, it's cobwebs over it. It's just excess there in case. And it's almost like, we could say we could be brainwashed and say, well, maybe they have that, what is that called? End of the world mentality, where, you stock up on things that you can use in case something happened and you got to go into shelter hiding. Sometimes it's crazy. It's so abstract that it's not even an end of the world preparation type thing. The
Well,
Armageddon people,
think about our big mamas. Think about our grandmothers. Think about even
it was
your
so
mother.
much canned food. Like, what are we saving this?
But
Like,
maybe Christianity really does induce hoarder behavior.
quarter,
Because
yes.
when I think about the heavy Christian women that were in my family, in my community, they were
Yes,
all
got crosses
hoarders,
and Bibles everywhere, and
right? Just had a bunch of crap that,
45 cans of beans and crosses in the Bible. Talking about what a good
right.
Lord, like, you got rice from 1935 when we can't. What is happening? And I'm not trying to be rude about it. You guys are, are
And even
stereotypical, but it
Paul in
is
his
that.
shed, even
It
even
is
Christian
that.
Paul in his shed was also hoarding. So if you think about it,
It,
it wasn't like live and let go.
and
Christianity does
God
kind
gonna
of induce
replenish.
a right. This is a new theory that I'm kind of enjoying because it makes sense.
God gonna
Because
replenish. Then
in
how come He
Tao
ain't
or
replenished
Buddhism, you don't hoard shit. You just kind of live off
and let
simplicity.
it go? Yeah.
But in
See,
Christianity, you're taught to live in excess.
And then it'd be the excess. So it's like it's the in modern day, you guys. I'm not trying to be like I said. I'll tell y'all all about this on the Confessions of a Cleaning Lady. Because when I'm cleaning your house, I'm looking like, why is there so much of this? Or why have you kept these for so long? Why is there, when they ask for organization and I'm going through, part of my organization is to purge, right? I'm so sorry, but my grandmother would look down on me from heaven like, why could you look past something that expired 2 years ago and put it back on the shelf? That's crazy. And why is it expired 2 years ago and sitting on your shelf?
Or also you use a cleaning lady, right?
And they won't let it go, child. They will yell at me, don't you throw them beans out in case Jesus came back and we ain't had no grocery store no more. I got some beans to eat.
But you've also seen the sexual proclivities behind the scene as you've been a cleaning lady, and you kind of saw the hypocriticalness of.
I done came into folk houses and I be want to know why. They don't everybody doesn't put the KY jelly away right away, or they in the midst of the evening, whatever was going on, something fell on the floor and then you just got up and went to work.
It's part of their kink to make you see it. It's part of their kink, actually.
Child,
it is.
That's after dark. That's after dark. We gonna say because I don't want to be because folks be folks be like, well, Genesis, because y'all know I will go there. Y'all know I will talk about it because I'm just been free like that. So anyway, sorry. The Lord know when He made me. I'm not. When we got you looking at my body parts. Why we can't talk about them? Oh, we can do. So hey, but let's get back to this because I want to know some people's perspectives because these interviews are so intriguing to me, and I just like to share my awe. So yeah, let's get back to what
just
he
notice
was talking about.
Just notice the choker chain. Always notice the symbolism of people's. I always.
He's a little stumpy guy.
Okay.
He's a little stumpy guy. What you say you like? Who said they like? Sugar, black Mexican, sugar, butter, and and the salt and pepper. Wait, so just only sugar and butter? No salt and pepper?
No, you'd be surprised how some people eat their grits.
No, why you? Okay.
That's just liquid diabetes.
Sugar and butter? I need sugar, butter,
diabetes and a spoon. That's all that is. If you're eating grits with butter and sugar, that is nothing but diabetes and a spoon.
I got a nice hot bowl of diabetes and a spoon. I did.
Right? It ain't even like it's oatmeal. Sure oatmeal could kind of be somewhat healthy, but you just doing grits, sugar, and butter. Like
grits is fiber, honey.
It's white sugar too. It ain't even good brown sugar. They're using white sugar.
Use honey. You can use brown sugar, and I use honey today because I didn't have no sugar. So I did say this morning, I said I'm gonna put my sugar in there. And then I remembered I don't have any, and I said, oh well, I'm gonna have to use honey today. So I had to use honey today, which makes it super sweeter. Yeah. You only have to use a little bit of honey.
Stick with it, sweeter. No, stick with it, sweeter. No, you could. rest in peace, Jesse Jackson. Sweeter.
Okay, well, it was sweeter with the honey because the same amount of honey. So listen, this is what y'all can't do. Y'all can't put the same amount of honey that you would put in sugar because the sugar you put a little more sugar because sugar sweeter enough. But then if you put the same amount of sugar,
we gotta clip this.
If you put the same amount of honey that you put with sugar in there, baby, don't put that tablespoon of honey in there. That thing gonna be sweeter than ever. I'm just saying.
Why now? This is how much we fucked up in our black community. Why was we as kids eating strawberries but dipping it in white sugar? Why did we do
I
that
didn't
so
do that
much?
either. But see, we didn't do that. We did that, but we would take the white sugar. And put it in, and then put it in the refrigerator. You know what I'm saying? And let it like create a little like strawberry juice kind of thing from it. I don't know if y'all did that. He said, "Oh, you had pepper is cool." Okay, he said pepper is cool. Okay, and then he said Yellowstone grits, a certain kind of grits. Yes, baby, don't play with me. I love me some grits, but I like oatmeal. I feel like cream of wheat. So sorry, no. Cream of wheat is good. It's not farina. Baby food is baby food. Cream of wheat is right next to the oatmeal.
Cream of wheat is when you ain't got no teeth.
No.
You got dentures instead, okay?
So it's grits. You don't choose. Who choose grits? When the
When
last
you,
if y'all
I put food in my grits. I like to put spinach, eggs, and then like a meat in it. So
okay,
I
then you okay. So
but
you
I
chew
don't eat
grits.
my I
Okay.
don't take my grits pure.
Pure is funny. Just plain old grits.
No,
Because it's a cereal by that. When you put sugar, salt, and pepper and butter in there, that's like a cereal. It's like your oatmeal. Your oatmeal you put brown sugar, so little, you put salt in the water to get the water boiling. I don't put pepper in my oatmeal, but I just put a little brown sugar and butter. But
listen.
yeah, it's
If you
cereal.
eat your grits with sugar and butter and that's it, you made your babies a missionary.
Hilarious. Look, let's get back to the video while we talk about the Lords.
Zilch. So why do we think like that? Because we've been pacified, bro. We've been pacified by dispensationalist theology. That's what they want to do. They want to pacify the Christian man.
Come on, let's talk about the call for men right now in this
Absolutely.
particular season. Well, I guess you could say in this nation. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got excited. Black lexicon. Yeah. That's what I do. And I add scrambled egg and a sausage in the grits. And I mix it all
Yep.
together.
Yep.
I mix it all together.
Italian sausage is the best. Yep.
I dip my little toast in there too. My toast get a little grits on it. It's okay. It's so delicious.
And then some
Oh,
spicy
yes.
Monterey Jack cheese.
Oh, I can't do the cheese. I'm already pushing it with the butter that's in the grits and the grits by itself. Because I'm lactose
Yeah, I
intolerant, so I'm
don't
already
put
going
butter in my
there.
grits. So yeah,
I
I
gotta
don't put
put
butter in
butter.
the
I
grits.
put butter in the water before I put the grits in. It's delicious.
Okay.
What do you? We're seeing as far as the church, men of God. What is the enemy doing? How is the Lord positioning us to stand in this day? Because it's a lot, like you said, beta, passive.
This generation's a lot better.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You mean
Say
the
what?
upcoming generation?
Yeah. Gen Z, Gen X, I think it's
Oh, they're
called.
better than the millennials. Talk to me.
Way better.
Why do you say that?
Millennials and boomers are very out of touch with.
Okay, so what am I? Am I Gen? What am I? An Xer?
Are you above 32?
What is 50-year-old people right now? X? I'm not no millennial. Am I a millennial?
No. If you're
I'm
above
over
40,
32. I'm 50 years
you're
old.
Generation X. You're Pepsi generation. You're Generation X.
I'm a Generation X.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I don't be knowing what I am, y'all. So I'm an Xer. I'm the Xer
Yeah.
the thing we y'all be talking about
I
Generation
was born.
X.
I'm born in 82, so I'm a Generation X. So if you were born in 70 something, 79, 78 or whatever, you're the same.
74.
Oh, 74, boomer.
Let me.
No, you're a
I'm
boomer.
not a boomer because I'm not. My mom is a boomer.
You're above 50. If you're above 50, I'm sorry.
How?
It's okay. You still a beautiful, amazing woman of the earth, but you are labeled as a boomer.
Of the earth.
Yeah.
Of the earth. Hold on. Let's ask. Where are?
Don't you ask Siri. Just ask Alexa. Am I a boomer?
Hold on. Let's see. All right. So. Oh, here you go. Look. Let me see.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, y'all. Can y'all see? Hold on. Y'all see my screen?
Mm-mm. Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
y'all can't see it. Okay, so it's this one right here. Let's see what that one says. Oh, let's take down Palm Beach Pete. Let's take him down. Sorry, Palm Beach Pete. You gotta go. My computer's moving slow. Okay, so years of birth. So 1925 is the silent generation. 1945 is the boomers. 1965 is Generation X. 1980 is millennials. 1995 is Generation Z, and 2010 is alpha.
I had it back, not backwards. I had it one back each one. That doesn't seem right though. It really doesn't. But okay, all right.
So if you're born 1945 to 1965, you're a boomer. And then 1965 to 1980 is Generation X.
Okay.
Huh.
Well, I'm sorry for calling you a boomer.
What?
You pulled up the receipts that let me know. I apologize and I was wrong.
I am not a boomer.
You are not. You are not.
And you're not a boomer either. What are you? You're a Generation X too.
Yeah.
Okay, cool beans.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool beans, y'all. I was like, wait, I can't be because my mom is. And that would mean I'm in the same. Cynical says she's an elder. What's an elder millennial? What is
Right?
that?
That's
What is
that's
it?
like something. That's like something off of Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, motherfucker, you an elder millennial piece.
An elder millennial, that means you was born between 1980 and 1995. And elder means, oh, you're probably older, like you're born 1980.
Yeah,
Like you're,
like she was born in the '90s, but she thinks she got an old spirit and she's been here before. So,
or she born 1989, like she was the last of the
right.
elders. So back in my day in 1980, we had to walk to school. I'm sorry, y'all. That's just funny to me, especially when especially when folks was like they about to graduate in the 2000s. You be like, you about to do what? Graduate? What? We done with graduating. No, I was not trying to be a generational, what do you call it, bully. But
Right.
that junk used to have me cracking up because I'd be like, what are y'all doing? Oh my goodness, I really have done that before. Dang. Okay, so now I know where I land. I'm a Gen Xer. Okay, cool beans. So when they talking about Gen X, I can just jump in and be a part of the brigade.
Yeah, I mean, anyone that says cool beans is you already know is an elder. So I mean, yeah, cool beans. Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh, okay. Between 1965 and 1980. I know, she said, and I look like I was born in the 1990s, Jen. Okay. You like what phrase? Cool beans? I do too. But apparently that tells my age if you listen to me. Cool
A little
beans.
bit.
And then my dog's name is Beans. So then I'd be like, oh, cool beans. I did not plan that, okay? So I just said cool
Mhm.
beans, and then I was a nerd, and then I got a dog later named Beans. So now it's
Yeah,
cute for me.
you like to make love to Beanie Siegel. Right.
Ew. Anyway.
You want bean pies for your birthday cake. Like
Why?
everything's about
No,
beans.
ew. No. It's just funny to me now that I have a dog named Beans after the fact.
Okay.
And he is cool. So it's a play on words.
You were a father in your past life,
Especially.
that's for sure.
God bless every Christian boomer that's filled with the Holy Spirit. This
Yeah.
isn't directed towards you. This is just about people in the world. Okay, I love you. I'm not hating on you. With that being said,
I just want to say as a side blurb, all men are handsome on some level, but it's something about you cannot be an attractive man, but if you got a dimple, that just gives you like an extra 0.5 on whatever level of attraction you do have. So take that, fellas, okay? Just know that just y'all might not be a 0.9, 0.5, but you know, if you a 6 and you got a dimple or a nice little dimple, sir, and you got some nice lips, you might be a 6.5. So I think you need to take that and run with it, okay? Instead of just feeling bad about yourself. Hey.
majority of boomers, dude, are extremely selfish. They don't care about like the fact that their country is deteriorating. You look at this in the entire Western world. They don't care about like I saw a video in Ireland the other day from these like Irish boomer ladies, and this interviewer asked them like, "Hey, are you concerned with the fact that Ireland is becoming like a Muslim country and they're building mosques everywhere and like
What?
the Irish population is dying and they're like, that's racist. That's not Christian of you to do that. So I bring that up to say that boomers, dude, are totally detached from reality. They've like ate the bait of having their faith replaced, their culture replaced. They don't care about the fact that like their way of life is going to become a minority in like 5 to 10 years because they'll be dead. And on top of that, they believe all of this crazy dispensationalist heresies about how we need to send hundreds of billions of dollars to a foreign government because it's a biblical commandment. Like, and they're out of touch with reality, bro. And then on top of that, I saw a statistic that boomers don't even leave an inheritance for their generations.
That's true too. But that's crazy that they don't even have that they have that mind state that they're saying that boomers have that mentality. And that's crazy too that they don't have anything left behind for uses, the uses. The thems don't have nothing left behind for uses because the boomers are our parents.
Well, if
So
you think about
wow.
most rich people operate in atheism, and on a global scale, most
Mhm.
white people are atheists. And I believe it's almost 60%. So it's really people of color who are upholding Christianity. Also, Asian people, Latino people, and
Mm.
like they uphold Christianity more than white people. And so this idea that, well, I think there's been enough Christianity, if we're honest, on a global scale. With so much colonization that's happened, there's enough Christianity that's been passed and built and whatever. And if there's other religions that are now starting to make a resurgence, I don't see that as a bad thing or infringing upon your religion, because that's not what Christianity is supposed to believe anyway. Christianity, at its base, is not about converting and saying like you must. It was just more like you like, let people be, and you operate in this code book. That's what
Right.
Christianity was. It wasn't about, oh, but now it's a gang. You hear how he's speaking. He's like he's trying to like he's trying to use a fear mongering tactic to you're not gonna be able to live the way that you've lived before because these new religions or these new people are wanting to infringe upon your Christian beliefs, and they're not. They don't give a shit. Like people in general really just kind of want to exist, be, and prosper a little bit. They don't care about, but that's the fear mongering of religions. It happens a lot between Muslim and Christianity on both sides, and that's the same pull that you see with Democratic and Republic. It's a tug of war of idiocracy, because it has nothing to do with your religion. Even the Christian and Muslim wars of 700 years ago, it has nothing to do with actual religion and spirituality. It was about a power play on who's going to run this world, essentially.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Well put.
Thank you. I had to get some water after all saying all that shit.
Well, you
Sorry.
speak well, yeah. And I did give a shout out earlier to everybody who comes up here who speaks well. And I go back and I listen to. I have a speech impediment, so sometimes I can go back and I can hear myself talking to you guys, and I can hear my impediment coming up, in the way. But for those of y'all who don't, who speak very clearly, I admire that because you guys sound so great. So, and y'all know me, even though the sun's still up, I love me a man who can sound like he got some dang on sense, y'all. Okay. I'm sorry.
Anymore. Like go like spend it on like a splurge or something. Millennials are a little bit better. Unfortunately, like a lot of the millennials have been subjugated by a lot of like Marxist liberal propaganda, especially in the church too. Like I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of these woke like drag queen churches, it's usually a lot of like older millennial women. But us, Gen Z, we're bearing the consequences for that.
Oh, you're a Gen Z.
What? What? He says what? Hold on. Let's see. We got to do that before y'all. We had to run it back. What did he say?
Tech is woke, educated by a lot of like Marxist liberal propaganda,
Okay, so what is Marxist? I remember that from well,
Mark,
I don't know what I
it's like
don't think I know
it's like
what
a
that is
German
anymore.
sociology, essentially. It's like a way of philosophy. That's
Okay.
very what's the word? That
You know
I'm
how
too
you
high
know
to
stuff,
figure.
but you don't know, you don't remember why you know it or even know
I
it's
know
in
it's
school. I have no,
used.
I remember I heard that before, but I haven't heard it since then.
But what he's essentially saying is that the church now is it's too inclusive. It has women preachers and they're fine with
Mm-hmm.
homosexuality and the drag queens that are
Mm-hmm.
like. He's saying that Christianity is now so encompassing of getting the dollar from everybody that it's now become so inclusive that it's lost
Mm-hmm.
its way, and that's what he's essentially
Mm-hmm.
saying.
Okay, got it. Because I was not, I don't know what Marxism, and I don't remember what that is to even apply for
Marxism
it
is
to
used
make
a lot
sense.
for like to kind of describe like the Roman culture of sexuality and like the freeness of what the fucks. The people who are in Germany who are crazy, freaky, doing like they kind of claim like that Marx, like a Marxian philosophy, if that makes sense. Um, it'd be very hard for you to be a Marxist and a Christian of today, if that makes sense, because you would have
Mm,
dueling beliefs.
mm, okay.
You know, especially in the church too. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but in a lot of these woke, like drag queen churches, it's usually a lot of like older millennial women. But us, Gen Z, we're bearing the consequences for that.
Oh, you're Gen Z.
Technically,
Okay.
I'm
You're
27.
borderline.
I think 27 is right.
Okay.
So we're bearing the consequences for their poisonous way of thinking, and we have to suffer because of that. So what happens? Our generation has rejected secularism. We've turned back to Christ because things got really bad.
Has Gen Z turned to Christ?
Have they?
I think Gen Z
Not
is the
at
most
all.
Christian now, I think, in the last couple of
No,
generations.
No
Gen
way.
Z is more
No
in tune with
way. It's
Gen Z is
more,
more in tune with
yeah, I
Hollywood
don't
and
know.
yeah, no, Gen Z is more in tune with Hollywood and entertainment and the TikTok and the Matrix and the demonic images of that.
Images, yeah. You had a
Yeah,
whole like King Von, like beyond the grave fan club movement still. Like
right.
there's no way that could exist. And then he said what he just said.
No,
If that
no,
King Von wouldn't be able to,
this generation's on Slender Man, on Reddit. They're on dark webs. Like they
yeah,
are
I don't think they're more Christian
not at
than
all.
ever before.
Oh no, not at all.
No.
They're not even going on a weekly basis to churches. When if you think about the 80s and 70s, it was like a 3-time, 4-time a week thing. But people are definitely not more Christian than they were
And then it was a pride in
50 years
going
ago.
to church. It was a pride. It
Right.
was like that was a pride. It's a pride because people were going to universities that were backed by
Yeah.
churches and
No, he's
faith
completely
based.
wrong in that comment that he's making. It's not
Yeah, I
even
don't know if I
logical.
agree with that either. Yeah, that they're more Christian than ever before.
Yeah.
Let's just make sure that's what he did just say, because we we were like, wait, no, where did
No,
you
that's what
see
he
that
said.
at? Because there's no way the Travis what's his name, Travis what's the name concert and folks was literally
Oh,
being
Travis Scott.
deleted.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no way that would be able to exist with that many young Gen Zers if
Right.
they're more than Christian than ever before. How would that happen? And that was thousands and thousands of Gen Zers because we wasn't there. our group, our Gen,
Right.
our Gen wasn't there. It was we know it was definitely them Gens.
Right.
Come on, that's a lot of them in one space to be like, oh, real Jesus is here more now than ever. Unless that was because that was look like a sacrifice and more so of a blessing. I don't know. Maybe don't quote Genesis, but listen, I'm just saying, y'all know me. I don't even got enough subs to be making no difference in what I just said. But if it resonates somewhere in your spirit, I'm sorry, because there ain't no way you're gonna sit here and tell me that these young folks got more God in them than ever before,
Yo,
and that
you
stuff
know
is
what we should
happening.
do? Hey, you know what we should do, Genesis? No bullshit. We should do a live reaction to the Kevin Hart roast, but I can point out all the demonic images that are being shown throughout.
What?
Yeah.
What?
It was a humiliation ritual essentially. But even the jokes, it's to get society comfortable with the racist jokes that were used the whole thing was a complete Masonic demonic ritual. And there was so much images that were being shown in the backgrounds and things throughout that most people didn't recognize.
Wow.
Like even if you go right now on YouTube,
gotta look into it.
if you type in the Kevin Hart roast demonic images, you'll see some quick shorts of people talking about it.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna look into that. Who said they're in Barcelona? Wait,
That's Young RZA.
Young Riaz. He
Sorry,
says, I'm
yeah.
on my way back to the UK. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I didn't even reading the chat. I'm gonna look into that too. Oh, he said what? What social media?
Also, see the gentleman right now that you got on, like he's doing a Masonic symbol right now throughout this interview. The finger to the temple right there. So it's a message to those who are in power that they're doing what's supposed to be done.
Shut the front door.
No, I'm so serious. You got to analyze. I promise you, I'm not schizophrenic, but you got to analyze the images and see what's truly being said, because that's how satanic religion works. They have to say things and put it out in plain sight, and the way that he's positioning himself, it's a symbol. It's a Masonic symbol. It just plainly is, and he's been holding it for how long? Like, it's not even like if it was like for a little bit, you could maybe like, okay, maybe this is. But no, he's been holding that.
Well, I paused it, so let's see, because he does it.
Interestingly,
he's been doing it throughout.
Too. I noticed a lot of people are going to
Catholicism.
We've termed for their poisonous way of thinking, and we have to suffer because of that. So, what happens? Our generation has rejected secularism. We've turned back to Christ because things got really bad.
Has Gen Z turned to Christ?
I think Gen Z is the most Christian now, I think, in the last couple of generations.
No way.
No.
Interestingly enough, too, I noticed a lot of people are going to Catholicism. Like Gen Z, this is the first time that Gen Z is more Catholic than like the boomers. Which is interesting, right? Because when you think of Catholics, you usually think of like older folks.
Yes.
Protestants too. Obviously, there's a lot of Protestantism. That brings up another topic, though, right? I know we're going on a bunch of tangents.
Yeah.
But I'm here for 2 hours.
Pause for 1
I
second.
don't get to see you a lot, so might as well just spill it all out right now.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's
They're
definitely
not
not
the
true,
most
because if you think about
Catholic,
if
but
you
then
think about
that's
the
even
Mexicans are huge Catholics, and their numbers have dwindled so much since the Catholic Church, findings and molestation and all that. But 40 years ago, the Catholics were in the Mexican community were huge. It's completely different now. Again, he's completely wrong. Grandma Hispanics were definitely way more Catholic than the Catholics of Hispanic culture today. Just the truth. Yeah.
What did you say, Black Lexicon? He said what? He probably doesn't even. Okay, let me put it on the screen for you. He probably doesn't even know he's doing that. He just saw that he became comfortable. What? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
He's
Maybe I
talking
need to
about the
go back.
person doing the Masonic temple symbol.
Oh, that he doesn't even know he's doing that? Oh, okay.
Yeah. And that's one way to look at it. I don't look
I
at it that way. I
guess.
think he knows what he's doing.
Okay. So that's what okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. He probably doesn't even know he's doing that. It's just he saw that and he became comfortable doing it. It could be an innocent hand position for him, and we don't know because he's a big he's a big champion for God and for that part of the religion as well. So, and he's very successful in the things he's doing in regards to his walk with God. So I can't say anything about anything like that. I know my experience with the Masonic order, and we're gonna get to that on a later moment, but I can just tell y'all now, this whole Bible experience and this dive down through the spiritual clarity lane has been brought to you by when Genesis got kicked out of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah.
a lot of the generation I've noticed is going to Catholicism because there's like a craving for order. I'm not saying that Catholicism is true. I don't believe in it personally, but I do see the value that this generation sees in going there because there's order, there's structure, there's stability. They're very big on sticking to the tradition of what the word says. There's other stuff too
They're
that I
liars.
don't agree with that they put in there.
Wait. This
But
guy
for
is
the most part,
hilarious. This
they
is
are
nothing but
very
him
big
trying
about
to bring
preserving.
numbers to his flock. He's not being honest, intellectually honest in this conversation. He's not bringing up all the things that have also happened with Catholicism and all the lies and all the sacrifices and all the things that have happened to children on a global scale. So again, this is a commercial, essentially, what we're watching to try to bring attention and numbers to the flock or whatever. But he's not having an intellectual, honest conversation about what's happened with the religion in the last 30 or 40 years. People have definitely turned away from Catholicism. This generation, hearing that they've rejected it massively.
I think so too, because especially like the last video I did about what the hell just now. The last video I did about the age of consent, right? And I went down the little pipeline and I was just saying, because we were having a conversation about the age of consent, and we were arguing with it on shout out to Drip on Drip's panel, and myself and another person was up there. Chicago was shout out to Chicago was arguing everyone was going back and forth about the age of consent, and some people, the panel, it was one of those panels where we were reviewing where they were discussing it, and how some people that's just how it's been. And I started thinking while I was watching on the panel, I'm thinking like, okay, so what are we actually arguing about in regards to the age of consent? And come to find out for myself, as I was researching it to talk about it on the show with you guys, to have it on my show, because I need watch hours, was how it went back to a biblical point, right? So we're arguing, man, right now in 2026, how it's not okay for a 9-year-old, because I brought up to the point that over in one of those countries in Afghanistan, they are
they marry them off before they're 10 years old. Yeah.
Well, their age of consent is 9, and they're actually voting. Within the last 4 years, they've been working on politically getting rid of just the age of consent, period. Like, it should not even be one. Whereas other parts of the world, other parts of the country, on the show, I brought up the whole map across the world where the age of consent is as young as 14, and how the average age of consent is 16, and how all that is biblical, and how it goes back to our belief system, and where if you want to trace it back in real life, you're arguing something that has been a way of life, and how and I broke it down where it was a Hebrew. The Hebrew. Hold on. Let me say this part. Let me say this part.
Okay.
How the Hebrew man, the little hat, they believed in having intercourse with a toddler at a certain point, and how marrying and being with a toddler is not a crime. And then a gentleman that represented the Catholic, he walked through how over time it was just the way of the life. You just got a young person, and that's what you did. The reason why you got him was because of the purity and the youthfulness and the breaking of the hymen and that whole thing. And just to find out that back then it was something in that religion. So when people you just said how they're leaning toward Catholicism more now than ever. Some of them are walking away. A lot of people have walked away from it just because they realized what they were doing, and how that to believe in this, you had to go along with that how this is what we did back then, and they weren't okay with that. So a lot of people were saying that, like, I can't be Catholic and then be okay with the fact that this is how we got here, by messing with little kids on purpose. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to add that.
And I was going to say also, like, but even if you look at it from a biological standpoint, because if there was, like, in a lot of tribes or a lot of things, the goal was simply just to grow the numbers of the people in your village, right? So like, it wasn't about what God or what the goal was. Essentially, we need to run our numbers up. Like, that was it, right? So even in those cases,
the more the merrier.
Right. So even in those cases, it still was around 13 to 14 at the youngest. So like when you see religions arguing younger than that, that's when I'm like, No, see, this now it's not making spiritual or biological sense. There's no reason because even if the goal was to run the numbers up, then the marriages would be starting around 14, you know, and it
Well, they
also would
said
be
that
married.
because of the Canaan law. So they did. It was it was 12 and 10, and they
See,
said that based
that's too
on.
young. That's
Well, let me tell
because
you
in
why. Let me tell you why they
okay.
said it was. Because they said, okay, for the Christians, so for the Catholics, they always believed it. They just always believed it because, and then for the little hats, they referenced the Rebecca and Isaac story because Rebecca was 3 years old. Now, for the Christians referenced the age of reasoning, and I brought the scripture up on the show. I think it was like Romans something, and where it talked about the age of understanding was like 8 years old. So as far as the society was concerned, and when law was introduced, they said, okay, if the Bible says you're mature at 8, we're gonna give you a couple more years, and we're gonna make it palatable and say, okay, the age of consent is 10. That's where that across the board. I showed on the map where across the board, as early as the 1900s, it was 10 and 12 because the Bible said you got good common sense at 8. Right, and most of the country was Christian at that point, right? And then they moved to Catholicism, and where how other religions started to take over different parts of the country, where not everybody was on the same brainwave as far as religion was concerned. But once they put that religion on there, and I showed them how look, we arguing a whole point of something that ain't got nothing to do with us. We couldn't even vote on it when they brought it to our attention. Guess what?
Right.
How about that part? Because we didn't have voting power when they brought it to our attention, and right now, not enough niggas vote to make a damn difference on the law that's still on the books. You know what I mean? So that's how much people don't know. It's crazy. The junk was crazy, yo. It was so crazy. But yeah, it's not.
But I
Okay.
gotta run. I gotta run an errand pretty soon. It's almost 6 here.
Oh well, thanks for coming up at 6 a.m.
Yeah, I'm in Germany. Remember?
Right, but it's what time? 6 p.m.
It's almost 5:30, but I need to be somewhere at 6. Yeah,
And it's
PM. PM.
Oh
PM.
wow. Okay. Oh, it's later today. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming up always. And I'm
Not a
glad you
problem.
caught me because I know I was like, dang, I wonder if I still got, you still can catch the show. And thank goodness you came and got it. And always good to have a conversation. So thanks.
All right, I'll definitely check and see what's your next live going to be actually. Or you
I
don't know
do
yet?
have one. I have another one like this. Another one. This is episode 3, so I have episode 4 coming up, where we're talking about beauty and just beauty American standards. And I be wanting to
Oh,
know,
perfect. Okay.
what men. You'll see how the show. And
What day will that be?
I think that's coming up like later on this week. So
Okay.
yeah,
All right, I'll definitely make sure to
you'll
time in.
see. You'll see me up there.
All right,
I got it.
Genesis. Stay amazing.
Thank you. Have a good day. Oh, that was so nice. Thank y'all for coming up. You said I never studied masonry. I did, and I have that's a whole nother conversation, y'all. Me studying masonry. So yep, I got kicked out of Jehovah's Witnesses, and then I studied some masonry. So yeah, I know, right? Like crazy. Went all the way left and all the way right. Then went all the way north, then went all the way east, or however, you know. Right. I don't intentionally study false faith because what happened? Because there is nothing to benefit from other than to avoid it. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah. I know, right? All right. Let's get through some of the video. Look at this. I have 3 hours, y'all. Let's see if we'll push it to get a couple more hours. It's only 11:24 a.m. What? Man, I'm cruising. I'm definitely gonna cruise for another hour. Roll into lunch. Okay. So let's just roll through.
Like the ancient culture of the early church, because whether you agree with Catholicism or not, it is an old church. It started in like 350 AD or something after the Council of Nicaea, so it has been around for like a long time,
A very long time.
And our generation is craving that because we've been plunged into this secular garbage where like beauty has been diminished, education has been diminished, faith has been pushed out
Oh, wow. That's crazy, right? Because I just said my next show was going to be about beauty. Look at that. See? What you say, Black Lexicon? You said, I have taken short looks into them and see the direction, but once I discover it's not of God, yeah. That's how I kind of got exposed to the, yeah, the Masonic thing. Okay. Shout out to you for that, right? Avoid it. Man, and it's so weird how for a certain amount of time it can look like it came from God. That's crazy too, right? It could look like it because the enemy knows exactly what you need to see to look at it even some more. That's crazy. Check it out.
The window, women are encouraged to kill their children via abortion or, chop off their genitals, feeling like a different person that day. They've completely taken everything from us in this generation. And order.
Wow, do you guys agree with that? They have taken everything from somehow the system, whatever it is, the powers that be have taken everything away from this next generation that's behind us.
Again. And that we have to learn from the Catholic Church. As Protestants, we have to have order in church. We have to have structure. We have to get back.
Oh, that's very true, Black Lexicon. That's very true. I agree.
To beauty. When you walk in a cathedral, dude, it's like phenomenal. Because they believe that they were building God. They believe that when they built buildings, it was a piece of heaven that they could reflect on earth. Meanwhile, we rent gyms, but I'm just saying that to say that's why that percentage is.
Wow. So you rent a gym to have a church in is like an insult to God because back then they used to build the church with that in mind. Like this is a piece of heaven on earth. So you renting a gym to have church in because they want to lean on that scripture that say, churches wherever you at. So you rent a gym to have a church to have a service in, and that's like so what to God? You so what in God when the one people who build a church with God in mind, like this is literally the image that God gave me that how the church looks. This is a piece of heaven on earth. That's God acknowledges that. You and your little gym church, God be like, okay, whatever. Sorry. Let's just go back and make sure that's what I heard. I heard that, y'all. That's what I heard.
Really high. I believe we have a lot to. Meanwhile, we rent gym. They believe that when they built buildings, it was a piece of heaven that they could reflect on earth. Meanwhile, we rent gyms, but I'm just saying that to say that's why that percentage is really high. I believe we have a lot to learn, not in terms of doctrine, but because of the way that they're doing things, because it is resonating in a culture.
Where is God taking you right now? Because I know you've been talking on a myriad of things on your personal pages. And sometimes you get a lot of push on something about where are you at now with some of those things?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, I do get a lot of pushback. Which is good because none of the prophets in the Old Testament were liked
at all.
I'm not saying I'm a prophet, but you get the point though. Like if you're really standing for God, people are not gonna like it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there he goes.
Where I'm at now, dude, is just like.
Oh my God, you guys! You see him put his hand up. He put his hand up. Oh my goodness. Jay was right. He did it again. Or maybe, I don't know, Black Lexicon, do you think he does it? He's not aware of it now? Or is it a Masonic sign because he just did it again?
I just want people to see what's going on in the world and see how it's all related to Jesus, bro. Because he's always going to be relevant no matter what is happening. Like he created the world.
Do you think so? Do you think that no matter what is going on, it's going to be relevant to Jesus? No matter what is going on. No matter what is going on. That's pretty gangster. I would rock with if Jesus was right here. I'll be rocking with Jesus because that'd be just so cool. Because no matter what's going on, it's got something to do with me. Somebody be like, "This ain't got nothing to do with you." Yes, it does. It all got something to do with me. It's gangster. All right.
Everything points back to him, man. Everything, even the oxygen that we breathe.
Come on, bring us in, man. Bring us in, because I
That would be like, do it. Go try me if you want to. Listen. Your breathing got something to do with me. Stop playing with me. Oh, listen. The other guy isn't giving signs for him to respond that way. I don't know. What the. Okay, I don't want to dive into Masonic symbols and signs and all that. But we can. Oh, geez, we can. Let's do it.
I think for many of us, when they see you and they see you talking on some of these things, it's almost just like, well, he's just picking on these different topics because he's a content creator.
Yeah.
This stuff can't be as serious to him because it's just for the views. It's just for the clicks.
Yeah.
He did it in the world, and now they said it about
Yeah.
Kanye. He did it in the world, and now he's trying to find a way to fleece the church.
Right.
What do you say about that?
That's a great question. If that was my goal, that would be a really bad strategy, because the first 3 to 4 years I lost all my money and I lost all my relationships like that I had in the world. I lost lots of relatives and friends that I grew up with and pretty much everything. God restored it all back. Praise God about a house last year.
Wow.
But if that was my goal, I literally went broke and like everyone cut me off. So like if that's a strategy to get up in the world, it's a pretty bad strategy.
It's not
You know?
working.
No, it's not working, obviously. But yeah, like people can say what they want to say.
Oh wow, was that a fake laugh or was that he said? Yeah, okay. See, I see. Sometimes in having that part of the conversation when a person, okay, I'm not saying because we can look at him and see that he is of an ethnicity. Okay, let's get it clear. Make sure I pronounce those words correctly. We can look at him and see that he is of an ethnicity. And we also can look at him and say, we know that he is not black. So sometimes when a person talks to you about their struggle and you like, okay. When they be like, oh, I had it hard out here in the paint. I was out here like, it was hard for a pimp. I couldn't, it was me. And then you be like, yeah, but I can't go out and somebody look at me and I won't get a job just because of my brown skin. When you don't got that problem, you might got a problem, but you don't got that problem. And then now sometimes if it do feel like you might have the same exact problem sometimes. And then your blackness adds to it and they don't have that problem. So that's just what I think sometimes when you be like, when another person of another ethnicity, it don't necessarily not with the white people, because I'm not trying to sound like I'm racist of any kind of thing, but experiencing that right there, yes, it does. With the people that are not white, but they not black either, they be like, oh, it's been so hard. I couldn't get my Gucci loafers. You like, oh, it's hard out here, right? I'm so sorry for you. Because my everyday sometimes is hard just because I'm brown, right? Added on top of that, I couldn't get the Gucci loafers. Added on top of that, I got the same water bill to pay. I got the same light bill to pay that you have, except I can't get the same job you can get or the same raise you can get because the person that has his finger on the trigger don't like brown folks like me. And you don't have that problem. So sometimes that's what that is. I'm just saying, it could be nothing.
God bless them. Like, God knows my heart. I'm not using that in the way of like how the progressives do. Like, oh, God knows my heart. I can go to the club and get lit, and God's gonna love me. Not like that. But God, I don't have to answer to nobody, bro. Like, God knows who I am. Wow. I don't I don't got to answer to an opinion that isn't true. And if I have to, that means that I'm trying to prove myself. How do you know if someone's lying if they have to prove themselves based off an accusation made? What does it say in the Word of God? In the book of Isaiah, like a sheep led to slaughter, so he did not open his mouth. Jesus didn't need to open his mouth because he knew he was God. He knew he was correct. If you're not correct, if you
Is that how we really do in real life though? We do that. Is that, and then that's just, how we do. That's just how we are, I guess. If you're innocent, you don't say anything. I guess you don't have to prove your innocence. If you're guilty, you have to prove your innocence. So I think that's, in real life, we do that, right? All of us, kind of. And then some people just, see, I think there's times where some people tap into that and then they use it and they manipulate that little, moment that they had instead of just being humble and saying, okay, yeah. So, I don't know. I could be wrong.
have something to hide, if you're lying, you will always open your mouth to try to defend yourself.
Whoa.
Well, he's saying, yeah, that's biblical. So I could be right. Some people use it because some people are good liars or talkers, right? Good talkers. Some folks are good with their words and good with them. They have a good mouthpiece, so they can manipulate that. But for the most part, in our natural inclination is that if you are guilty, you're gonna probably say something to defend yourself. But if you're innocent, why are you defending yourself? So yeah, we all do that. That's in us.
I don't got to say anything, dude. Like, I really don't.
What do you have to say about, because when people look at your page, they might look at you as somebody who's quite judgmental. You're highlighting all these different things in the world, current events, and even some things that Christians believe. How do you combat and how do you deal with those types of accusations? And then how does that tie in? Because people can easily relate you to those exposure people that expose, the world. And now we have people exposing men and women of God. Some are false. Some are, some are true.
Yeah.
I want to transition into that a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, yeah, as far as the judgment thing, the Word of God says that the spiritual man.
Yeah, because there are people who are being exposed. Like, I think, wasn't it like a pastor got caught with his pants down, so to speak? And then somebody, wasn't it like somebody, it was another person that like deleted his family or deleted his wife. Yeah, we're finding out behind the scenes that, these folks ain't all that they cracked up, they say they be, right? So yeah, I guess he's about to get his little blur. We might fast forward through this because I want to get to the rest of what he was talking about.
Judges all things. So if you have a problem with that, take it up with the Bible, not me,
Oh, okay.
Everybody makes judgments. When you wake up, you make a judgment. Am I going to brush my teeth today? Am I going to use the bathroom today? Everybody, it's funny because people always want to act like nobody makes judgments. Everybody does. And the Bible actually allows us to do that. We only can't do that if we have a log in our own eye. But if we see the speck in someone else's eye and we've already removed out the log, dude, we're able to do that.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what that scripture is. I feel like I want to say it's Isaiah something, but don't quote me again. I don't know. I feel like I'm in my spirit. But where it says like how can you point out the speck in someone else's eye when you got a log in your eye? Just sit with that for a second, because if you just actually think about a speck in someone else's, first of all, you got a log in your eye. How can you see? How can you see what's going on in someone else's eye when all this is going on in your eye? But then you still gonna look past all this in your eye to look over into someone else and look at this little speck. You know how small a speck is? A speck is tiny, right? A speck is like a grain of sand. So a whole speck in someone else's eye, you're gonna look past this log. You got this, imagine this big log in your eye, like Final Destination style. That thing came through the windshield, it's a log in your eye. A log. And you're gonna look past all that to go look in someone else's eye where it's a teeny little speck that you can barely see. just to point out something in somebody else's. That's crazy. Just the imagery alone, like the log in your eye and the speck in theirs, is crazy to think about. So, you know.
You know, they just the progressives. They just after the judge not, they just erase the rest of the passage.
I'm going to put a caveat to that, because I think it's so easy to say that we've removed the log, but I think the person that has removed the log is the different type of person. And this is what I mean by that. It says, you know, you look at your brother and say he has an eye, yet you have a log in your eye. When I think about that, I think about that practically. Like, how long would it take for me to get a log out of my eye? And with the effort and the time that it takes for me to get the log out of my eye, what type of person does that then make me become when I see a speck in another person's eye?
Right.
I think first and foremost, I'd probably be very exhausted for having to deal with a lot of things in me, which would tell me that I'm often more self-assessing than I am outwardly judging. So that's one. And two, I would say that
so in essence, you can't you can't get that log out your eye, right? How long it's gonna take to get that? Imagine that big old log in your eye. It's gonna take so much to get out of your out of you that you're gonna be spending so much time on yourself that how you gonna even have time? You're gonna be exhausted from that. When do you have time? And then to be judgmental on someone else. So it's almost like they can't exist together, right? I think that's how I was feeling just now. Yeah, I feel like they can't exist together. You can't be like, oh, look at you, and then still be like looking at yourself. Like, no.
Person that does finally, with the log out of their eye, looks at the speck in someone else's eye, has a posture of just empathy and mercy that says, hey, man, I know what it took to get this log out of my eye.
Right.
And I'm not here to condemn you, but I'm telling you what I see. And I know if 100 of those specks just add up, it turn into what I had to deal with. So I beseech ye, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present your as a living sacrifice. It's just coming from that place. Like, I know what it means to be blind.
Yes.
Don't allow yourself to go down the path I took. I'm not coming looking down. I'm not condescending. I'm coming telling you as someone who has spent the time nitpicking, self-assessing, repenting, going before the Lord, asking him to search my heart. I'm telling you what I see, and I'm saying there's danger ahead of you, my brother. Don't go that way.
Dude, that is...
And that only ever works when you are living the actual, and you're walking it out. You're actually living it and walking it out. And that's only when the evidence is in that. And I'm not saying only because my word is bond, but I'm saying only in as opposed to others when it's not, when you're not walking it out, where you're not actually living that and walking that, then you telling me that it's danger down here can't mean anything unless the longer you stay alive and away from the danger, that makes the more and more I can actually validate what you're saying, because that's also how the world is. So y'all, okay, let's keep going.
Such a great way to describe it. Because
Right.
when we look at the speck, you'll never be able to bring healing to someone if you're looking at them through a place of condemnation. Because, you're literally omitting in the spirit that, like, this person is unworthy. How are they going to, it's like,
you can't heal them if you are living in condemnation, because now you already think they're not worthy of being healed. So what are you doing? Nothing. You're just trying to use under the umbrella of my belief. You're trying to use that to do what? Because you already condemned me to not being able to be healed. Wow.
How are people going to get healed? People can't even get healed if they don't forgive. That's a whole different topic.
Right.
But as we're talking about the log in the eye, what the Lord was just sharing with me right now, that's actually what, like, sanctification is. Like, it's the painful crushing, the painful process of getting it out. It hurts. Like, it literally hurts. But that's why every Christian must be broken by God so they can be rearranged by him to help the person who's also in that state of brokenness.
That I never looked at it like that.
The sanctification. So when you have to go through stuff and you're by yourself, that's also on purpose. So, that's part of the design by our creator, if you believe that. So it's meant to be able to pull you to the side, to fix you, to get you together before you go back out there. So yeah, but the thing is too, there are some people where being sanctified and being set aside goes to their head, and it also can create an everlasting independence, because then they end up, you don't need nobody but God, just you, the Lord, and your four-legged fur baby, if you got that. Shout out to the fur babies.
Never did until now. I swear, bro. The Holy Spirit.
Because it's not a smooth process.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is there's for you to actually self-assess is really allowing God to break something out of you.
Yes.
And I always say this. We always say, Lord, make me sensitive in the spirit. Make me sensitive to your heart. Do you know when a wound or when your skin is most sensitive is when it's wounded, like when you have a cut.
Yeah.
And so if we're asking for him to make us sensitive, we're asking for him to tend to the wound.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, do we really want God to do the necessary sanctification? If so, then there's a level of pain and excruciation that we're yielding ourselves to, a level of carrying a cross that it's not fun. So by the time I get to your spec, bro, I done spent time with Jesus.
Facts.
He done some repairing. He's done some binding up. I can't help but, just imagine that person who has gone through the most excruciating surgery or whatever. Now they're in rehab. They have to walk carefully. They walk slowly. So I'm moving carefully. I'm not rushing, and I'm not going to beat you up. It's just like, bro, I'm still tender. Oh yeah. I want to be tender-hearted, bro.
That's good.
Man.
Think about how many people say, like, clean me, God, but then they reject it when he actually does.
Wow, I like that he said that. He said, I want to be tender. That way, if I'm tender, then I'm open to, I'm an open wound. I'm like, I need to be that. I'm allowing myself to be healed too. And then you can really, I guess in real life, people who have injuries, they share, especially when you can trauma bond on the wound part of it. You can actually experience the fact that you both experience literally the pain. We always want to say the same pain, but you felt the pain, whatever that is. So when I hit my pinky toe and you hit your pinky toe, we can bond over the fact that there was very much a lot of pain. And then you tell me how you got through your pinky toe pain, and I'm going to tell you how I got through my pinky toe pain, and we're going to share the gospel of pinky toe pain to the world and help people get through their pinky toe pain when they hit that pinky toe in the morning, and how they walk and tread more lightly. So we're gonna have the church of pinky toe, y'all. Woo! Share the pain. Shout out to anybody who's still listening with me, hanging out. Yeah, dude. If you have pinky toe pain, if you want to be a part of the congregation, please share and type pinky toe in the chat. If you have listened to this video later, please come and type pinky toe in the comments, and you will be a part of the pinky toe. All right, the Church of Pinky Toe. We all share the same pain.
Oh God, like sanctify me, but then when he's trying to correct you, you're saying that that's a demon.
Oh,
trust me, bro. People don't want to go through the crushing, man. They say, God, fix my heart, clean my heart, show me everything that's impure. Then the Lord tries to correct them, and they're like, oh, that's shame. Bro, dude, how scary is this? People be mistaking Holy Spirit's correction for a demon, bro.
Come on, talk about it, bro.
How scary is that?
Talk about it.
Isn't that scary? God's trying to speak to you, and you think it's the devil, bro. Now the devil's ultra finesse you, because you won't be able to hear from God.
Okay, so is the you hearing from God or are you hearing from the enemy, the devil? Oh, okay, let's see. Okay, see, I need me another cup of coffee, y'all, because y'all know I'm about to get into it. Stop. Okay, are you hearing from God? What do you think who do you think is talking? Who do you think you're hearing from? Ooh, let's see.
Well, how do we know? How do we know it's
How?
not the demons? How do we know it's not the devil attacking us?
Yep.
What is the intention of God's correction and his discipline and his rod? Like, how do I know that's not
Ooh,
God beating me down? I mean, the devil beating me down.
For sure. When God corrects you, there's not going to be shame, but there's going to be seriousness, sternness. He will be stern. He will be serious, but it's not like a seriousness that brings fear or shame. Sometimes, but maybe just reverence, though, you know. But when it's the devil, it's like he's just grilling into you about, oh, you know, you can't get free from this, and that's why you're this, and you're so bad, blah blah blah. You can kind of tell. You can tell what the difference is.
Yes.
Especially, this is why the devil breaks up families. If you grew up in a loving household, you'll be able to tell who your father is and who the enemy is. That's why the devil destroys households, because he already plots on the fact.
what? What? Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. What he say? Y'all hear that? Hold on, let's go back.
Even if they do, brings fear or shame.
Okay.
Sometimes, but maybe just reverence, though, you know. But when it's the devil, it's like he's just
Y'all know what reverence is, right? Y'all act like we don't know our vocabulary words. So over here on Genesis, I am before and after dark. The vocabulary word reverence. Reverence means what? Respect, right? Okay, let's go.
grilling into you about, oh, you know, you can't get free from this, and that's why you're this, and you're so bad, blah blah blah. You can kind of tell. You can tell what the difference is.
He said, "Yes, love." Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Especially, this is why the devil breaks up families. If you grew up in a loving household, you'll be able to tell who is and who the enemy is. That's why the devil destroys households, because he already plots on the fact, even if they do start hearing from God, they'll never actually have a reference of what a real father's like, so I can finesse them.
They said, he said, right, it means honor and respect. See, I be knowing my words because I would definitely, I like that as a name. He said, let's go back to what he said.
I can finesse them and then grilling into you about, oh.
He said the devil, y'all, has put the ultra finesse on us. All of us that's sitting here listening to this, all 3 of us, 6 of us that's been listening, is ultra finesse by the devil. Child, listen.
You know, you can't get free from this, and that's why you're this, and you're so bad, blah blah blah. You can kind of tell. You can tell what the difference is.
Yeah.
Especially,
can you tell the difference if you don't been, if y'all out there praying, and those folks, when we clip this up and listen to it, if you're out here praying, all right, clip that. If you're out here praying and you're believing, can you tell if the devil is talking back to you or is God talking back to you?
this is why the devil breaks up families. If you grew up in a loving household, you'll be able to tell who your father is and who the enemy is. That's why the devil destroys households, because he already plots on the fact, even if they do start hearing from God, they'll never actually have a reference of what a real father was like, so I can finesse them. I can finesse them, and they don't even know when their father's speaking because they never had one. They never know what the nature of that is. That's why Satan destroys families.
We got to go there.
Yeah, we can go there.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Crazy, right?
So I'm going to play the long game and attack your relationship with God before you have one.
Yep.
And I'm going to pervert what you see as father, what you see as a father's presence, a father's promises, a father's goodness, and a father's love. And I'll make you see father as inconsistent, as never there. Father wants to pour out his love on you. It's just like,
The hell is this?
no thanks.
Why do you think some of the most anointed people come from broken families, bro?
Mm.
Devil's been plotting from the jump. From the very beginning. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy to think about. But That's why so many people can't actually see like God as Abba Father, bro. Because I mean, everything in this world you're referencing to what you've seen.
So if you're gonna say you're a product of an environment, that you also are a product of a spiritual environment that you also didn't have. So if you can say, you didn't learn certain life skills because you are a product of your environment, and then you also are a product of the spiritual part of that world that you didn't get from the comforts and the allotments that you get from having access to both parents, right? So I can say that to some degree for some people that might be a real thing. That might be that, why they believe in a certain kind of faith base as opposed to, going along with their family because, they've been exposed to something differently because that's also, that's also led by the father. So maybe they were exposed to something differently and life didn't go exactly the way it would have went if the dad was around. So the broken family part, I believe, maybe so. I don't know.
You know what I mean? So if you've never seen a good father, it's like, how are you going to go off of that if you have no reference? You can understand him through his presence in the word. That still is possible. It's just a lot harder. It's not impossible, though. It is a lot
think
harder.
This is why Romans talks about be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Now it makes me think of my experiences in this world. If I don't allow myself to unlearn and detach from my experiences in this world,
what scripture was that?
then
Hold
going
on.
into the family of God, I'm not going, like, if I had beef with to transform by the
That is a lot
I think
harder.
this is why Romans talks about be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Now it makes me think of my experiences in this world. If I don't allow myself to unlearn and detach from my experiences in this world, then going into the family of God, I'm not going, like, if I had beef with my blood brother, if I had, incestuous relationships with family members, and I had all this shame and I had this abuse and I had all of this, when it's time to come into the family of God, how could I stay there and feel safe? My father wasn't good to me. My mom never affirmed me.
Yep.
My sisters hated me. My brothers always wanted to fight me. My uncles abused me. And so now you're telling me to come into the family of God and to feel safe and to be discipled?
That's good.
See, and that's partly why they say those type of experiences is why people can't trust the church or can't trust a certain faith base, can't trust people in that faith base. You said having ancestral. There's so many times situations where we have heard and it don't even be in some back alley church, down in the bayou somewhere dark, somewhere in the South somewhere. It's right here up north. It's right here everywhere. But we hear about situations like that. Now, we used to hear about it back in the day a lot more. But I mean, I think I told y'all my experience where it was the pastor that I went to school with married a youth minister. Technically that young girl was a young girl at the time. So and of course it wasn't a beautiful experience, of course, obviously. I mean, he caught a lot of slack for it. So, but you was a whole entire grown man times two on that. So I'm just saying, it's not like we're immune to what they has been.
So this is why I think, like, there's just an onslaught, like you said, against the family, because the enemy knows how we project. And if we don't ask God to renew our minds, then we're going to be conformed to this world and we're going to perceive from that place and never experience the fullness, not even just experience for what God has for us, but allow the word to experience what God wants to do through us in that family.
I just felt led to say this right now. Listen, woman and man of God, break the cycle. Don't let trauma from broken homes cloud your judgment and your discernment and manipulate what love is. You got to break it. You got to break that at the.
Okay. Don't let trauma from your broken home prevent you from knowing what love is and having a real love. Shout out to you, Riaz. Your vacation is over. Come back to the real world. Welcome back to adulting. It's back to being back to being a grown up. Right? Shout out to you.
The source, and you got to stop getting your validation from stuff. You know, it's crazy, bro. A lot of Christians, like even Christian relationships, there's still a lot of lust involved. There's a lot of toxicity involved. There's a lot of worldly patterns, bro. You know,
stop checking your head, Ezekiel, because Christian men. Listen, y'all some freaks too. Stop it. The sun's still up, so I'm not gonna go Genesis after dark on you. But I'm not gonna act like y'all ain't some freaks of the week. Okay? In Jesus' name. For that pastor, remember I told y'all the pastor put his face in my breasticles, put his face in my bosom at church, and I was like, hello? I was, obviously, of course, I backed away, got him up off me, that whole nine. So I don't know why anyone wants to think anything otherwise. Like I was just sitting here letting him motorboat my boobies. But let's stop acting like we don't know in real life. What's up? How was it, Riaz? Oh, his vacation. Messy at church. Stop acting like. Stop. Stop.
And it's like we can't do that. We can't do that because the devil is after breaking our unions, man. Wow. We have to renew our mind, like you said. We have to repent. It's a change of mind. We can't be operating like the world does with a Christian logo on it. Just saying. Bro, how many of these Christian couples are fornicating on the low? A lot.
On the low? First of all, we're at low. What low? What low, cynical? Somebody help me find the low. When you find the low that they fornicating on, I'm not trying to be messy, but find me the low that the Christians is fornicating on. What low are you fornicating on? Where is that? Where is that at? Where is it? Where is the low? Oh yeah, cynical. He and I guess if you don't say nothing, then you don't say nothing, then you just be like, okay, I'm not coming back to that church again. Right? So that explains when you talk to the people at the church and they tell you, oh, we don't know why the young women of your age don't stay and, build with the church. Then when something like that happened, then I understand why the women of my age stop coming and don't build with the church. So when I say something about it, like maybe because when that dude over there went to pray for me, he put his face in my bosom, literally, and his mouth, his nose, and mouth, and his face touched my breast, touched my chest, my skin, and maybe that's why, because I could have taken that just to find out that he had done that before and that he was that kind of person. He was that guy, right? That would be touching, but wouldn't nobody really say nothing. So I guess, you saying something about it and then being like, I'm still going to get this church, that's probably, probably in hopes, if you want to be led by God and say, God, what should I do? That's probably in hopes of what they was hoping that was happening. But now it made sense later to find out that that's why some of the women were leaving the church or would never stay, or visit. Like they have a major, they have a major issue with people coming for the first time and never coming back. Right? So, so that was one thing too with the church, that they was like, wait, we can't understand why this just keeps happening. Well, on every other Sunday to be a bunch of women coming, then something happened and they would never come back. So when they started looking into it and they realized that this was the same person that kept putting his breast face and women's breasts and using the word of God to be inappropriate. Mm-hmm. I was shocked, but I said something because I was like, I was a little like I don't know, I was like, I'm not gonna not say nothing because I don't know nobody. Mm-hmm. What happened? If it happened now, I mean, like I said, I didn't know nobody at the church at the time, so I wasn't losing anything by never coming back to that church. But I was definitely gonna tell on my way out. Mm-hmm. So I sure did. So I don't know, when I told, you don't know if you're the third person that told or the fourth person that told, and all they need is one more time, right? You telling might be that one more time. So that's how I was like, I gotta say something because I can never come back here again. But what they gonna know is why I'm leaving is because he's a weirdo over here praying on people, and however you want to take it. Hmm. Other girls, I found out didn't say nothing because they was looking at me and talking to me. Sometimes you would get caught, and that's how I got to know a couple more people, is because they were coming to me and they was like, "Wait, what? Oh yeah, I remember talking to him too." And I was like, "Well, why you didn't say nothing?" They were like, "Girl." So yeah, not everybody has the guts to say something, and I think maybe because some of the girls were younger than me too, So for that matter. That might make a difference too, but I don't know. I've always been that kind of person though. I'm gonna tell on you because that was too much. But yeah.
That's
Christian
bad.
couples. Oh, you mean boyfriend, girlfriend? Oh,
I mean, that's bad.
yeah.
Child, they was hunting in the car and they be coming in, pants all be moist and stuff, talking about, "Whoo, I can't wait till we get married," because they gotta get married to actually do the sex. And then I had one friend, y'all, that believed that, and she believed that as long as her vagina wasn't penetrated, that she was still a virgin. So she technically was giving head and doing it in the other way. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I kept arguing with her like, "Girl, you been not a virgin." She was like, "Mm-mm. I did not break my hymen, and I did not give nobody this cooter box."
How is that a thing? It's because, bro, a lot of us have not renewed our mind. Like when I got saved, I made it a mission from the day I got saved. I will never engage in that again until I get married. I will never watch pornography again. Even when I get married, I won't do that.
Yeah, that's right.
Like obviously,
right.
I never have. Why? Because I just believe the word of God, bro. I believe God's word. So it's like, what are we actually doing? Like, are we actually reading the Bible? Or are we?
What you say? Let me see. Now exposing him was the right choice. Mm-hmm. Some kept it silent. Yeah, she said, but I understand why some kept it silent. Not a great choice, but they were scared. Yep. And then what happened? A lot of church people can be extremely messy, even though, yeah. So I got a little bit of that too because I didn't know nobody, and well, I knew one person. I knew somebody from high school, and you know how you go to church one day, you be like, "Hey, so and so, you go to church here?" So that's how I knew somebody else. But everybody else I started knowing as I was going there. So yeah, I could have cared less if I never knew anybody, or not. But as I got to know people, and I started realizing why I was getting some ugly looks at times for telling on him. Mm-hmm. But when you don't know nobody, I mean, I don't know. You could just leave and go somewhere else, or ask God where He wants you to go, because clearly it's not here. But then He might want you to stay there for exposing that dude, because if you leave, then you say what you say too. I thought about that though too. Like, say you say what you say, and then you leave, and then there's still no evidence, like you gone. So that's also why I thought, like, I don't care if I stay here or leave or not, because I'm about to say something, because that's crazy. Mm-hmm. Shout out to the women who are vocal. Yep. Yeah, because I just was like, whatever. They act like high school and college, and they act like better not say something. You know what I mean? They act very cliquey, so I didn't care about that because I thought I was just like, well, I've been kicked out of Jehovah's Witnesses, y'all. Remember? That's how this whole thing started. So, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Kojak, what's up, sugar? But yeah, I was kicked out of that. So I was like, well, if I don't ever come back to this church, but maybe that was God wanted me to tell and then stay so that he can have to look at me every day while you up here and being like, I'm the one who told on you. So I don't know. And I ended up staying there for a long time until I moved away. So maybe that was it. Hey, y'all. Thank God. Look at God. Look at God.
Just like trying to do like a kumbaya and feel good on Sunday and then live like hell on Monday.
Let me ask you a question, because you brought up a good point before you said this. You said, if we don't break those cycles of trauma, are people, because it might be both, are people doing, let's talk about the sexual stuff. Are people fornicating, committing adultery because they're extremely lustful or because they're extremely broken?
Both.
Wow, the question now has begun. Okay, looks like we're getting into the second leg of this information, people. The link is pinned. People have been coming up all day. Shout out to Jay and shout out to Chop who showed up. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to the chat too. So we're gonna see. We're gonna rock through the next leg of this video. Are people fornicating because they're broken, or are they fornicating because of lust? So if you're in the chat right now, Seneca One, Kojak, Riaz, type lust, type L for lust, and F if you think, no, type B for broken and L for lust, right? So later on, if you guys listen to this video later, because a lot of times my videos have a lot of rewatch value. So lust, cynical. So you tell me, do you think people are fornicating? They're doing all the hoochie coochie because they are broken or because they are lust filled? Are they broken, Kojak? Are they lust filled? Are they fornicating because they are broken or because they are lust filled? Okay, Cynical has put in her comment. I want you guys to answer that. What do you think, Kojak? What do you think, Riaz? Riaz, you have a good position on. So tell me if you think it's lust or broken, and then you can go ahead and tell me why. But I need you to type the word broken or lust. Are they doing all this hoochie coochie out here? Are we having sex? You know, sometimes people have sex because they're bored, but are they doing that because they're filled with lust? Or are they broken? Kojak, what you think? Riaz, what do you think? I need to know what you think, Riaz, okay? And we're going to hear what he's saying. Then we're going to come back and hear, well, okay, Cynical, we're going to come back.
For sure, both. But lust can come in through brokenness because you're operating out of rejection.
Oh, see? Okay, we got to come back to the comments real quick. Listen, see how we go, Cynical? What you on, girl? What you on, child? Cynical says lust, all right? And then goes on to say, broken people who are already ruled by lust. Then it not depends on the situation. What did Kojak say? We are in a very sinful, evil, and sexualized world. And then I think I heard this one. He said, some people deal with their broken nature by engaging in a lot of lustful behaviors. Ooh. But some just love sex. But then that's because they're broken. It's because of something. That's where he's going. He's saying that it doesn't just exist by itself. Your love for that is because you love something else. Something else is disconnected. Oh, read your last answer and some just love. What did you say? Um, yeah, you said we are in a very sinful and evil sexualized world. And then before that, you said, what did you say, Cosette? Oh, you said, yeah, you said lust. Yeah. So lust, oh, you were saying, hey, I said it already. Okay. Uh-huh. You said it depends on the situation. Oh, well, then, right. But that means they succumbed to lust because of the brokenness. Mm-hmm. And you said, what you say? Don't get it twisted. It does, sex feels good. I know it does to me, hence my love of sex. Okay. But right, so but what he trying to say is your love for sex is because you got a lot of lust in you. Uh-huh. It's not your love, it's your lust for sex. Mm-hmm. Right. There are people who were cheated on by their exes who engage in very promiscuous behavior. Right, because they have they have more of led by the lust, not the. And then it could be like you saying, cynical, because they're broken. Then now the way that they band-aid that is by being lusty out here. Oh, it's mental more than physical. Okay. Okay. Right. You're a straight man, so you love and lust. um. Right. Okay. Let's see what else he has to say about it. Because I mean, thanks for this. It's getting a little bit good.
So then, anytime someone gives you attention, even if it's in kind of like a demeaning way or raunchy way, that brokenness in you is gonna like just ignore the red flags and go for it. That's why you got a lot of single fathers and single mothers, bro, in the church. And no, I'm not bashing anybody who is in that position. I'm just saying that's why.
Yes.
Because obviously that is why.
Yes.
Like that doesn't happen unless something goes wrong and your discernment was clouded. No shame though. I want to make that clear because I say these things.
See, I like that. I like that. What he just said, that your discernment was clouded, because I don't like you should have chose better. I like that your discernment was clouded, because that means by no means you made a good decision. Like everything about it, and then the other person too on that other end, their discernment was clouded, or they were presenting their representative, right? So if they're presenting the representative of them and your discernment is clouded, you can't even see who they are supposed to be. They're not showing you who they really are. And then once everything clears up and now your discernment can kick in, something not right, and then now the real them comes out. Stop. Go ahead and clip that, because that's crazy, man. I like that better. Your discernment was clouded.
But I don't want people who are in these positions to feel like I'm bashing them, because we're on the same team.
But let's get to the bottom of it. There's a reason. Dang, this is so good. The reason why is we're talking about dealing with cycles. We're dealing with these cycles from the root. Doesn't the enemy just get glory out of broken families?
Oh yeah, he loves
for
it.
you to be broken to a place where you're, out of rejection, you're drawing in a particular type of intention that bears fruit spiritually and potentially physically. Now a child is coming into a broken situation, which is now the cycle of brokenness is perpetuated. And this is why, I think this is why discipleship is such a lost art, because people have been discipled at the soul level by brokenness, discipled by absence, discipled by ignorance. So by the time it's coming to someone saying, okay, follow Jesus, it's like,
Right.
Right.
What is trauma? What is it?
Trauma.
What's the root of that? Or what's that related to?
What is trauma, y'all? What is trauma? Let's see. What is trauma? Let's ask Siri. Oh wow. Yeah, yes. You said a good example is Cardi B. Ooh. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh, puppy's out there. He don't like somebody just walking past. It's crazy. Okay, so what is it? What did he say was? What is trauma? Just by definition. Who are you fussing at? It's crazy. All right, so let's see. What does it say? Trauma is all right, so let me see. Okay, so where is it? I had it right here. Let's see. Okay, so what is trauma? Trauma refers to an emotional, psychological, or physical response to a distressing or life-threatening event causing lasting effects on individuals' well-being and functioning. Okay, so that's just what trauma is. It literally is an emotional, psychological, and physical response to distressing or life-threatening events that cause a lasting effects on how you are and how you function. Okay, so now we want to go back because he's finna give us some information, but we need to be clear on what is trauma. All right. Not y'all talking about Cardi B in the chat. Not even paying attention to the good information that you just got. That's okay. I feel y'all. Mm-hmm. My video is muted now. You said it was muted? Oh. Okay.
Black community is crazy, bro.
All right, let me know if you can hear it. Give me a 1. Somebody can hear it.
Men and women are not getting married. Men don't see the value in women. Women, I don't know if they just feel like they just is bad.
Oh, it's bad in every community. Probably explains why I'm 27 and not married yet. No, I'm just kidding. I get roasted for that all the
Look,
time.
I got married 4 years before that, way back when MySpace was alive. So
Yeah.
it's a different world now.
I'm just playing because people will roast me, bro. Because I'm 27. It's like that's like the age where you're supposed to.
Bro, I maybe see that this shows the
Oh, so that means you didn't hear him talking, but you heard me responding. So you don't know what he was responding to.
Difference.
Right.
People are 40.
Is that what happened, Cynical? For a second? That's crazy. I didn't know you guys couldn't hear it. Oh yes, a broken behavior. Oh, okay. That's crazy. Oh, you missed all the good stuff that I don't know how far back it went. So okay, now I just need to be mindful. All right, so yeah, let's keep going.
Years old, and they're like, I'm still young, player. What you talking about? Married? Why y'all getting married so young?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man.
That is so funny.
27, is that too young to be getting married? He said people wonder why he's 27 years old and he's not married yet. But I got somebody that I know that is they is over 40, talking about young, they still young and they not married yet. Child. When you gonna be old enough to get married? Because you're already over 40, you're over 45.
Yeah, it's the devil. He wants depopulation. He wants less people alive, so there's less people to tell the world about God's only son. That's why you see, okay, like for example, right? I'm not just saying this because I'm a shorter guy. This is true.
Yes.
But you see a lot of the agendas being pushed on women. You have to have a guy who's 6 foot. You have to have a guy who makes 200K, 300K.
Yes.
You know, if you go on a calculator and you look at all of these things that Hollywood pushes, that's 0.0002% of men in the world. Like the 6 foot, 200K a year, this stuff, that stuff. Like,
And let him. Does he love the Lord?
Right.
How many of them?
How many of them love the Lord? And when you're in that top percentile.
Yeah, Cynical. Me too. Right? He said I had a coffin between my legs, girl. Mm-hmm. A coffin between my legs, child.
How in the world you have all the women at your disposal, so you're just discarding them, smashing them, discarding them, and now they think, oh, all men are trash. I'm gonna go be lesbian.
Wait, that was a
Like
leap.
Like, but so that's the trick though. The devil creates these unrealistic standards of men for women. They seek that. They get burned by them because these are men like the top caliber that don't care about them as a wife. And then they're like, and they just hate all men. It's like, dude, you got finessed. There's the standards that have been propagandized on you don't exist. They don't. So like, you have to and unfortunately, there's a lot of, for guys too. Okay. I'm not just saying this for women.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to get in trouble if I don't clarify that.
Yeah.
But Christian men and women have.
Oh, what you say? He said he didn't say that to me personally, but I know how he feels about women who don't have any kids. Oh, say so you got over it good then, because he said it to me. Like, yeah, you got a dead womb. I said, oh, thank God. Look at this. Okay.
To deprogram themselves from worldly standards.
Oh my goodness.
Christian woman got to put down this whole build a bear mentality of my man has to have this and that. You think God is going to move like that? You think God is like creating some build a bear? What if God has somebody for you that like is truly
okay? So he's saying, okay, Cynical. So we got to just start looking at the average guys, the regular dudes that, yes, you got to look at the regular guys, the regular dudes. The guy might have a little bit of a belly. He might, have a little bit of a gap in his tooth. He might, be a garbage man instead of, he got a job, he got a good job, but he might just be a garbage man. He might not necessarily have a good smelling job. We got to look at the regulars and stop looking for this top 1% that don't really exist or exist for us, right? Exist for the regular people, regular women. Okay, y'all? All right, these ladies, y'all got to do this. Y'all got to look at the regular Everydays, okay? The everyday guy. Stop looking for this top 2%. What do you say is top 2% that has a six pack, that has six figures. And what do he say? That was 6 feet tall. Everybody else is short. They got 5 figures. Okay. They got maybe a six pack, and the bottom part of their belly might just be a loaf of bread. So he might got a a 2 4-pack and a loaf of bread. That's how his belly looked, y'all. He might got a little 2 top pack up there, a little muscle right there, muscle right there, and then the bottom little, that little muffin top he got is look like he got a 4-pack and a loaf of bread, okay, and he got 5 figures, and he not 6 feet, he like 5'11", 5'10". 5'10" is cute. 5'10" is like a little bit taller than me. Like even when I wear heels, he like right there. I can like boop him in the nose. 6 feet is really cute. So, but 5'11" can work too. 5'10" can work. So we gotta settle for that. We're not settling. We just gotta look for that guy and give him a chance. Okay, give the guy a chance because he is not in the top 2%. Remember, he is not 6 feet because he's 5'10". He don't have a 6-pack. He got a 4-pack and a loaf of bread. Right? He got a little bit of fat on his little belly at the bottom, but he got a little bit of muscle in there too. 2, 3, 4 muscles, right? He don't make 6 figures, but he not brokey. He not a brokey, right? He got 5 figures. Maybe he make 4 figures. He can make 4 figures and 5 figures, but he don't make 6 figures. What about that guy? It's a lot of those guys. So that's who we got to look at. He said most of us is regular as F, right? Okay. Those top 2, what'd you say? You said most of us is regular. You said who? The top 2% were only dealing with people in that category. Yes. So since you're not gonna never meet the top 2%, right? You're not gonna meet the guy with the 6-pack. You're not gonna meet that. You're not gonna meet the person with the 6 figures, 6-pack, and 6 feet or high or taller. That's a percentage of people that you don't even be around. Them folks own the buildings you shop in and go to, the places you buy your clothes, and the designers, them folks own the places and stuff like that that you deal with every day. What you will meet every day is a not 6 feet tall guy who don't have 6-pack. He got like a 4-pack and a little loaf of bread, a little fat around his little belly, but he got a couple muscles. And he don't make 6 figures, but he might make 5 figures. Or he could make 4 figures. Okay? So therefore, that's what you need to do. So we're gonna call it 5, 4, L minus 6. So there go. He got 5 figures. He got a 4-pack and a loaf of bread, and he under 6 feet. There you go. Put the little Pac-Man symbol, the Pac-Man mouth, so it could be like less than 6 feet. The less than, that's what it's gonna look like. Okay. He 5 figures. He got a 4-pack and a little loaf of bread around his belly, and then he got under 6 feet. Okay, he a little negative 6 feet. Like, not to put a negative 6 feet, because I want to say he less than 6 feet. Well, he is less than 6 feet. He could be 5'11", right? But then you can say, what's that little symbol? The less than, the little Pac-Man mouth, right? So make it the less than 6 feet, the less than 6. I'm gonna write that down. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. No more than 6, 6, and 6. We're looking for the 5, the 4-pack, and then the 5, the 4L, and the less than symbol, and the 6. There you go. That's the man's formula. The formula for the man you're looking for. Okay. He don't gotta have a 6-pack, ladies. He got like a 4-pack, which means he got a little bit of muscle in there, but then he might got that little loaf of bread, fat around his little body. He might got a little extra, man breasts up in there somewhere. And then he not 6 feet, y'all. He like 5'10". I don't like necessarily 5'7", 5'8". You gotta be taller than that for me. That's just my preference. But 6 feet, I'm not chasing after no 6 feet. If you're 6 feet, fine. But if you 5'11", 6 feet might be right there in the middle. That's like a good height. So She's I'm both shorter than both my. Oh, you're a twin. You have a twin. You're shorter than both your parents and your twin brother. Cause yeah, we definitely get our height from our parents. See, and Riaz, you might still be growing. Cause you said your dad is tall. So Riaz, you might still, we don't stop growing, especially for the young boys, for after into y'all little 20s. Y'all can still grow a little bit more. Kind of almost stop growing around 18, but you can have a little something. Yeah, I don't look for the 666 either because it don't mean those. I don't need those, right? And then you're not gonna. She said I was a twin. Okay, my condolences. Yeah, because I can't subscribe to the 666 because anything is. I'm 5'4", so five, anything 5'8" or taller is taller than me. So, you know what I'm saying? Anything 5'8" or taller is taller than me. Yeah, see, Kojak, that's what I was telling Riaz. Like, I've met guys who went away to college and came back a few inches taller. So Riaz could still grow because his dad, his tall, has said his dad is 6 feet, right? He said earlier, y'all. So, um, I mean he said his dad is tall, so he could still grow. So listen, I believe it. I think I grew like a little bit bigger by the time I was done with high school. No, I grew a little bit after high school. So yeah, Riaz, you probably could still be growing because some people still have um a little bit of a growth spurt after 18. And Riaz is only like 23. I think Cynical, he said, how old are you? Riaz, I think he's like 22, 23, 20, maybe he's 24 now. So he might, by the time he's 25, he might be done growing, but he could, you guys, especially boys, have a spurt after 18 more than girls. I just know after high school, between like 17, 16, and 18, I grew a couple, like an inch, and I think maybe an inch and a half. Because when I was getting ready for prom, I wasn't 5'4". I just know that was the part about it that I remember. And then I know my boyfriend at the time was 6 feet, and he wasn't done growing because at the end of everything, he's like 6'1". So yeah, that's also how I know that you guys still grow after high school because he was a little shorter, and then he finally got a little taller. And then I was like, wait. And then I had on heels, and I just remember how I was standing up underneath him. And then once I got flat, I was like, wait. So yeah, he grew. He ended up finally being 6'1". And I remember I was not 5'4" by the time prom came. So I was like 16, and I was not 5'4". I wasn't 5'4" until I was done out of high school. And then I went for like, your grown up, doctor's visits when you start going into your 20s. And the doctor was like, you're 5'4". And I'm like, how? I was not 5'4" when I was in high school. I was 5'3". And I was not tall enough. I remember trying to play volleyball. So I remember specifically I was not tall enough. And then I grew a little bit. So, hey, shout out to us still growing. What'd you say? 6'4". Oh my God. See, you said you were 6'4" in high school, and you said what happened? You said I was 6'4" in high school graduation. 6 years later at college graduation, I was 6'7". Shut the front door. See? How you gonna say I was 6'7" to my little 1 inch I grew from high school to adulthood? Me being 5'3" in high school is crazy, and some change, to being 5'4" and some change. That is crazy. Look at, he's about, I was 6'4" and now I'm 6'7". You said 5'4" is fun size. Yeah, I'm a little thing. And what did Riaz say? Riaz didn't answer. Oh yeah, Riaz answered. He said what? What you say, Riaz? Oh, you're taller than your mom. Yeah, you said your mom was super short, but your dad was tall, so you're you're gonna be taller than, because you're mixed Pakistani and mixed with your tall dad and your short mom. You was 5'4" on your what birth? Cynical. Hold on. What just happened? Let me blow this up because I swear to God, I just thought we was watching this video and I was going through the comments to catch up on you guys and keep talking to you. And what did you just say? You said I was like 5'4" on my 11th birthday. And you how old now? You said earlier you about to be 44. You know what? Oh, there he goes. See Cynical. He said he is 24 and he'll be 25 in December. So he could still be growing for the rest of this year. But let's get back to you being my height when you was 11. Stop the cap. Taller than my twin. And then he shut up. Shut up where? Full size? Because I'm 5'4" and I'm a whole full grown up. Stop it. That's crazy. What you said, I had a growth spurt and then I was a certain age and then I grew from inches from that. Yeah, so that's why I was like, Riaz could still grow. Shut up. Cynical, he got you beat. Look, he said he was 5'4" in the second grade. How could you be as tall as me and you only 7? How you gonna be as tall as me in 7? I will beat you, dude. If I see a 7-year-old that looks me in the face, I swear to goodness, I'm going to have to punch him and run because that is a machine. That's not human. That's AI. You're a bot. You cannot be 5'4" in the second grade. What you say, Cynical? Oh yeah, I used to say June and July cancers are different. Yes, we are. Yes, we are different. I was like 18 and a half in high school graduation. Hey, Kojak, nobody's in any, by the time you're 18, you're not 18 and a half. And by the time you're 18, you're not 18 and a half. By the time you graduate, you are your age. Now, when you were like, 10 or 6, you were 6 and a half, but not 18 and a half. It's crazy. See, you guys graduated early. I mean, you guys graduated on time. I wanted to do that. I was 17 when I graduated because, when your birthday is in July, Cynical, for me, if your birthday is in July, you start school. You just turned 4 in July and you start school and you're age behind the rest of the kids. Everybody else is 5 already. So when everybody was turning 18 to graduate, I was 17 still. So yeah. No, did you see this? Cynical. She said she shot up a few inches after that. Okay, but Kojak, Cynical. Kojak got you beat. Are you serious? He said at 5th grade graduation, I was 5'7", 175 pounds. 8th grade graduation, I was 6 foot even. You are not a 6 foot 8th grader. Oh my God. We are doomed. You would not be a 6 foot 8th grader. Oh my God. She said dead ass. Oh no. When I was 6, I had the body of a 12-year-old. Well, I have another guest, you guys. Thank you for showing up. And of course, let me welcome you into the building properly. Welcome to Sugarland.
I'm so glad you know that your presence is a gift. What you bring is powerful. Your words are valuable. So come on in, pull up a seat, join the conversation while great minds meet. Welcome to the show. I'm so glad you are here. Welcome to the show.
How are you doing, hustler and muscular? How are you doing, sugar?
I'm doing good, Genesis. With all your innocence, mess with you, things get real menacing.
Oh, thank you.
And since this is a
Oh Lord.
this is a spiritual stream, so I guess you're going to be in your little innocence for the rest of the day.
Oh, I'm being innocent right now because the sun is up and it is before dark. So we're gonna be nice right now. I've been doing good so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we were just going through talking about how tall we all were, and I was Kojak talking about how he was my height in what grade did I see it was? Hold on, he
Now
said
to be
at eighth
fair,
grade
now
graduation
to
he was
be
already 5'7" and 175 pounds. No way.
well, to be fair, when I was in elementary school, I knew a couple of kids who were over 5 feet tall. So
In
maybe they had an early
elementary.
yes, maybe they had an early growth spurt or something. I don't know. I've seen a few of that when I was younger.
Hold on, he said, and he was where? Hold on, let me go back up to it. He said, wait. Oh, yeah, hold on. Cynical says she was tall too. He said, by when I was 6, I had the body of a 12-year-old when I started mowing lawns and raking leaves. And before that, he said, by 5th grade, he was 5'7", 175 pounds. By 8th grade graduation, he was 6 foot even, 200 pounds. And we
Damn,
hadn't
boy,
even gotten into regular school yet.
you was growing up pretty fast, literally and figuratively. Shit.
Literally. Cynical said she was tall, too, because, I'm 5'4". So he gonna talk about I was 5'4" in the 2nd grade.
You were the same height as, so he was the same height as you in the 2nd grade. That's hard to
In
believe.
the 2nd grade, that's what he said. He said by the time he was in the 5th grade, he was 5'7". That's taller than me.
I mean, the tallest kid I saw in 2nd grade was like what, 5'1" or 5'2".
I'm only 5'4".
That's the tallest I saw.
And I just got 5'4" after I graduated high school is what we were talking about, because Riaz is still 24 and he can still grow because his dad is 6 feet tall. But then look, Cynical said, she's talking about I was like 5'4" on my 11th birthday. That's 5th grade. So that's right what Kojak said. He said that was the last time I was taller than my twin, and then he shut up and then he stopped growing when he was 17. But then she said she had a growth spurt right behind that, and then grew a few more inches after that. So you was already 5'4" and you were in the 5th grade. My whole entire life, I'm 5'4".
Ain't
Y'all
nothing wrong with
5'4"
that.
when y'all were kids. That's
I mean,
crazy.
5'4" is, for what I understand, is the average height for the average female. So Cynical one is like taller than the average female.
Woman. The average
yes.
woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know why whenever you guys say female, that's just cringy. But yeah.
The average woman is 5'4". Anything above that is above average. The average man is 5'9".
Right. Right. And I said 5'9" is probably the lowest I could go in regards to because I think that fits me, my shortness. Too. And but I'm not like, oh, he has to be 6 feet, because then that's why we started talking about the height, because we don't have to conform to this being 6 feet 6'6", because this video the guy said how he's a short man, so we got there because of him. And then my suggestion is, why don't we go for the guys who don't make a 6-figure, right, so that he can be 5 figures or 4 figures. He don't have to have a 6-pack. He can have a 4-pack and a little, fat around there, like a little loaf of bread. And then he can be less than 6 feet tall. So he don't got to be 6 feet. He could be 5'11". He could be 5'8". He could be 5'10". So, that's okay. So instead of just going for 6'6", let's just go for 5 4 and 6, right? Okay, less than 6 feet. All right. All right, what you say?
Cynical one says she the same height as me. Yep, me and Cynical are probably at eyeball level.
Oh, y'all. She said y'all the same height.
Just don't wear no goddamn heels around me. That's gonna look so awkward. Not you,
Yeah,
Genesis. I
because
mean
then she'll be
Cynical.
taller than you. Oh yeah, because if I wear heels, I am 5'7", 5'6". She said my
Yep.
height is great. I have a great personality and I have a great genes. You're 50 and I look like I'm in my 30s. Thank you, sugar. Aw, thank you so much.
You really do. I've seen your Instagram. You be look at you.
Look at me.
They should
What's
call
my
you
Instagram say?
Juicy Jen. Juicy Jen.
Juicy shit. Ooh, ooh, ooh. No. I like this background when I did this mirror. I like this though. I'm gonna leave that up because I look like that now. It's so crazy. And having that picture taken so long ago, I look like that now. It's crazy.
Who took that picture? A model? A professional photographer? I like
a photographer in the studio. It was the same place I did this one because it was all a studio shoot. So I look like that now. It's crazy.
Nowadays you can use AI to make pictures like that. So who knows?
You can use AI to make this, and that's me. Him just playing with the color, right? Obviously, you can always tell it's me because of my braids, you know. And obviously that's me, and I have no makeup on or nothing.
The natural beauty. Rhea said he's also 5'7", so we're the same height.
Yeah, but his dad is tall, but his mom is like 4'11" though, so he's not going to be that tall. But he's going to be taller than he said because of the men in his country are usually around. They stay short. So for him to be taller than 5'7" and keep growing a little more, it's not. It's because he got a tall dad. This is also a photo shoot. That's an old picture, so you can tell it's grainy. But that's me. I had a costume. My costume was a genie. And I look the same now. But when I see this picture, I'm like, that's kind of how I actually look. Always. And my hair is long, too. So.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. And that reminds me, we got birthdays coming up in 2 months. What you doing for your birthday?
Who knows? I don't know. I have no idea.
And I'm just like you, because I started preschool at the age of 4. Because you're right, when you have birthday between June and August, you get older as you start you age as you start a new school year. That's how it was with me, my godson. That's how it was with you.
Right, you started preschool at 4 because you have a June, July birthday.
Absolutely.
And it's crazy because the December birthdays have to wait till next year, which is crazy. Right?
The summer birthday.
The December birthday. My brother's birthday is in December, which is after school starts, and he can't start the next semester. He had to start the following year. So he was already 5 in December. He was about to be 6 when school starts. So he is older than everybody else. I was younger than everybody else. Everybody was turning 18. I was still 17. They were turning 17. I was still 16.
Oh, okay. I just started paying attention to all that shit till I was older. I'm talking about time I was in elementary or middle school. Maybe by middle school I started paying more attention to all that.
See, Kojak says right. I'm a December birthday, and that's you have to start school a year late. Yep.
Yep. That's what I was told.
When they start school already started in September. They're still 4, so they technically can't start kindergarten. But we're still 4. But for them, our birthday is coming up sooner, and we're still gonna. I don't know why that makes a difference. But you notice how that was. If your birthday's in July, like mine and yours is, we're gonna turn 4 when school starts. We don't turn 5 till next year. So school starts in September, right? We turn 4 in July. School starts. We go July, August, September. We go to school in September. We are 4 years old in kindergarten. And then we go through kindergarten, and then this other 4-year-olds, their birthday is not until December. But when December comes, they can't start school. because school is halfway over. They got to wait till next year, but they're going to already be older. And you see how that is?
Okay.
That's
I see how that goes. Like, take me for example. I started preschool in September of 1989. I mean, 88. That's when I turned 4 years old. But I guess for someone whose birthday is in December or whatever, they got to start school the following year in 1989. Because then you'll be 5 years old then. Okay. I kind of see how that goes. I didn't understand it at first, but I see how it goes.
Yeah, see, because I was the same way. I could start school in September. My birthday's in July. My brother's birthday is in December, and he couldn't start school. He had to wait because school has halfway been already over, right? So I don't know why if they can't start half a year in half the year, but I don't know. That's just what I always remember. Yeah, and she said I graduated from high school like 3 days before my birthday. Yeah, see, me too, cynical. I graduate from high school a couple weeks before my birthday. So yeah, because my birthday, we're usually out of school by July. We graduate mid-June, and then we go to prom or whatever, and then graduation is mid-June. A couple weeks later is my birthday. So
mid-June. Yeah. My graduation was in mid-May. For me, it was May.
Well, you end of school. I'm sorry, graduation's in May, but the end of school year is June.
Oh,
and then
okay,
after that, my birthday. So that's why But then we used to have graduation closer to the end of school, right? So for us, we would have graduation June. My graduation was June 10th, and then school was over in real life that following week.
Yep, that's how
the
it
end
was.
of school. Yeah, the end of school was like the next week of June, and that was it. And then that following week was my birthday. So yeah, it was always like that for me. Now they graduating in May.
As a matter of fact, I had a classmate whose birthday was like in the middle of February. He had already turned 18 just before months before he graduated.
All those January, February, March birthdays. Yep.
My homegirl who graduated with me, same thing. Her birthday is in March, so she was already 18 before we even went to our prom.
Yep, we were still 17. Yep. See, Kojak, he said the same thing. He said my graduation was supposed to have happened June 5th, 2000, but because of the Detroit Public Schools strike, it pushed it to June 19th. 2000. See, mine was June 10th.
26 years ago. Damn.
That's crazy too. 26 years ago was crazy. So we're going to get back to my video because it was getting good, y'all. But y'all know I've been talking this whole time, and I have been thankful for all my guests that's come up here and hung out with me. I've been up here 4 hours, and y'all know me. I need to watch hours anyway. The puppy's been sleeping and chilling. And, Cynical said, she said, and I'm in a state where most of us exams are around mid-June, right? And even the colleges get out around June. Like the end of school in general is just June. So back in the day, our graduation and prom and stuff was closer to the actual end of the school year for most of us. But now you're talking about getting out in May. That my sister was like that. They was done in May, but they had to come back. They had to come back. Yeah.
That's how it was when I was in school. When I was going to university, school would start like in August, like maybe the first week of August before Memorial Day, but it would end. But it would end like the middle of May. I'm gonna say a week before Memorial Day weekend. That's when everybody's out. But when you're in university, everybody get out at different times, different months, because final exams. So you may get out one week, I may get out the next week.
I know.
But either way,
around May. Different.
Yeah, around
May, June, everybody's done.
Out.
Yeah, everybody's done, no matter what. Even if you was in college, that was just the end of the year, so they can just everybody can have a reset. So yeah, college kind of has you on some similar schedule, but in high school you was definitely done by June.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're gonna get back to our video,
y'all.
Thank you so much.
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. You're right. College was different because I remember correctly. I finished all my exams like the second week of May, so I had all that into Memorial Day, and then going to June off. Just let me chill out all throughout Memorial Day weekend. Yep, that's how it was with me. So I get it. College was different. But go ahead. Let's watch the rest of this.
Jesus was like God in the flesh. He was like 5 foot. Apostle Paul was 4'6". You go look it up. These people, these men and women, same thing with men too. They're like, oh, my Christian woman, she's got to be this ethnicity. She's got to, have this body type. That's worldly, dude. Like, how about my partner has to love Jesus Christ? I'm not saying that you should be with somebody who like is not like super attractive, because looks do matter to a certain extent. But the way that they've been overinflated to push this narrative on both genders, it's making everything dysfunctional. Everything's dysfunctional. Nobody's getting married because they built this Disney World view in their head, this Make-A-Wish view in their head that doesn't exist because satanic propaganda has been pushed on them to believe that. Wow. It's just the truth. And then even if they do come into an agreement, think about this. The standards are so unrealistic, mostly for guys, for women too.
Yes.
But mostly for guys. Because guys aren't really like that. Guys,
really?
Not as much as you would think. Okay? Because what a guy, I speak for men, right? What a guy really wants is just, look, I don't even care. I don't care if a woman has all of this, has all of that. We don't even care if a woman makes money. Like, we don't even care about that. We're just like, are you going to be like a nice person to live with? Someone that I can get along with and we can take care of each other. And like, you're a good mother. That's it, bro.
Okay, let me say that. Now, I do agree with the part we don't care about a woman. We don't care about a woman's money physically, but we do care about financial stability. I can say that much. I do want a woman who's financially stable. That way I ain't got to run the risk of her using me and mooching off of me. Same thing with a woman wanting a man that's financially stable, so you don't be mooching off of her. So money does matter, but it doesn't determine the essence of the relationship, in my opinion. Just saying, but go ahead.
I'm up here like mooching. Ain't nobody mooching, but think about it in regards to, because this is a biblical and spiritual clarity. So coming from the perspective that you are using all these things that spiritually that support you looking for a partner, money is not a part of the equation, right? Money is just a tool that you use on this earth to maneuver around maneuver the earth and do what you need to do. So take money off the table, because you're going to assume the person, based on all the other things you're requiring them to be, money is one of the tools that they absolutely have. Okay, so we're not going to say they're not broke, but they're not rich or whatever. But money is not a question if you're looking at all the other things that you want in your person. So when he's like, oh, men just generally just want the woman to be a nice person. Do you have a nice relationship with a higher being? Do you believe in, you have a spiritual connection? Are you a good person? Men want that overall. That all the finances is secondary to the fact that they have a good mindset. Who said that? Thank you. Who said that? Senegal. He said looks. She said looks at the top of the layer, but all we need to look at is the other layers. Well, mindset, finances, and how they were raised. All that's going to be layered after the fact that if they're not a good person and that's important to you, it don't matter if they got a good job and got enough money. A hustler, she not a good person and she not good to you and she don't like you like that. So even if she got good money coming in, she got more money than you. What does that matter if she don't really like you? She's not a good person. She don't got a good relationship with people, or she's a rude person, or she's selfish. So when you saying at the end of the day, what do men really be wanting? At the end of the day, him saying all we really care about at the end of the day as a whole is that person is good to them. They love you and respect you, and they are a good person overall. Because people who have good traits and good qualities, by some strange godly default, they might also be good with money or have a good concept of financial responsibility. So that can't just be responsible in every other aspect of their life. And when it comes to money, they're irresponsible. So it kind of goes hand in hand, right? You chose a person that has a good personality. That person has a good spiritual base, and then by that default, they are good with their money. They're honest with their money. They're sincere with their money, right? So you don't have to worry about that. You need to know is they're gonna be good to you. They're gonna be nice to you. They're gonna be respectful to you. All the other things that matter Because if she got a whole bunch of money and she is a jerk and treat you like crap, oh, that okay? She got
Hell
good
no.
money. Well, you just said she need to have some coin. Can't be mooching.
I said financial stability.
Okay, so I got my financial stability. What that got to do with you, nigga?
A lot.
Okay, I can treat you like dog poo poo. I can treat you like dog poo poo. I ain't gotta be nice to you, nigga.
Oh yes,
See?
you are. You get.
No, I don't.
I see
I
what
got
you mean.
coin. I'm gonna write you a check. Shut the hell up.
Okay, I get what you're saying, and that goes both ways too.
I'm gonna just give you some money and you just get off my daggone nerves. What you need? Some brand new
Nah.
Jordans? You want a PlayStation? What you
Oh,
want to
man.
shut you the hell up?
I wouldn't mind a PS6 on
gas
a PS5.
Okay,
I
let me
wouldn't
put some
mind.
gas in your car. What you gonna need for you to get off my nerves?
I get it, Jenny Jen. I get it. And that goes both ways too. Just because a man got money don't mean he gonna treat you any old kind of which way. Don't allow that to happen either.
That's why he said it's probably not important that folks got coin. Is much more as important as if they a nice person and they going because they got money, they're gonna do right by you with the money. If they're gonna treat you like if you care about that, then you know what? That's what he's talking about. That might be the compromise and that you would take that over them treating you right. And we see how that work out in real life, don't we? Because we see it all around us.
I hear
we
enough
see it
stories.
all around us, right? It's everywhere you look. Somebody is in it before the money, and they just getting treated like a dog poo poo on the ground. Poo poo.
Yep. You hear the stories all the time, so I know you ain't lying about that. I'm just saying.
See, Cynical said, and then you have people who are comparing themselves to rich people, which is wild. Okay, because you never gonna be able to level up to that. And then on top of that, you got they crazy rich people problems too. That don't forget that comes with it. So,
Well,
that's why I refer to us as
this is why I try to look past people's money and look at their personalities and attitudes and be like, should I aspire to be like this person? Yes, no, maybe not because of their money, but because of who they are. That's what I try to look at.
And then it's not the same thing. It's wealth and then it's rich, right? So I can't compare myself to a celebrity because that's not my reality. So and then it's a difference between being wealthy and just rich. So just because I require you to be financially, and I'm learning because you know what? Sometimes what's matching up with us guys is the fact that what we've been asking for is is something else. It's not being called wealthy or being called rich. You want somebody who is financially responsible to themselves. I'm realizing that maybe at my old age, I'm starting to understand that I want someone who is going to be financially responsible to their own self, right? So if you won't be out here splurging and buying stuff and you can't afford to take care of your own bills, that's going to tell me something else different than you sitting on a whole lot of money. And, that also tells me something that you don't buy things for people or buy things for other people. You're just going to you're going to take this money to the grave with you. Because that's also speaks loudly too. So how you handle your money for yourself tells me a lot more than you telling me you got thousands of dollars in the bank, So there you go. Yeah, the flashy. Because in real life, Cynical, what I learned from this rich man was that real money don't look flashy. Okay, real money doesn't look flashy. Because remember Ashton Kutcher, they used to always make fun of him because he'd be wearing plain shirts, right? He'll be wearing plain jeans, and he'd be wearing a regular old trucker's hat, right? He'd be wearing some dusty kicks or some Chucks, some basketball shoes. And when you look into what he has on, his shirt will cost $200. Those jeans cost $500, and he looked like he's a regular old plain old person. So in real life, money doesn't look flashy, and it doesn't look like a lot of money, right? But I understand when you guys say that money matters, because I understand that, but I also understand that money doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's wealth that matters, right? And that could be a whole lot of things. So yeah, y'all, let's get back to it.
That's all we care about, most of us. obviously the top 1% that are in the world is different. Christian men, though.
Okay,
Right?
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, because guys in the world are sleazebacks, okay? I'm not defending them, okay? Because they're working for the devil straight up. Even though I'm a guy, I gotta admit that. But we don't care about that stuff, bro. I don't mean to go on a rant, but I'm just saying, like, you do see this in the church. Like, I saw a Christian podcast of like, these Christian female podcasters who were talking about how their man has to either be 6'2" or 6'4". He can't be 6'3" because that's an odd number.
You're lying.
I swear, bro. So I'm like, what are you teaching? Like, is this even Christian? But it's even the people in the church that are teaching this stuff. Like, okay, so I guess if a Christian guy is 6'3", he should be ruled out because of that number, and God doesn't have for you.
That's crazy.
Are you like? It's not a joke. Like, I'm watching. I'm like, where's the punchline? You know?
Who said in the church? Whoever said that need to go to the front of the congregation and answer at the altar. Who said that? If he is either 6'2" or 6'4", because God not gonna bring you an odd number. That ain't for you. 6'3" is odd. 6'1" is odd. 6'5" is odd. 6'7" is odd. He ain't gonna bring you 6'6" because that's from the devil. So he gonna have to be either 6'2" or 6'4", because all the rest is not.
Really?
God didn't bring you that. That's what he just said. Listen to what he just said.
But that's an odd. Like, is this even Christian? 6'4", he can't. Like, I saw a Christian podcast of like these Christian female podcasters who were talking about how their man has to either be 6'2" or 6'4". He can't be 6'3" because that's an odd number.
You're lying.
Swear.
Okay, so we go back to say that again. This was a Christian podcast of Christian women saying that God said that he either has to be 6'2" or 6'4". Obviously, he got to be 6 feet because it can't be 6'1" because that's odd. 6'3" is odd and 6'5" is odd. You ain't gonna ask the Lord to bring in somebody 6'6" because that's too much like the devil. So
Really?
6'2" or 6'4" because he can't have an odd number.
I swear, bro.
Ain't that something?
So I'm like, what are you teaching? Like, is this even Christian? But it's even the people in the church that are teaching this stuff. Like, okay, so I guess if a Christian guy is 6'3", he should be ruled out because that's an odd number, and God doesn't have that for you.
That's crazy.
Are you like? It's not a joke. Like, I'm watching. I'm like, where's the punch?
Are you serious?
You know. But, anyways, enough of that. Okay. I'm not just saying this because I'm extremely short. Okay, I know there's people like, oh,
Hold on a second.
like it's just the truth. But
yeah, let me say, oh my. So even the churches are not safe from all this heightism stuff. Really?
Heightism is that a heightism? Is that a word? Oh,
It is now. It has been for the last couple of years. I mean, come on. Even the church, I mean, I was always told, find a woman at church, go to church because they're more Christian and believe in the faith. But I was also told that sometimes these Christian folks take that stuff too far and will believe almost anything that these corrupt pastors would tell them. If your pastor was telling you, Genesis, don't date nobody that's 6'3", that's an odd number. God don't like odd number. God will not gonna bless you if it's an odd number. 6'2", 6'4", no 6'6". You're gonna believe that BS. And then
yeah, see, no 6'6", no 6 feet with 6-pack and 6 figures. Ooh, no.
666, the mark of the devil.
Right, don't you dare date that 6 foot tall person. Don't you dare. That's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Going back to the standards thing,
thank you,
that's
Cynical.
why people aren't clicking up anymore.
Aw.
Standards are unrealistic. Even when they do get in a relationship, the healing hasn't been dealt with. The brokenness is still there. The trauma is still there. The soul fragments are still there. The devil activates the demons attached to those fragments, you know, and you get really close to marriage all of a sudden, or he waits till marriage. And one thing I noticed, bro, it's usually in the first year for most Christian marriages. the demons they hide that haven't been delivered from brokenness, and they wait to manifest, and they usually do it after a kid.
Yo, let's talk about this because it is one of the most scary things to know. I married the person that seems like a believer. I worship with them.
Yeah.
I had one young lady come on my podcast. Crazy story. You probably have.
I
to
saw
see.
that. Yeah.
You saw that, Joy?
Yeah.
And he confessed something crazy, but it's happening.
Yeah.
It's happening where. How do you avoid that? Like, you connect with someone, they meet your parents, they were cool all the way up until dating. Nothing came out in a premarital. Nothing came out in the engagement. A year later, 2 years later, this is not what? I married someone who is a complete monster. How is that?
Not the marriage part, but I did deal with that. But I won't talk about it much. I've never talked about it. But I know what that's like. And I can share from experience. I was never officially married, obviously. But, you know, they, like you said, things go really well. They meet the parents. They're praying together, praying in the Spirit together. This is what I like to call, and this is from a guy's perspective. I know that girl's testimony was about, you know, a girl and a guy. This is from guy experiencing that with a girl, right? And there's something that I call I don't call it this. Someone else called this term, the Pentecostal witch. It's very scary. I'm just speaking from my experience. Somebody can do all the right things. They can pray. They can pray in the Spirit. They can read the Word with you. They can say, "Oh, I want to submit to you. I can't wait for you to be, you know, mine forever. I can't wait to have children with you." They can tell you all the things you want to hear. Do all the things that you want to see. But it's a completely different personality. In fact, most of the time, it's usually that.
That's crazy, Cynical. That's crazy. That's it. I wouldn't have got on the bus. Imagine being born, right, June 6, 2006. Or what about June 6, 2026? Or June 6, 2016. Right. Or June 6, 2026, this year. Or who's about to be born June 6, 2026? That's crazy.
It really is.
No, that's crazy. No, I can't do that. That's my brain. A man who is 60 years old, who happens to be 6 feet tall and born June 6th. No. Oh, Lord.
Stronghold
That's a lot of
demon
sixes.
that is doing that.
No, that's too many.
And
I
then
can't do
what
it.
you'll notice is slowly, okay, and I say this from experience. I'm not going to go too deep into that because I keep my private life private. But for the sake of this conversation, slowly over time, things will manifest little by little. It will try to see how far it can go. If you shut it down, it gets agitated, but it realizes, okay, I can't do that. I have to try a different route. Tries to do something again, spazzes out one day, has a breakdown one day. You calm them down. You say, you know what? That was just the flesh. You tell yourself. They'll be better, right? Then something else crazy happens. You're like, oh my gosh, do they need deliverance? You know, what is going on here? As a Christian, you're always giving them the benefit of the doubt because you're trying to see them how God sees them.
Wow.
I'm not speaking from empty experience. You care about them. You want to view them the way that Christ sees them because that's how you want your future marriage to be. You want it to be centered around Jesus. So you want to think like him, you know, and the devil will do that with kind-hearted people. He'll do that to kind-hearted people who see the best in others, who don't get offended easily, who want to work on a resolution. But over time, the spirits, they just keep manifesting over and over again until they realize, you know what, this person is not taking the bait. I'm out. Because it wants control. It wants domination over your life. So when it realizes it can't dominate you because you're too smart for that, because you don't submit to anger, because how do you get dominated by Satan? Submitting to anger. That's the true domination. The manipulation, the control, that's one part of it. But if you submit to anger, I wonder if I should share this story. No, I won't share it. But
Man, wait, you can't do that, bro. We'll cut it out later if you don't like it.
Okay. I'll give you an example. I remember, I've never talked about this, so you'll be the first one. A couple of years ago, there was like this girl that I got like really serious with. And I remember one night she just started manifesting crazy out of nowhere. And I'm like, what the heck? Like this person that I met. And I remember I was actually driving her down to get some counseling from like a man of God that we knew. And it was like when I was in the car, I could just feel like what was manifesting in her. It made the whole car like there was like a pit in my stomach. I didn't know how to explain it. Didn't talk to me for like 30 minutes, right? And it was out of nowhere, bro. Like, I'll take responsibility for my actions. I didn't do anything. Like, it was literally just like, oh, I don't feel good. Like, something's going on with me. Like, and then, just change into a different person out of nowhere. So I'm like, I need to figure out what's going on here. We had a man of God that did like counseling and stuff and deliverance. And this is the craziest part. Like, we're in the car. This was a couple of years ago, right? And we were really serious. Like, we weren't just dating. Otherwise, I would never put a woman in my car that I was just dating. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. This was serious. Wasn't married, but and we're driving. I feel that anger, whatever demon was going on, like operating inside of her. I remember I put on a worship instrumental because I felt it, and I was like, I gotta pray in the spirit. And as soon as I prayed in the spirit, bro, she took her phone and put a video on Instagram and blasted it all the way so it would distract me. And I'm like,
you're kidding.
I swear, bro. I swear. And I was like, oh my gosh, what is going on? And for a split second, I almost got angry. Like, when that happened, because I know that the devil wants to get me angry so he can dominate me. And as soon as I heard that, I felt like my flesh, like, are you kidding me? I shut it down. I said, no. I just continued to pray, and it went away. And then an hour later, she apologized. But you see, in that manifestation, what did that demon try to do? It tried to get me to submit to anger, because then whatever manipulative spirit was happening, it would have been able to control me. You can't get manipulated if you keep your cool. You can't get manipulated if you don't submit to anger by the devil. Because once the devil gets you into anger, it's so easy to deceive you because your judgment is clouded.
And they say anger is the most easiest accessible emotion.
It is.
So that is also part of why it's so powerful, like, to use against you. You should be at some point, and most points, we should be practicing on not letting things take us out of our square, get us off our square. So things can make us mad, because mad, because by definition, they have like a little slight definition. They're synonymous, mad and angry. We use them together, but they're different levels, right? So you could be mad at injustice, right? You could be mad that that man drove around that FedEx truck with that little girl in it, because you can be mad at that because that's injustice, that's wrong, that's not okay. But then anger goes another direction, because the folks that are angry, now they just going around bopping FedEx drivers in the head, right? Because of that one guy did that. So there's a difference in how people see those two things. You can have a genuine disdain and an upset for how something's happening. You could not like racism, but the anger people, that's why anger is such an easily accessible and it's such a weakness for most people, because if I can get you angry, you stop thinking, you start acting more and thinking less. If I can get you mad, you're processing anger, you're processing how you feel when you're mad, because you're trying to justify why you should even be mad or act on it most of the time, right? You be like, oh, I'm mad about it, but I'm not that mad, right? But then when you're angry, most of the time people say, I was angry, I just see red. And that's just a common, sentence that people say when they get angry. But so what he's saying is true. And for most people, they believe that as far as people, when you get angry, that is the most easiest thing for you to go to. It's harder for you to actually sit and think and process what has you feeling like this, and are you really mad about it? Because sometimes when you figure that out, you're not even mad. It's just that anger was easy, right? It was easy to go there, and you're not even mad about it. And they said, what's wrong with you? Why are you so mad, Hustle? I'm not. I'm just, what? Then why are you tripping? And then you're like, well, damn, that's a lot of energy for something that I'm really not mad about. So that's why the anger is so dangerous and so easily weaponized. It's for that right there, that reason.
Yep, it makes sense.
What good?
So that makes sense.
But I always say it's not the anger. It's not the anger. It's what you do with the anger that matters. Same thing. And mad can mean anything. Mad can mean angry. It can mean crazy, unhinged, whatever. Mad scientist, for example. Or that madman down the street. It could mean anything.
Well, it doesn't only mean anything. It only can mean those two things. That's the thing too, Hustler, that we can't give part of the confusion for the next generation behind us. I mean, even for us, it was confusion for some folks coming before us, right? Because back in the day when our parents were little or younger, something that was bad was good. You jive turkey, you want cool, you cool as ice. When that's something that's hot is supposed to mean that it looks good. So we grew up having confusion in conversation because words can mean something else to some people. But we also know that part of that was cultural, right? So when you went over to that neck of the woods, they talk like that. So, but still, the definition of the words, the word itself still was very much the same. But now, in these days, folks want to be real fluid with the definition. So if it means something, it means something. It just means they're just trying to make it more fluid, right? Bad still means bad. Something that's tired still means tired. Now, whether or not you're trying to say I look tired or I feel tired or what you're saying is tired, all of it means the same thing in regards to what tired means, right? Which is drabby, whatever, lackadaisical, blah. But we're going to keep it synonymous with full of shit, right? We're going to keep it, we want to make it equal also, because tired still means tired. They say, ooh, Hustler, you looking tired, child. And then they say, here come Hustler with his tired ass introduction. It still mean the same thing, because tired still mean the same thing. Drabby, drawn out, extra lazy. But now we're going to add to that definition that full of shit also means tired. When people say that, oh, they just saying you full of shit over there. No, because full of shit by itself means something. So we have a bad habit of doing stuff like that when somebody says something like, it still mean what it mean. You know what I'm saying? We can say, but it still got to mean what it mean. Otherwise, we can't, there's no way that our communication going to get lost, Hustler, because what means something to you means something to me different. Now we got to explain the definitions to each other. So why aren't we speaking where we know, where we do have the common, the common thread? Why we got to make it mean something else? When people say that, I hate when people say that when they say, are you in a relationship, Hustler? Do you have a girlfriend? And we say, well, I'm talking to somebody. Okay.
Yep. I've heard that before many times. I've even said it myself a few times. Yeah.
Okay. Well, is she your girlfriend or not? Well, we talking.
It means we're going through a dating phase or getting to know each other.
Okay,
phase.
but then when people say, okay, so are you dating? Are you courting? Are y'all dating? Then you say, I guess you could say that. No, you can't guess if someone can say that. We're asking,
right.
And the whole conversation is happening because that person's asking you for clarity. It's like, how do we do that? That's a crazy way to communicate, ain't it? I just asked you for
It
every
is.
piece of information I want to know. You telling me to guess? That's crazy.
I mean,
I guess.
I mean, at least they're honest about it. At least you
Is
know
it?
that. I mean, at least you know that you're not the only one that they're talking to. But then again, you could
No,
argue that
I ain't worried
hold
about
on a
that. You
second, hold on.
lying.
But then
you
again, you could
honest?
also argue that when you go into an interaction with someone of the opposite sex, you have to kind of speculate that you're just one of few that they're talking to until something is established. That's how I always look at it.
We're not talking about that part of it. We talking about what you said. I ain't talking about that. We talking about the word that you use, and so you missing what the conversation is. We only talking about the words that you use. So when you ask somebody, do you have a girlfriend, hustler, and they say, well, I'm talking to somebody. We're not talking about the dynamics of the relationship, all that extra stuff. Whether or not I'm third or fourth in line. I'm talking specifically. That's why we got on. That's what the conversation was. We're talking about the words you choose to use when you know for you, girlfriend means I'm talking to somebody, but girlfriend don't mean that. Girlfriend means, do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a woman that you are specifically with? You know that, but because you're trying to be dumb and difficult and think that shit's cute as a man, you want to play with it. So that's what we're saying. You trying to us changing the word up too much or putting a different definition because it means something else to me is all bull. Because at the end of the day, it can't, because otherwise we won't be able to communicate. And that's you doing that on purpose because you want it to mean something different instead of you being honest. That's why when you was like, well, at least they being honest, I said, are you? Because instead of you being honest saying, listen, I'm a single man. I can date whoever I want, so I'm dating multiple people. And then you shut all the rest of that. That shuts everything down of, so are you dating somebody or not? Do you got a girlfriend or not? Because what you're not doing is answering the question outright. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Are you dating anyone? Yes.
I get you.
But that's not what happens. What happens is the man says, the woman says, are you dating? Do you have a girlfriend, hustler? You say, well, I'm talking to somebody. And she say,
again,
so are y'all talking? Are y'all dating? Are you dating, hustler? You like, well, you can say that. Now you just ask her to guess if that's what you're doing.
I can't lie. Like I said, I've done that before, so I know you ain't lying about it.
Right. And then your whole intention behind that, you doing that because you don't want to make it, whatever reason you're doing it for. You don't want to make it concrete. You don't want to lock out your options. You're doing that. You know what I'm saying? But that's what that conversation looks like, where you say, okay, well, to me, dating looks like this. Okay, well, now we can't communicate. We can't. That's why it was so hard to communicate, because you're trying to give the same word a different definition when it still means the same thing. Dating still means dating.
Right. It does. But I guess the reason why I do that, because I don't want the woman to, lose interest and think that, I'm just trying to add her to my roster or no shit like that.
But
so
that's what you think.
I try to be as vague and subtle as possible. That's why I used to do it back in the day.
But that's what you think. Okay, but that's what you think. And we all have come to the understanding in this space by listening to each other and hearing what men have said to women and hearing what women have said to men. That's what you think. The men have finally realized that that's what y'all think. No one told y'all this, right? No one told you guys this. Y'all came to that conclusion on your own, that you didn't want her to think anything, because there are women out there that believe that you better be having a girlfriend, otherwise you sitting at home with your left hand and some lotion. They don't want you to be out here being.
The thing. I mean,
a lot of women who think that.
Ain't nobody gonna just flat out tell you, yes, I'm dating other women, or yes, I'm dating other men.
Yes, they will.
Nobody's gonna just flat out tell you that, within the first interaction. I don't think I've ever had a woman.
Yeah. Well, then you didn't meet me, because I'm not. Cancer women. Give me a reason to stop talking to anybody else I'm talking to. So you got to know, but you got to also understand the general understanding in dating is that you have to consider that the person you just met is literally dating other people. So you're going to have to give them a reason to stop dating everybody else. There are some people who will let you know, I'm not dating nobody else right now because that's just not how I roll. Like there are people who monogamously date, which means they only go from one person to the next person at a time. Then there are people who are serial daters. They can date more than one person. They can date one person at a time. They're just going to be constantly dating. They're serial, like a serial deleter. They just do one after the other. As soon as I'm done with you, I'm off to the next guy. So then you have people who are dating intentionally. So it's okay, but there are people that will tell you, listen, I don't know how this is going to go, hustler, but the moment I feel like we going to do something, I'm finna tell you that I'm not down. I'm still open to dating other people, or, I've let people know, like, look, and I'm not really with nobody else. I'm the only person I'm talking to is you right now. So you would know what you can do. That's how I would put it. I will always give the guy that little window of like, okay, so I'm not trying to be mean, but, especially when I was back and forth flying to go see my grandmother in the summer or coming back here to Michigan, I would have to let you know, listen, sir, I'm just saying. And I had a couple guys, friends that were okay. Like, listen, when I see you is when we be together. And when I don't see you, we just not together. And what I'm going to tell you, be with me and I'm not with you. And then I have had some where when we not together, we still together, nigga. Okay? When we get together, we together. And when we not, we still together. So I've had both.
I understand.
I had a nice guy. I had a nice friend like that.
I mean, to be fair, that honesty can go a long way, because at least I know where we stand. Because, like I said, I don't have a lot of women that come out and just say it off rip, but the few that have, I mean, I'm usually okay with it, because, well, if you're like me and just don't give a damn, all you care about is just, this is your time, your moment, well, y'all's time, y'all moment, then you might not care too much, because you might be on the same kind of time she's on. I'm seeing other people, you seeing other people. Put it like that.
Well,
we're both on the same time.
If you're in and out of, especially if you're the older I got and the more I was doing things, I'm so busy doing what I'm doing, and especially like I said, I might up until my adult life, I would go to my grandmother's in the summertime, right? Until my grandmother passed, I would go visit her, especially since I lived with her for a long time. So I would go back and visit her. And it's also like somewhere you pass it through. When I lived in Long Beach, I would go visit my grandmother. My grandmother was a couple hours away from Long Beach. So, if I'm not going to be in San Diego often, I'm not about to sit here and have this extra drawn out relationship with you. But when I'm in San Diego, if that's what you want us to be when we get together, then that's what we're going to be. And I was okay with that. I didn't live in San Diego, so I'm not going to lock nothing down in San Diego. I didn't live out there. I lived in Long Beach. So, what I'm saying? The same thing with being in LA. Same thing with being in Houston. I didn't live in Houston. I ain't finna lock nothing down in Houston. But when I came to Houston, I was like, sir, clear your calendar. No. Oh, but yeah. I understand.
It has been made out of anger, bro.
Wow.
None. The Bible forbids this. He even say, don't let the sun go down on your anger.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you go to bed angry, you're still being finessed somehow, some way.
That's crazy.
Crazy, right?
How he mentioned that earlier, how we don't really even realize how you are being finessed by the enemy. Like the little things that the devil does to make you think you're winning, and you're not winning. That's just him lining up stuff because you asked for it, right? Oh, that's crazy work.
I just released a podcast by this lady. She said God was angry with her, I guess, judging her for how she disciplined her kids in anger.
I
was like, what? She was like, yeah, your heart matters.
Did you ever experience that, guys in the chat, Cynical in the chat, Kojak in the chat, Hustler, Musler, with your parents having to calm down, especially if your parents knew the Bible and knew really and was obedient to that part of God's word, that to not discipline you in anger, because that's a different. Remember, we were talking about that, Hustler. I don't know if you were listening earlier, to where why you wouldn't uh hunt a deer while it's running for its life, right? Because you don't want that adrenaline running through your blood, right? So right, they didn't want to. You don't want that happening. You want to be calm, and when you want to shoot the deer, pow pow the deer, you want to be calm. You want the deer to be calm too. So there's something in that calmness that is like the whole bloodstream and the whole energy. Your adrenaline level has changed. So a lot of times that's also why you want to calm down before you get into something serious. But your parents having to calm down before they discipline you was something that happened in my household. My grandparents did it too. My grandfather did it. And then one time he didn't do it, and it was a totally different experience. So if you ever experienced that where your parents, you did something and your mama say, let me go calm down before and then they have to go literally somewhere and calm down, hustling before they beat their life out of you. You was not going to be hustling
Yep.
muscling.
My mama had those rare moments, but I've seen it with other people's families as well.
Yes.
I've seen the mom, the auntie, or the grandma be like, Lord, give me the strength before I kill this child. You know, stuff like that. I've heard that before. Yeah.
Yes. And then they be like, let me go calm down. And you like, what? But that's biblical. That's what the Bible says. You need to calm down. And then look, you said the lady was getting convicted how she disciplined her kids while she was angry. But see, that's just something in that, because like we were talking about, even with the hunting, you don't want the gamey meat, right? You don't want the meat. You don't want the game when you go hunting. You don't want it while it's blood is boiling and fear while you know what I'm saying. So you definitely don't want to be disciplining anybody or trying to apply some sort of hand of the law while you are raging and your blood's raging in anger. You know what I'm saying? Your body don't know the difference. Fear and anger looks the same. So yeah, dude, that's crazy.
So are you correcting them because you want them to be better? Or are you letting your anger out on your children?
Oh,
dude, that's deep.
It was crazy.
Parents, are you correcting them because you want them to be better, or are you letting your anger out on your kids? Wow.
Well, in my case, it was out of correction, not taking your frustrations out on
Are you
people.
sure?
Come on. My mom ain't that damn crazy. Come
sure?
on now. Nobody, well, I can't speak for the whole family, but my folks wasn't that crazy. If I fucked up, I fucked up. Shit.
Right, but
See, I'm not saying that was the only reason to be better. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, like your heart matters. So are you correcting them because you want them to be better? Or are you letting your anger out on your children?
Are you correcting them because you want them to be better? Do you feel like that's what was happening? Or are you letting your anger out on your kids? I think there might have been a time that my mom probably let her anger out because of something I did. And then there are probably times where it was a correction. You know, who's to say? There was times where it was a lot of correction. But I think I probably did experience my mom like just being so mad. Because back then, you know, it was a lot less what do you call them? CPS visits. A lot less. Okay? And CPS came, I don't know, CPS never came to my house. That's how I know my mama probably did let her anger out at once or twice. And was just like, what the entire hell? But hey.
Dude, that's deep.
It was crazy. I'm not saying that was the only reason why she was there, but there was a list of things. But he was saying, these are some of the things that I observed in your life.
Yeah. Wow.
Imagine that. So you even got to check yourself, because we'll use that as an excuse, man.
Right.
You did wrong. But it's like,
Are you really trying to correct this child? You want to,
Yeah.
because the scripture tells us that the Lord disciplines those he loves. So in love, he disciplines us because his foresight says, I know where you're going and that's the wrong way. So I'm going to chisel this off you because I want you to go higher. But is that the same thing that you feeling? No, you knocked down my favorite cup.
Yeah, way different. Way different. That's such a good point.
So that's crazy about, I never heard it like that. You said you cannot be manipulated by the enemy if you don't let him allow that manipulate you by anger. Like he can move you around. He makes you his puppet if you get consumed by anger.
I heard an ex-occultist say one time that in the occult, they would win certain battles by getting people to submit to anger, because in the spirit, once you get...
Got a commercial, y'all. Sorry about that.
America's Declaration of Independence is one of the most famous documents in the English language.
Once you get into anger, all your power
That was crazy because it hasn't been one for a while too.
is lost.
Wait. You know why that's crazy? Because in the physical, when you're angry, you think you're Superman.
Yep. But in the spirit, you're like completely depleted.
We want to fight when we're angry.
Yep.
As if we got strength. But in the spirit,
that's when you're the weakest.
That's crazy.
Crazy, right? And on top of that, not only are you the weakest, but it blocks you from ever experiencing God. Like, you can't get in the presence of God when you're angry about a situation. How does that even work? It doesn't. It hates that. Like, because it releases a stench in the spirit. Like, God can't bless that. If you have unforgiveness, if you have bitterness, anger, if you still have that, don't ever expect to experience God.
That's why he said he's the Lord that fights our battles, and also that his strength is made perfect in our weakness. For you to describe anger, spiritual weakness, if we don't submit our anger to the Lord, then there's someone already ready, volunteering to take a hold of that anger for us. And the same way the Lord says, my strength is made perfect in your weakness, the enemy is saying, my strength could be made perfect in your weakness if you could just give me that anger.
Yes.
The Lord is saying, give me the anger, and the enemy is like, no, give me that anger.
That's a crazy.
That's crazy, right? That's still true. That's still true.
The revelation, dude. That's so true.
Oh no!
I just said that.
Oh, no. What have you done,
bruh?
That's good. That is good.
So how do we? That's difficult because anger is one of those things that takes advantage of impulse.
Yeah.
If I'm angry, I want to react.
Yep.
I don't want to think. I don't want to pray. And it feels like not acting makes me really live in that weakness. And nobody wants to feel weak. Like, somebody give me here's the thing the Lord had to help me with. Like, I personally like.
So not acting makes you feel weak, but then acting out of anger is a weak position because you're only reacting to whatever happened. You're not thinking, so you're not planning, processing, you're just reacting.
Yeah, but some people also say that if you don't react, that means you're weak, you're scared, you don't know how to stand up for yourself, so you have to live in that weakness or come out of it. Some folks just come out of it and give an angry response. I know I've done it before. Because when I don't do it, I feel more helpless. I feel more helpless.
Right. That's what he just said is very much true. He said that's how it goes. See?
I don't want to say I don't want to think. I don't want to pray, because anger is one of those things that takes advantage of impulse.
Yeah.
From anger.
So see how that works, what you just said? You say you experience that same exact thing. But now that you know that anger is designed, part of its design is to take advantage of your impulse. So the less control you have on impulse, because you're validating why you should be able to act that way because you're angry. You're saying I'm angry. That's why I got reason to do this. But anger is waiting on you to be waiting on the impulse, waiting on the thing you think that you can't control. It's like, oh, okay, I already know how he roll. Let me just go ahead and sit here because he ain't gonna do nothing but feed me because he impulsive. He can't control himself. So that's when it be messing it up. Like, oh, okay. And then right away, anger is the reason why you did what you did. You know, if you slap the hell out of somebody, okay. But that anger is waiting on that. Anger is part of this job, is to sit there and wait on that impulse to raise up, and then for you to not be able to control it. Because it knows that's part of the enemy's plan. He knows that anger for you taps into the fact that you can't control yourself. That's how folks be like, well, all I saw was red, and I looked up, I was beating the hell out of somebody. Or, you know, I looked up and I don't know what happened, and I slapped them right across their face. Right? That is waiting on you. So now it's different when you get mad, because you know this whole situation that's happening is created to make you mad and let you lose control. It can't wait for your ass to lose control.
Angry, I want to react.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to pray.
Mm-mm.
And it feels like not acting makes me really live in that weakness.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody wants to feel weak. Like, somebody give me here's the thing the Lord had to help me with. Like, I personally I don't want to say I like arguing, but I like proving points.
Yeah.
So in the comments, people want to talk through, but I would just love to say the right things just be like, I could just make you look real dumb right now.
Yeah.
So the Lord has had to get me with just like being impulsive. And I guess it's something about anger, acting on the impulse of anger, just, I don't know, it's like satisfying in the flesh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's very satisfying in the flesh.
Mm.
Because it's like, oh, finally I get to like prove myself.
Mm-mm.
You know, I get to flex my strength, but the devil's looking at that and laughing.
And the crazy thing is, the enemy, he gonna let you access all that. He gonna make sure you get some of that. He gonna make sure, because he gotta let you know how good it feel to be like, nigga, shut the fuck.
He's just having a field day. You know, I had to break that off of my life. I had a lot of generational curses of anger. It ran in the family. My mom broke the cycle. Even though she didn't display it, the spiritual aspect of it was still there, though, in my life. It's crazy. You could break a cycle in the physical, but in the spiritual, it will still exist without the blood of Christ.
Mm.
So what are you trying to say? Let's say there's alcohol in your family. Somebody could stop drinking alcohol.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But until it's submitted to the Lord and dealt with by,
the child will still deal with it, most likely. Yeah.
The child.
It's a generational curse. Those are real.
But then that makes sense too when we look at somebody like with these child stars that was addicted to things. Their parents were addicted to something different. Remember, the parents might have been addicted to like plastic surgery, but the grandparents was the good old drugaholics. Like look at, or even a child in this situation. Look at Ozzy Osbourne. Look at the Osbournes. The dad, he was a papa pillar. Take a something-aholic, wasn't he? And the kids,
I think so.
Right, and he stopped doing drugs, and he was so messed up from doing so much drugs, but the residual effect on his kids was terrible. Like, you know, how they went through identity crisis, cutting their hair, coloring their hair, dating people, doing their own drugs, having interviews where they've been, you know, out of it or looking too high or going to a Diddy party. All that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Your kids, somebody's going to pay for that.
I know that because I experienced it. Because my mom broke the cycle in her family of anger, physical abuse, mental abuse. It went down through generations. My mom said it ends with me. And I praise God for her life. That's what a strong woman is. Like, not like the whole feminist, like liberal. My mom is the definition of a strong woman, bro. Like a woman who is able to hold all of that weight, all of that pain, and instead of dumping it on us, dealt with it and got rid of it herself. That's actually what strength looks like. But just because she broke that cycle in the world, I dealt with it bad. I was very, very angry. To the point where like it got bad, bro. Like I was about to commit a crime. Let's just say that. But thank God I didn't, because I would either be in prison or in hell. Praise Jesus. I think about that sometimes. But it was bad.
See, and that's what I was saying earlier. I wasn't trying to be rude or racist or whatever, but I was just saying, like, sometimes when people that are not black but are not white either, when they go through their whole, like, I was about to just go down the hill of things and bad, life was bad. I think that, you know, sometimes when they say it to a black person, we don't be like, okay, we feel your pain, because our down the road and going down bad is different. It's just, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, and our generational break to change is not the same thing. And that's just how I see that. I'm sorry if that offends anyone, because I'm not trying to say because you're in some places in part of the world, this man that we see on the screen, he wouldn't be considered black, right? Or he's not white, because when he's compared to white people, he got color in him. But he not with us either. So therefore, all the things that happen to black people just because of the color of their skin don't happen to him. So that's why I gave the example earlier, Hustler, like his electric bill cannot be paid, and my electric bill cannot be paid, and we go for a job, and he might get the job because of the person who is hiring is racist and just don't like brown people. So he would get hired over me being browner. Just on that, he doesn't have that issue. He doesn't even have that concern. He's not even gonna be wondering, am I gonna get hired because I'm black, right? So, you know, to me, it's a little bit different when they say, you know, sometimes when they say, man, I had it hard, I had a hard moment, I was down bad, I was gonna commit a crime. It's some black men that be down bad, that are down bad, and they don't have no other choice. They won't eat, you know, or they won't have medicine there, you know, or they won't have diapers for their kid, so they have to commit some kind of crime. They end up doing that, you know. It's not always because they're just out here trying to wreck shop and tear up stuff. Sometimes it is out of necessity of being down bad. And I just don't think that some parts of the cultures, some other cultures don't identify with that. So I'm sorry. What you think, Hustler?
Yep, makes sense to me. I wouldn't put a race on it, but okay.
I mean, I'll just give that example because he's right here on the screen. But I would say racially, because they're not white people, but they're not black people either. So you're not going to be, you know, because you're brown, like, you know, you could be Latino or Arabic, but because you're not black American, when the police stop you and judge you because you black American, he doesn't have that happen to him. He could be speeding down the same street you speeding down, and when you get stopped because that cop is racist, you're going to get automatically treated different. He just going to get treated differently because he was speeding. You might be getting treated differently because they don't like black folks who speed on, you know, and you were speeding. So, you know what I'm saying? And he doesn't ever have to worry about, are they going to stop me because I'm black? He don't got to ever think that. But you got to wonder sometime if that's why you was stopped. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. When they say, oh, Hustler, I had it down bad, I was going through it and life was just kicking my ass. And you're like, okay, but the life that's kicking your ass can mean that you could not get a job because the person that's hiring don't like niggas today. He can still get the job. You ain't going to get it though. So how down bad are you? And really, right?
Good point.
That's just how I be like, what the hell? Sometimes I be like, oh, life was so hard for you. You know, your application wasn't pushed over to the side because they saw your ethnicity was said BLK. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying that still happens. So.
Yep, I understand. I've had runs with the police. They don't give me trouble for the most part, but one cop did.
Right, because you could just run into that person today that just be like, damn, and you know, like that one cop that gave that rant that went viral. She was like, I hate niggas. Okay, but while she's stopping you, She don't like your black ass, and the other cop don't care. So say you run into her, she deep down don't like you, but if say so this man right here on the screen, she ain't gonna treat him like that. She don't care about him like that. She really don't like you though. So you see what I'm saying? And they still doing their job. She was a decorated police officer. He had just gotten an award, and then turned around and did a youth rant on her TikTok talking about I hate niggas. And you just got an award for being a good cop.
I think I saw that video. That was
that was crazy, right? Like, dude, she was standing at the podium with a big old plaque in her hand, and then on the next thing you know, you see her TikTok talking about I hate niggas. And you're like, what? Okay, so she's that person that won't arrest him, but will arrest you for pulling you over for running a red light. You feel me? So that's what I mean. Like, he don't got none of that to worry about. That doesn't cross his mind at all when they say life is kicking my ass, because that's a part of our life that kicks our ass.
Yeah, that's that's how it be sometimes. And it's amazing. But that's why I say social media is a gift and a curse. People people let it mislead them and shit, but at the same time, it's a good way to incriminate yourself for doing bullshit.
Because now you like, well, now we know that all this time that there are people playing in your face. So you're not surprised. But yeah, that's just part of what I think when I be like, oh, you're down bad. Oh, I'm so sorry. Life's been kicking your ass. Let me tell you some things.
Like, where all I could see was red. I would literally get visions from demons about shooting people when I was in the world. I'm not even kidding. Like, I would have all this anger and this rage, and I didn't know that was getting open visions from the devil because I wasn't a believer. I didn't know any of this stuff existed. But I remember the devil was trying to like make me into like a killer, saying like kill this person, come on, do it, like shoot this person, shoot that person, like, and I couldn't stop it. Like, I'm in my office, I was in the world, I was living in North Hollywood at the time, and I'm in my office and I'm just getting all these open visions of me shooting people. I'm like, where's this coming from? And I was getting sucked into the vortex, and like I didn't know that this was spiritual. I thought it was me. Because I didn't know about spiritual things. I didn't know that demons can give you visions. Some vision, and I'm thinking that it's just great. It never happened. I'm so thankful, dude. Because that would have been bad. But
see, now that's more along the lines of stuff that affects y'all or affects them. Like, it's not something that typically, us brothers and sisters would typically do, but that might be something that other people might do, is they hear a voice, someone telling them to go delete someone, and they go and do it because it satisfies that what they hear in their head. They believe in it. They really believe in it. They're believing that God has already talked to them, and now they still believe they're hearing some sort of something from God, right?
Verses of anger, but by the blood of Jesus Christ, by his power, it was able to be.
Well, that's what he's saying right now. It's not they got issues. It's the demons that they carry. It's the generational curses, the things that your parents did and put into place that now, because Satan said he came to kill, steal, and destroy, he meant that he may not kill and steal and destroy in your lifetime of who committed the sin, right? You understand that? So it could have been your great grandparents who committed the sin, or someone down the lineage who committed the sin, and because Satan is who he is, he's going to come back for your generation after your generation after your generation. So now you're catching hell for something your great grandmother did. You're catching hell. You got a generational curse on you, on your generation, all you and your siblings and all your little cousins and everybody your age in your generation. So it's more like that. It's like, it's not, necessarily you direct or them that you directly. You're catching hell from something that was done before you got here as well.
Broken. And that's something that I refuse to let the devil ever have. Dude, I have been screwed over in ways you can't even imagine in Christ.
Come on.
And I'm like, this is deeper than that person betraying me. This is the devil trying to reopen what God already healed.
And see, he spoke earlier
That's deep.
about the generational curse too. Like, huh?
I said that's deep.
What'd you say?
Now I was saying that was deep.
Yeah,
What you just
especially
said.
if you prayed over it and had right what he just said. Especially if you prayed over it and had, you closed that, broke that chain, and said, "Okay, I'm not," like you saying. That's like you saying, hustler. My dad might have been content with this kind of lifestyle and this kind of level of success, and I want to break that. And everybody in my life has all been on the same level. So that's what people want to break the chain, like educationally, or they want to break the chain, of saying, okay, I'm gonna make sure my kids go get a better education or have a better lifestyle, have a more peaceful life. All that is breaking that chain. And they're talking about even on spiritual levels, like how you handle money and how you handle, relationships and how you even handle sexual attraction, right? Because remember, we said earlier, some of the church folks is the most horniest, freakiest, freak nasty, freak daddies.
I refuse to allow it to affect me. Number one,
Say that
because
3 times
forgiveness
fast.
isn't an option. It's a command, or we won't be forgiven. But number two,
What you say?
I said say that 3 times fast.
Church folks is freak daddies, freak nasty, freak daddy,
freak nasty, freak daddies.
refuse to undo
freak nasty, freak daddy.
the healing that God did in my.
If you don't say nothing else today,
I refuse to. I don't want to go through surgery all over again. It was painful the first time. Like God did a work on my heart and it was painful, dude. I don't want to go through that again by undoing it.
nobody thinks like that. I refuse to undo the healing. I refuse to open up these stitches. Thing about wounds, man. I don't know if I've ever said this before, but when your body scars, right, and you develop scar tissue, yes, the skin that covers that area is hardened, but it loses something called, I think, collagen. It has less collagen, so it's less flexible, or I would say more rigid. Meaning, while it feels harder, it's more, what's the word?
Jenny.
The word, I can't remember the word, but cutting.
Don't want to interrupt,
but I got
Don't want to interrupt, but I got to hop down. I got to get back to work. Nice talking to you.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you for coming up and going back to work now.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a good
Thanks
day.
for having me.
All righty. Y'all, we've been pushing up here. We almost got 6 hours. Look at that. I like that. Let's roll out. We got a little more to watch in our video because we're going to get it done today, y'all. And I like how this is going. So, and I'm about to order me. I love me a Detroit style pizza, y'all. I think that's what I'm about to do. So let's get this.
That it's a different type of skin. I'll put it like that. It's the wounded skin is a different type of skin, and re-wounding scarred skin is never good.
Yeah,
because more and more you lose the collagen and it loses the elasticity. I always talk about how the enemy is like, he's such a sucker in this way. When he plants a seed, or when someone is wounded through trauma or whatever the case may be, I've noticed that the enemy doesn't try to look for another area to stab them. He'll find a way to re-stab them in the same area.
That's always the case.
I'm like, oh, you dumb devil. When people sit here and talk to me, I'm like, I don't know if they know that yes, it's different scenarios. Yes, it's different people, but that's all rejection.
Yep.
He keeps doing it to you. Do you notice that the enemy keeps trying to do the same thing to you and stab you in the same place?
Yes, it's always the same place too. Because Everybody has.
Wow, and that same place for a lot of people happens to be their heart. Some people it's their mama. Look at that. See, some people it's their kids.
An Achilles heel.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody does. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's not the spiritual thing to say. You know, if I want to look like a perfect master Christian, I shouldn't say that. It's just the truth. Everybody does. Everyone knows it. The devil knows it. Like, and the devil will always go for what your Achilles heel is. It will never be something different. He'll create different situations.
Yes.
To attack the same thing.
Come on.
But it will always be.
So is that why they say same toilet, same-ish, different day? Same-ish, different day, right? Same day, different toilet. I mean, wait, what is it? How does it go? I don't know. Is it same toilet, different poop, different mess, right? Same day, different toilet? I don't know. But same tests. And I've heard that too. Like, you're going to keep getting tested and tested and tested on the same thing.
The same thing.
Oh my goodness.
You pass, yep.
And we're so foolish in the thing. But that's different. No, your father broke your heart. Then the boyfriend broke your heart. No, the pastor broke your heart. And you think they're all different betrayals. But the enemy is attacking the same void.
Yep.
I'm never going to forget what you just said, man. I refuse.
The enemy is attacking the same void. Look at that. See what I'm saying, y'all? I knew something. See, I'd be going crazy. And I don't want to say I don't be going crazy, but I know I'm not losing my mind. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, y'all. Oh, what you say, Black Lexicon? Oh, well, thank you. That's so nice of you to say. I really like the content you choose, and it resonates with my own thoughts. Thank you, Sugar. Aw, thanks, Sugar.
To reopen what God has healed.
I can't, dude. It's just too much work. It's too much work to do. I don't want to do all that work, bro.
You said something that blew my mind while you were talking to, and I think is significant. You said the enemy made me think that it was me. That's really significant. Like, because I remember when I'm dealing with, my porn issues, my lust issues, I used to just feel like I'm just the worst heathen. Like, there's something specially wrong with me. That's it. The enemy make you think there's something specially evil about you because he exploits wounds. He exploits you with triggers and things like that. So you begin to, like, instead of turning your face to say, nah, devil, I see you. No, I see what you're trying to do with this betrayal. I see what you're trying to do with this loss. I see what you're trying to I see how you want me to react. We turn it to ourselves, and now we're looking at ourselves with shame. And like, imagine having thoughts of wanting to hurt people. Won't that just make you feel like, yo, I'm really off?
Dude, that's how I felt. Like, I was like, what is happening to me? I was like crying because I was scared of who I thought I was becoming when I was in the world. I was like terrified. It was crazy, bro. But it isn't you.
And just think how easily some people just submit to that. They just let it go. They just be like, all right, I'm supposed to go out here and take someone out, then I'm gonna go out here and take someone out.
It isn't you. It's Satan. Detach from that. Renounce it. Break away from that. Okay? Sure, there's things in your flesh that you got to deal with. But when it comes to crazy stuff like that, if you're hearing voices in your head, I'm speaking this prophetically. If you're hearing a voice telling you to go watch porn, if you're hearing a voice tell you to go fornicate, tell you to do something that you know you shouldn't do to somebody else, it isn't you. It's the devil. That's not your personality. Rebuke it in Jesus' name. Separate yourself from that.
That is not your personality. And see that's too, like, okay, so guys, you guys out here checking out all this stuff and on online and looking at all this other stuff, and it's all these women out here that need love, which is crazy, right? And now these women out here who, these are women. I remember showing the video a while back of the women who hasn't had a hug and been touched in like a year, but y'all rather look at stuff on the phone. Crazy.
Get back on track. It isn't you. You know how many Christians I hear have like bipolar disorder? Dude, that isn't you. Sure, there are valid medical issues.
Yes.
Okay. But if you have bipolar disorder and a voice is telling you to go kill grandma in the basement, that's obviously not a disorder. That's a demon. You know?
Yes.
Like, so like you gotta get delivered. You gotta get delivered, dude. Like, you can't just treat the stuff with medication. But I see that it's so common, dude. I see Christians who like have like, they say like, oh yeah, I was diagnosed with anxiety, bipolar, depression, schizophrenia. I'm like,
you just blew my mind with something, and I think we got to go there. You just said it, and you just blew my mind. You said it's not you, and if I go to a psychiatrist, they're going to convince me that I have a problem. I have schizophrenia. I have depression, and they're going to put me on meds to manage my thing, my issue. So I'll be perpetually coming into agreement with what the enemy is trying to convince me is me. All the while, it's a projection, it's an exploitation, it's a dart. How many of us are claiming, and whether we were prescribed real meds or we're self-medicating ourselves through different things, I'm a pornaholic, or I'm a alcoholic, or I'm an addict, and we're self-medicating so we can manage our demon.
Yep, that's all it is. It's just managing it. Because what happens, people think that the medication works because what happens is it's all witchcraft, right? So what happens is they give you this spell, and it's like fake demonic healing, where it's like, okay, we got you on the witchcraft now, so we're gonna tell, like, the kingdom of hell will say, okay, we're gonna tell the demon to let off while he's under the spell, like pharmakia, aka witchcraft. And while they're under that witchcraft spell, we're gonna make it look like it's working by telling the demon to just chill out a little bit. And then when they're off of it, we activate again. So then they idolize it, and not only do they like worship their, disorder, but now their medication becomes their god.
No,
isn't that so like diabolical?
Sick.
It's sickening.
Wait a minute, we gotta go back.
Pharmakia, aka witchcraft. And while they're under that witchcraft spell, we're gonna make it look like it's working by telling the demon to just chill out a little bit. And then when they're off of it, we activate again. So then they idolize it, and not only do they like worship their, disorder, but now their medication becomes their god.
No.
So they
Isn't
think
that
it's
so,
working.
Like, diabolical?
Sick.
It's sickening.
Oh man, I've heard situations like that where people like they lose it, and when they're manifesting like crazy with all these symptoms, and then when help comes, it dies down, and when the help leaves, they manifest again, or stuff like that. Like they
know they're about to
this
go
stuff
crazy.
Is spiritual. That's why the scripture tells us, man, the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but they're mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds and all that, and taking thoughts captive. Pulling down strongholds, I can't remember the scripture. I got to read that thing out loud. Pulling down strongholds, whatever, but capturing every thought that attempts to raise itself against the knowledge of God. And I think like it's so important that we're able to identify this stuff and recognize when a stronghold is a stronghold. Otherwise, because it's saying there are thoughts that exist or strongholds that exist that try to exalt themselves against the knowledge of God. So that God knows that is actively being warred against by what we feel, what we think, what we're told. All of these things are making war against what God knows and who we truly are and where we should be really walking in as believers. He says we are seated in heavenly places. We're sons and daughters of the Most High God. But all these thoughts, well, I feel like a lust bucket. Like I feel like an alcoholic. I feel addicted. I feel depressed. I feel these things. I think these things. They told me these things. All of these things are exalting themselves against the knowledge of God. And so we really got to exercise and cling on to this word and get radical with this word. Like we need to be taking this word like we need to exalt this word like we exalt this medication.
Wow. As I choke on a sticky icky. Yeah, my reason is because it was made from the earth. God made it. No, I'm just kidding. But that's true though, because there are people where their whole life and their body and everything about them is connected to them having that medication. And if they don't have it, then for some reason they feel like they can't go on. Wow. But yeah, I would agree with that. That's crazy because I do know there are some people that are like that. I know for a fact at certain points, with my own family, we had issues because my mom has a metal rod in her back. She had to kind of move into having more of a herbal support than getting off the medication because the medication was going to be a problem. So I agree with that, and then, yeah, she was a different kind of person on that medication. And the same thing with my stepdad. They make you really groggy. They make you really feel out of their body. So, but there are some people who where it provides such a euphoric state to where they need that. They rather be in that place than be feeling anything, right? Anything.
Yes, exactly.
We need to hold on to this word like we hold on to these pills. Like when we run out of pills and we feel like life itself is over.
Right. But people don't read the word for a week and they feel fine. How does that make sense? People don't tweak out when they don't get their word in.
Yo,
I'm just saying.
Yo.
I know I have. I know if I've gone like 2-3 days without reading the Bible, I'll be like itching, like, bruh, something's not right with me. I got to get my word,
Come on.
Like I'm a fiend for the Holy Ghost, man. Like,
come on.
Like I have to be.
Yo.
Isn't that crazy?
Why you don't have withdrawals?
Right. Are you really plugged in like that if you're not having withdrawals, or is Jesus just an accessory in your life? Oh gosh, I didn't mean to go there.
You had to. Yo.
But it's true though. It's true, man. It's like how many of us have made Jesus an aesthetic rather than like actually king in our lives, bro. Everybody's a Christian. It's just a brand, dude. People will build their whole brand off of Christ without actually knowing.
Okay, I had to go potty for that one real quick, but I'm back, and I kind of was what he just said. Like we said, there are people out here who will absolutely lose their minds if they don't keep their medication because they can't function, they can't live right, they can't eat. I know at a certain point, certain times, you can smoke so much to where it helps you with your nausea, to where you need to smoke to be able to eat because otherwise you're going to feel sick, right? So I understand there are cases, there are situations, and there are plenty of things that can help, you along the way. My grandmother, I told the story plenty of times when my grandmother even used marijuana as a medicine. But I don't think that's what we're talking about. I think that they're talking about like the excess and abuse for the most part, for real, right? So, but we know that there are people that they don't try to get addicted or, attached. However, it helps them function and they are happy where their lives and how they feel with the help that they get. medically. So we all know that, and we agree, and I can attest for it. I mean, I'm going to say there are times where when I have sciatica running down my back, a good old ibuprofen helps. I know I can be healed, but I do know that my pastor said, God said, don't be stupid too, right? Don't be out here acting like you're going to go through so much pain and endure something as well. And don't be ignorant to the idea that you're going to need some help. So get your help when you need your help, but don't rely on the help. You know, I get that too. So I get it both ways. Just trying to turn this. Ooh. Okay. You want to get my body proportion right. Okay, there we go.
With him.
Oh,
Gosh, dude, that's horrible.
But yeah, I feel that whole thing too. Like when folks get when they stop reading the Bible or going to church or they miss a Sunday, you know, some folks they don't go through the same withdrawal that they go through if they can't get their medication. You know, in which I feel like if you feel that passionately about your faith, then you should feel the same way, you know, when other things are important to you. It should all kind of be a similar reaction. So I get that. So, but I like that. That's why he said, is he actually in your life or is he an accessory? Because you got them folks too where they call on Jesus because it's cute, right?
The thing about
even deliverance itself, the way we process deliverance, what deliverance is for most people, it's, Lord, can you bring me to a place where I don't have to be on my knees crying out to you as much? Can you get me to a place where, like, I'm not having to fight to get in your presence? I just want to be able to relax from needing you. That's what deliverance is for most people. And so sometimes I think, I don't want to say that, but it's just like, God knows us so much. But for many of us, we just want to take a break from God. You know, I used to talk to my people about this. It's just like sometimes the burden of being a man of God sometimes gets so heavy. It's like, I want to be Ezekiel today. And I used to get those feelings. And sometimes I would want to go to a place where I could take off my Christian hat. And I'm like, what? Why is my relationship with Jesus a burden? There's something wrong here. What is relaxation is without Jesus? Do I want to take a vacation from God? Whew.
In life, you get out what you put in.
Can we even do that? Can you even take a vacation?
There's some flesh
like
that's flesh. There's something that's rising that should not be there. And for many of us, like the identity, you said it's an aesthetic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I say it's a costume for many of us. Whew.
Wow. Is it a costume? Oh, some of these Christians and holy rollers out here is just wearing a costume, child. Ooh, you got on a costume.
Oh my gosh.
You got the whole thing on, the mask and the costume on, child. Look at you, sugar, with your little costume on.
And wearing it out is just like, I can't wait to get home or get in private to take this off.
The Christian costume, right? And then you want to get out in public and then put your Christian costume on, and then when you get home, you take it off. You just ate all the bacon off the top of your
That's dark. Gosh, that's so dark, bro. But that's like, that is actually happening though. That's why it's dark.
Imagine our churches are being ran by believers wearing the Christian costume, the preacher costume.
That's deep. You see how he had the pause? He kind of was like, yeah, I don't know. He couldn't process that. He had to take a moment. Yep.
The Christian artist, Christian influencer costume. And it's heartbreaking we're talking about it, but the truth is the Lord sees it and he is not pleased with the church. And we operate with no power because on Halloween they wear costumes
mocking and pretending to be superheroes, pretending to be individuals that have some type of status and power, but they don't. It's just a costume. And so if the Bible says God will not be mocked. And he says that because people going around attempting to wear God and misrepresent him, God will not be mocked, because they said they have the form of godliness, but deny the power thereof. And then we're wondering, why doesn't the world want this Jesus? Look at us.
You know what's so scary, bro? I guess I'll go there. But people,
I was over here talking about some I forgot I was on mute while I was fixing my doggy's bowl. That's what he said. Why, if the world's gonna look at, if these folks is up here wearing Christianity costumes and pretending to be all this good and you know, this holier and then this special and this blessed and this belief. I'm not saying you are or you're not. I'm just saying if that's what you're putting on and the people that are around you say, you fake, you know, you ain't nothing like who you say you are, and they recognizing that you have on the costume of Christianity, then you can't be too mad when folk call you out on it at the same time. But if you running around here looking and wearing that Christianity costume, then sugar, you can't be mad when somebody say they don't want to be like you, right? They don't want to do what you're doing. They don't want to have to put on all that extra costume. They don't want to wear all that. They want to stay over here in whatever faith-based this is that got them thinking the way they thinking, and they don't have to wear no costume while they doing it. So think about it like that. You know, that's why it's probably very, very super important. It's been that way to where you need to actually be walking out what you are, or at least living the way you proclaim to be, so someone can actually follow you if you're a leader, right? You need to lead in that. Lead in that, right?
I think that talent is oil. It could be further from the truth, because I know talented people, or I knew of talented people.
Come on.
That behind the scenes smoking weed.
There he goes with that hand position again, you guys. Somebody said earlier, what we said earlier, that the that hand position is a Masonic hand signal. I don't know, y'all.
Fornicating, all claiming Jesus though, and everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, this is so anointed."
Come on, man.
It's like, don't confuse charisma and talent for anointing. Many anointed people were not liked in the Bible. It's not my opinion. It's the Bible. Okay? If the whole world loves you, you're doing something wrong. I'm excommunicated from the world. The world doesn't like me at all. But I look at that and I'm like, okay, that's an indication that like I'm in step with what God's will is for my life.
Come on.
Wow, if the whole world loves you, you're doing something wrong. Not something right. If the whole world loves you, you're doing something wrong.
But if the whole world loves you, what does that say about your life? Jesus tells us that the world's going to hate us because it hated him. So if the world doesn't hate you, it doesn't hate him in you because he's not in you.
Don't you know that friendship with the world
is enmity with God? So
friendship with the world is enmity with God. And the good thing, that's crazy too, because you know, if you're a good person at heart and you're really trying to be a good person out here and you do good things, people steadily do hate on you. They hate on you for helping the handicapped. They hate on you for helping the disabled. They hate on you for being friends with the weird kid, you know, or they're being friends with the oddball person at work. And sitting with her at lunch or sitting with them or talking to them. Folks are just always hating on the kind side of that. That's crazy too, right?
Say that to say this, bro.
And it's only because that you're doing your WWJD. You're doing what Jesus would do.
We live in an era where, look, I'm part of the digital age. I'm just going to tell you guys, just because somebody's talented doesn't mean that they're right with God. Someone could have a crazy testimony.
Come on.
Doesn't mean that they're right with God. You could speak eloquently. You could know the Greek and the Hebrew.
All
Doesn't
kinds of
mean that you're right with
pastors
God.
and gospel singers at the Diddy parties, right? There's all kind of stuff happening. There's still rites of passages in the gospel world, right? Even in the television world, the movie world, the music world, and the entertainment life. No matter what you singing or what your movie is about, they still want you to go through that rites of passage. So come on, sir, you're gonna have to come up off that something.
Let me ask you this. What is your telltale sign of someone who's spiritually mature, someone who's really walking with God, someone who's really surrendered to the Lord? How can you identify that? Because we want to cling to that. We want to see that. We want to see it in our own lives.
Yeah.
What are the telltale signs?
The clearest telltale sign is, how can you love someone that hurts you when they're not around? Are you going to talk about a situation and say that you're praying for them, but talk about them behind their back?
A telltale sign is, how can you love someone that hurt you when they're not around? So you hurt me and you're not even here, and I still love on you.
And then disguise it as being concerned for them. Or, I'll tell you a story.
That is true, though. People do that. They talk about you behind your back, and then they disguise it as, well, I was concerned, so I brought it up. Or I was concerned, so I talked to your mama. I was concerned. I love you, so I needed to tell your business.
Come on, man.
This just happened.
Come on.
I had reconciliation with a brother recently, like a week or two ago. And, he repented. He came to me and he said, dude, I just want to say like what I sent you, right? And I was totally in the wrong. That was messed up of me to do. 2 years before, I prayed for him in the secret place in tongues. The day that it happened, never thought that I would see him again. Because, we kind of live far from each other. And the day that he did that to me, I got in my prayer closet, or my office, which is like my prayer closet. I got to be accurate here. And I prayed for him in the spirit for 30 minutes straight. That same day, I'm like, I'm not letting the devil finesse me. Like I said, when you submit to anger, you lost. So I said, I refuse to do that. I'm going to pray for him. I'm going to pray God's perfect will over his life. I remember exactly where I was. I was in my old apartment in Fort Worth, Texas. And I prayed for him deeply. Not just to pray for him, just so.
He said he prayed for him deeply, and he prayed for him in the spirit. So, for those who believe that you pray for him in the spirit, you surrender to whatever the spirit wants you to say about him. And some folks, it's in tongues. And some folks, they don't remember what they said. They just say it, and let whatever God wants them to say, they utter those words so they can seal the deal with, putting it into God's hands. So yeah, so that's kind of deep though. You pray for you had something with someone that you go home and you pray for them, and you ask God to help them and heal them.
God could see that I was doing a great thing. Wow. Sometimes we can think that we're doing something that's like godly, but it's because we want to impress God. Because we still feel the need to perform for him.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not even gonna go there. But when you know him as your father, you don't feel the need to perform for him. That's only if you're feeling like an orphan. But
What? You only need to feel, you only have the need to perform for God if you feel like you're an orphan, right? Is that what he just said? You only feel the need to perform for God because you don't want to perform for your father. So you perform for God because you feel like you're an orphan? Let's make sure.
I pray for him. When you know him as your father, you don't feel the need to perform for him. That's only if you're feeling like an orphan.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep, that's what he said. That's what I thought he said.
I pray for him in the spirit, bro, for 30 minutes. And 2 years later, I ran into him unexpectedly. Wasn't expecting it. He repented, bro, for something that happened years ago. Why? Because I didn't smack talk him behind his back. I didn't say that I was concerned for him. Hey, brother, I just want to tell you I'm a little concerned about so-and-so. That's gossip. We try to make it look like we're discipling and counseling. I'm a leader in my church. I'm a deacon. I know what discipleship looks like. Discipleship is, we don't gossip about the people that we're training by saying that we're concerned for them. If there's a problem, we pray for them in private. We don't let anyone know. That's how you know if someone's mature or not. Anyways, pray for this guy in private. And 2 years later, he comes up to me and repents. That's how you know if someone's mature or not. Who are you when nobody's watching?
Whoa.
Yeah, he kind of had his own little complex with the tall guy thing because you can see how short he is by how long his arms are. No shade to him. He's been kicking it like all string with them. However, I see why he made the correlation in his example with the 6 foot tall guy. He's like, yo, I can't be mad. Look at how God made me. Look at my little arms and my little legs.
God is always watching, though, so it's really nobody. It's never nobody. But who are you when God is only watching?
And he probably has on a regular size chain, but he has a little stumpy neck, so a little thick neck because he's a little hefty guy. So that's all that is. He doesn't look bad. He's just, you can tell he's short. I see why he gave the big tall man example, though.
Do you really believe God? Do you really believe he's real? If so, you know he's paying attention to how you react to things.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know someone's mature.
Mm. Wow, that is interesting to see and hear. That's how he's always watching.
I could fake the whole Christian thing to you. I could be on this podcast right now, like this,
saying praise God every other word. And then, that makes me think of, not to say, what's his name, Jamal Bryant and his wife. I mean, there's a lot of vanity in that. There's a lot of Christian costume in that whole, and then, with the dress debacle, there's just something to say about maybe he's right.
And a God who preaches the gospel, you would never know. You would never know if I was not like that in private.
Wow.
Only God knows.
Have mercy.
And that's the scary part, bro. You gotta test every spirit, see if it's from God. I'm not saying that to be cynical and try to call everybody a false prophet and a false teacher.
Shout out to Cynical. Hey, Cynical. See? Everywhere I go, I told you that Cynical was popping up. But yeah, look at that though. You got to test and see, because how would you ever know until behind closed doors? We wouldn't even think of Pastor Jamal Bryant as being any kind of freak or any type of anything, except for you see this dress and you're thinking, okay, well, at least you kind of see his taste. His taste is, what we saw. So now we have to can't unsee it. You can't unknow it. He's got a little. His ex-wife is also beautiful and curvaceous and body, yada, yada, yada.
Because that stuff is whack. That stuff is cringe.
What do you mean?
Oh, this person threw up a peace sign. He's a false preacher because the peace sign was created by the devil. Like, bruh. Okay, buddy. That's somebody who actually needs deliverance from schizophrenia. But I will get it. But I just say that to say this. Like, you have to really be careful. Not to where you're like overly paranoid, because that's also kind of weird. But don't. Even me. Pray about me. Straight up. I don't care. I got nothing to hide. Ask God if I'm legit or not. But don't let somebody's charisma or eloquency or zeal.
Wow.
Because before Saul became Paul, was he not zealous for the traditions of his forefathers according to the word of God while killing us?
Come on.
Don't let the behavior fool you. Yes, the behavior can be good fruit from what the Holy Spirit is doing in you, but don't let that be the deciding factor. And people get church hurt. It's like, dude, you trusted your feelings. You got to see because you thought that if someone performed.
See, he said that people get church hurt. See, we talked about that earlier, how they just be like, look, I'm not trying to be like that. I'm not trying to go that direction. Look what's happening to you. You know, the pastor is having a relations with the youth minister. I mean, it is what it is. You know, you can't explain why you see some of these babies out of nowhere in this relationship between this youth pastor or this, you know, women's ministry pastor and all this. Like, yeah, it's all kind of hoochie and going on, and extra activities going on, gossiping, folks fighting, arguing, all type of stuff. So yeah, dudes.
Well, that meant that they were right with God.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even do videos with people that I haven't known for like a year or two. Wow. You know how many people want to click up? They want to link up, brother. We should do this. We should do that. I'm not here to make content with you people. What's your walk like when nobody's looking?
Come on, man.
Because what this podcast that you have is an altar, bro. Somebody's operating with.
Okay, but do you think like nobody see you, or do you think like God just don't be paying attention? That cracks me up sometimes. But that's something I want to know from y'all. Black Lexicon, do you think, and Seneca One, if y'all in the chat, do you think God see you all the time, or do you think sometimes he just like you just behind the bushes and he don't see you and you just be doing stuff sneaking?
Some foul spirit that gets attached to your altar. It's bigger than making videos, Ezekiel. It's an altar, bro, that you got to protect. Wow. You got to pray about everything. I'm not trying to like lecture you. I'm just saying, like, because this is something that I learned. You have to pray about everything. Even if it's like, oh, I know this is going to go viral. I know that God is going to use this. But it's like, are these people smoking dope and fornicating behind the scenes? Are these people getting blackout drunk? But then when they're on a podcast, they're talking about God's grace?
Come on, man.
You got to really walk with somebody, bro. Like, I'm out here. I'm not trying to be making content. I'm trying to co-partner with people who are after God, whose altars are pure, bro. I can't, because then you taint yours and you did nothing wrong except for praying about it. But that's an open door too when you co-sign people who are not walking with God like that.
You didn't do nothing wrong except for not pray about it and say, oh, should I partner up with this person? Should I pair up with them? Should I connect with them and build? And then you didn't pray about it. You didn't go whoever you want to believe you believe in. You didn't pray to them and ask them for no God type of guidance. You just jumped into this, and now you got a whole juju on you that has nothing to do with you.
I want to talk about this. And this might be kind of like our
segue. Um, so we're trying to find that balance between identifying people that don't bear fruit and what is the extreme of, because you talked about being someone that doesn't attack people and just not trying to bring other people down behind closed doors and all of that stuff. So one side is, what does it look like to be believers, to call out wrongdoing amongst believers? Because right now, like you said, test every spirit. I'm going to tell you where this comes from. The way I read Matthew chapter 7, it starts off with judge not.
So that's a good question too, and we get some pushback in somewhat in this space too sometimes, from people who are, I'm putting up air quotes, believers that speak to quote unquote not believers, and they make them feel bad. You know, they kind of have this spiritual I'm better than you ish, you know, attitude. So we get some of that. That's something that's just not on the internet. It's in the world, obviously. And we get that. We see that. I see that in some of these cases.
That should be judged. But as you move further, it tells he was telling his people, beware of false prophets who come in sheep clothing.
Say, like, because this is something that I learned. You have to pray about everything. Oh, I'm fornicating behind the scenes. Somebody, bro, like, I'm not out here. You taint yours, and you people who are not walking wild like that.
I'll talk about this, and this might be kind of like our segue. So we're trying to find that balance between identifying people that don't bear fruit and what is the extreme of, because you talked about being someone that doesn't attack people and just not trying to bring other people down behind closed doors and all of that stuff. So one side is, what does it look like to be believers, to call out wrongdoing amongst believers?
Oh yeah, that was the other thing. That's why I rewinded it, because I'm like, what was it that I was gonna say? Yeah, about the believers calling out the other believers. So that's just the crazy part too, is that they'll attack non-believers or attack other people that are kind of on the fence, maybe weary in their faith, but they won't attack a full-out believer attacks another believer. And I'm not saying we want to see a fight amongst Christians and Catholics and small hats fighting the Protestants and the, you know, apostolical fighting the Baptists or whatever, right? We're just saying that, you know, I noticed that too, especially especially in the world and in this space. And like I said a few minutes ago, looks like they kind of those two have like merged, you know, now in the world as well as on the online. You don't hear as other people who are strong in their faith call out other people that are just are believers in the same faith. And that's just, you know, like, you're out here acting Christian, you're out here a believer and you're a Christian, or you're out here, you know, you believe in the Islamic faith, and you don't call out other people who are just like you, believe in the same thing, but they're acting a stone cold monkey or being racist or being judgmental, when you know that's not how y'all roll. I don't call out each other. So I get that. I understand.
Believers. Because right now, like you said, test every spirit. I'm going to tell you where this comes from. The way I read Matthew chapter 7, it starts off with judge not lest you be judged. But as you move further, he was telling his people, beware of false prophets who come in sheep clothing, but inwardly they're ravenous wolves. And so I thought it was very specific and intentional for the Lord to use the sheep wolf illustration for this, because as the good shepherd, is always mindful of the sheep. And so if he's projecting and teaching people to teaching other sheep to be mindful of wolves, then he's teaching from the heart of the shepherd. I want you to wear the heart of the shepherd when you look out for wolves, which is to say, the heart of the shepherd is always there to protect other sheep. It is more about protecting sheep than it even is about wolves,
because his heart is after sheep. So my question is, how do we not go on witch hunts for wolves, focus on sheep, and where's that balance? Because we do need to be mindful of these wolves. We do need to expose the wolves. But then we can also go on a campaign to just try to start finding everything that other sheep do wrong, find every speck in the eye of every believer,
Mm-hmm.
and claim that we're trying to protect sheep. So what's that balance?
In Ephesians, you know, the chapter that talks about have nothing to do with the unfruitful deeds of darkness, but rather expose them.
Yes.
Is that Ephesians 5, right?
Yes.
If you read the full chapter, how do we expose darkness? If you read the full thing, it's by being the light. The author of Ephesians is talking about being the light of Christ. That's how darkness gets exposed. So, how do we expose wickedness? By walking in the truth, by showcasing the truth, and then people are going to be like, something's right here, something's not right here. You give them the reference to what they should have rather than pointing out what they don't have. That's how you do it, bro. Could I make videos calling people a false teacher? Sure. But no one's going to... why would God be pleased with that? And I know there's probably going to be people watching this that will make a video about me now, you know, and that's the scummy nature of all that, is they're just waiting for someone to say something that they disagree with. But you think God is like pleased with that? Now, I understand there are scandals, there are things. Let the law handle it, let the authorities handle it. You know, people have got exposed for doing disgusting things, you know, and it's sick.
Yeah.
I've watched documentaries like about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sick. So I'm not against.
Just like when we started off the video, when we dove into the heartbeat, you know, the eating the babies and, you know, eating their intestines and eating their bile because of the, you know, the youthful effect, right? We know that there are some disgusting things out there.
Against that. But it's at the heart of Christ. We're just waiting to pounce on somebody, bro. As soon as they make a mistake. I had a friend who, and I had to repent to him, but he deleted a video, because there was something in the video that, you know, he had done that wasn't necessarily in line, right?
Right.
And I called him and I was like, dude, I should have told you about that because I saw that. Like, I just felt like something wasn't right with that. He's like, bro, I wish you would have told me. Because why? Anointed man of God. Now the whole internet is like, okay, there we go. False prophet. Boom. When he genuinely felt bad about it and repented on his own, people still tore him down. Is that the heart of Jesus Christ? That's the heart of the devil, bro. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, dude. You know, and thankfully that's hasn't happened to me. But it probably could one day. Who knows, you know?
Right.
No, it has. Like, I've had some people, they only get like 100 views on their videos. They call me a false teacher or whatever. but like, you know, yeah, I don't know, man. People really like how the devil's literally destroyed the world and we're too busy fighting each other. Like, look around. Your world is being destroyed before your very eyes. Like, the generation, the life that you thought you had doesn't exist anymore. Like, everything is changing, bro. Our world is literally, like, we're in the end times. AI is a big indicator of that too. And you're too busy fighting each other.
Oh, he said AI is a big indicator of that too. Remember that AI video I showed you guys about the guy that turned himself into a woman and he was on FaceTime? Mm-hmm. See? Hey, this world is crazy right now.
pathetic. Like, it's pathetic, bro. We're literally in the last days. And you want to nitpick at every little thing? Oh, that person's a false teacher because their eyebrow has a slit in it. Bro, the devil's destroyed our communities. We're having record high options, record high divorce rates. Our country is literally under siege. Satanic pedophiles run our world, and you're focused on somebody's eyebrow.
Wow.
I guess for some reason, for some people, that 1 Corinthians chapter 12 doesn't apply because, it talks about various gifts, same spirit, various offices, same spirit, various functions, same spirit. But when you see something, or when someone sees something and they magnify it, and it's just like, no, I can't be on the same page, or we can't possibly have the same spirit if you made this mistake, or if you did this, or if you said this, we can't possibly have the same spirit. What is that line that has to be crossed where we say, well, they're not part of me, and that's darkness and this is light? Is there a line?
Yeah, the word of God is the line. Are they teaching heresy? Are they teaching heresies that the church fathers refuted? Are they denying the divinity of Jesus Christ? Are they saying that the gifts aren't for today? Are they saying that Joseph Smith was a prophet? Are they saying that Christians should blindly support a foreign country that hates us and spits on us and calls us cattle?
Wow.
These are the types of things that are, worthy of ecclesiastical rebuke. But over us, like, small differences, really, dude? What's even the point? None of us are perfect. We're all gonna get something wrong in this life. It's the human. It's like the human nature, bro. So it's like, you want to nitpick at everything that you believe is wrong, you're gonna be picking for life. You want to find something wrong with me? You'll find it. I'm not a perfect person. I have the righteousness of Christ in me. Praise God. Without that, I'm a wreck. I'm only good because God lives in me. That's it. There's nothing good in my flesh, bro. That's why I kill it.
Oof. Wow. What you say? Judgment Day is near. Okay. Y'all, I got some bomb macaroni and cheese. And I sure like it, but I don't eat a lot of macaroni and cheese. But every now and then I get a good meal. And that's what I wanted today, was a good meal. I'm about to give you some more water, sugar. It's Mr. Puppy. He needs a little more water. We'll see how you like that. So far, that's good, y'all. Not mad at the macaroni and cheese.
Like, my flesh literally has nothing to offer.
What are we missing as a body? What's in our face that we can't see?
In terms of like AI?
Well, just period. What do you just see? What's on your heart?
Damn, AI.
I don't think we have much time left. I hate to sound like a doomsday guy. I don't think we have much time left in this world. But the way the AI is going, why? Because, I mean, bro, we're at the point where they're literally using technology to swap people's souls, dude.
I gotta hear a little bit about that. And now
Epstein files,
they're admitting to aliens now, like,
bro, like. They literally have technology where they can extract people's souls and put them into clones, bro.
Where'd you get that from?
The Epstein files.
What?
And what's crazy is, like, you look at shows like Black Mirror.
Yeah,
heard of that show?
Yep.
That's a documentary, dude. They literally have that in the show. They have the dystopian AI takeovers in the show. They have people swapping souls with technology in the show. They have all of these things, and the elite, well, who runs Hollywood? For those who know, you know, but who, they put this stuff in the shows to show us their plan, bro. And when you study their plan and you look at the current events of the world, you see that they're on track, bro.
Wow, see how we did that one, guys? Remember we had that last the last show? We talked about like the message and the music. And they're doing that to let you know and hear about and see about the plan before the plan. Yo, that's creepy. Because I said that, right? Uh-huh.
We're not even going to have water in like a couple of decades because one AI prompt uses 0.13 gallons to give you a prompt. You ask ChatGPT, yes or no, should I go outside today? It says yes. You just use 0.13 gallons of water. Go look it up.
Ain't no way.
Swear. We're not going to have water, bro. In 20 to 30 years, we're not going to have water. We're going to be governed by AI, which these people, by the way, I hate to go on a tangent. Sam Altman and these people at OpenAI, they literally believe that they're contacting an ancient Sumerian demon. Like, they literally, Peter Thiel and Sam Altman and all of these, which, by the way, why is it, I hate to go there. Why are the people who are the biggest in AI that are changing our world, they're all Jewish homosexuals for some reason?
Really?
Wow. No way. Did y'all hear what he said?
Swear, bro. Like Sam Altman, Jewish homosexual. Peter Thiel, Jewish homosexual. Like the list goes on and on and on, bro. But it seems like we're literally being governed by like, I hate to sound like Alex Jones here. We're literally being governed by gay Jews that are summoning a Sumerian ancient demon through AI that is also going to deplete our entire water supply. Like, that's where we're headed if we don't stop this stuff. So, and I know I just said a lot of stuff right now, but it's like, that's where we're headed, bro. And I do worry about that a little bit because, even if we make change, even if we try to take back this country for Jesus Christ, if we don't shut down the oligarchs that are running our country and our world, it's going to be too late. And I feel like it is, but I feel like it's part of biblical prophecy too, so I can't do anything about it, honestly. You know, it's part of prophecy, bro. It really is.
Because you can't call the police. The police are owned. You can't call the government. The government is owned. You can't, I mean...
But what I will say is, what we can do, let's still do it. Like, I'm not going to surrender. I'll be honest. The future does look a little dark, but this world isn't our home anyways. But I'm still going to do as much as I can.
That's good.
To make an impact here.
Not AI being ran by water. And it's going to use up all our water. I don't like that idea. We don't like that, y'all.
That's good.
As much as I can, bro.
Yeah, and I think that what we can do, I think sometimes it's overwhelming when you think of the global, what's at stake globally, man. I find myself in prayer a lot for those in foreign countries and different places that just don't know Jesus, that, you know, that need to come in contact with the truth. And I've just been laboring in prayer because I don't want to just be stuck in my bubble. And so I think if we can just also just think about who's next to us. It's funny, we can come on a podcast and we're going to reach hundreds of thousands of people. But there are people in our immediate circles who don't know. And for those that are watching, you're getting all this truth, you're getting all this wisdom, but there are people that are in your household who simply have no clue. They have nothing, and you're digesting and digesting. So I guess the best thing that we can do as believers is, man, it's time to call others to the table. If the Lord wants to sup with you, I think it'd be kind. If he's that good to you, it'd be kind to share a plate.
Of course.
So, man,
so good.
I feel like we're probably gonna have to have a part 2 sometime.
Yeah, well, we are doing a part 3.
Okay, part 3 now.
Yeah, because this video isn't over. We are actually continuing this podcast If you want to check it out, the link will be in your description. I'm
Let's
assuming,
go.
right? And
Let's
we are
go.
continuing where we left off on my channel. So go check it out. It will be in his description. We're going to get into a lot of Ezekiel's testimony and what God freed him from and just the stuff that he was sharing with me. If you thought that this was crazy, that's going to be crazy. So go check the link in his description. It's not goodbye. We'll just see you over there. But we will meet up in person again, probably soon.
Very soon.
Oh, wow, guys. That was intense. It was interesting, too. You know what? I'm going to have... Hold on. Let me... Okay. I was about to say, I have to get down here and go handle y'all favorite fur nephew, Mr. Puppy over here, giving me the look. Y'all, this has been a fun 6.5 and some change hours. Are you making the bed? Y'all, my dog is making the bed. He is making the bed that's already made. I don't know why he does this. It's a funny thing that dogs do. But we'll talk about that on Sunday because we'll have another fur baby show. We'll have another My Spirit is Animal show. I gotta make some return calls and I'm gonna log off, y'all. This was an interesting breakdown of spiritual deception. How like will have you thinking that you out here losing your mind and it's not, and it's really been the trick of the enemy the entire time, you know? It's really been him planning and strategizing to destroy your life or to affect your life so drastically that you go get some medication, child. You go get some medication and then you can't live without the medication. That's even crazier. That's even crazier. So I'm going to go. Okay. I'm going to go and tackle some things I need to tackle and take this big old 70-pound puppy outside. He up here playing with his cookie. I wish y'all could see this. It's funny. He's got a cookie and it's on the blanket. But then he keeps folding the blanket and then he'll get the cookie and then toss it back in the blanket and then fold the blanket and then go back and look for the cookie. So he just played hide and go seek with himself. There's your cookie. There it is. Oh, now you got his cookie. So, I hope you guys learn something too when I have these videos. I hope y'all, you know, support and show love, you know, and eventually you guys can get used to using the Cash App and hopefully I'll be monetized at some point. We'll have some good content coming through. I'm going to do content. I'm going to do content regardless if you like it or not. That's just, I want to do, and I feel it's responsible to tackle and address certain topics. So thank y'all for rocking out with me with this whole 6.5, almost 7 hours. I almost got a few more minutes to 7 hours. I'm going to rock out with the song. I'm going to let the music play, and then I'm going to play my little outro, and then we're going to be out of here at probably at 7 hours. So I'm going to let this rock out, you guys. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for hanging out and staying all the way till the end. And I'll see y'all next time.
You don't find this every minute. Yeah. She move like a record on replay, slow. Warm like the summer, but the nights stay cold. Silk on the skin, got the lights down low. Whole room froze when she walk in the door. Ain't loud with it, she subtle and rare. Tight, make a boss man stop and just stare. No games, no front, just truth in the air. Old school energy, you know it's there. It's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feeling it, yeah. No filter needed, she glow off top. Natural shine, make the whole room stop. Ain't about trends, she already hot. Timeless. She leaning close.
Like button on the way in. What? I thought we are friends. How you doing today? Are you liking what I'm doing so far? Then let me know. Then hit the like button. I wanna thank you, yeah, you. Thank you for chilling, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for sharing the love. I'm so glad we came together to converse and chop it up and break it down. So come and talk to me. I promise to bring good content if you promise to hit the notification like they are free, like do that for me, like they are free, like it's easy, you'll see, like comment, share and subscribe.
Yeah. That old feel, that timeless. You know what it is. That's that Genesis vintage, yeah. Vintage, yeah. Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. No gimmicks. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feeling it, yeah. It's that vintage, yeah. Slow wine, no limit, no limit. Whole vibe authentic, yeah. You don't find this every minute, yeah. She move like a record on replay, slow. Warm like the summer, but the nights stay cold. Silk on the skin, got the lights down low. Whole room froze when she walk in the door. Ain't loud with it, she subtle and rare. Tight, make a boss man stop and just stare. No games, no front, just truth in the air. Old school energy, you know it's there.
Take your time. Don't rush.
It's that Genesis vintage, yeah.
Vintage, yeah.
Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feeling it, yeah. No filter needed, she glow off top. Natural shine, make the whole room stop. Ain't about trends, she already hot. Timeless vibe, can't duplicate that. Slow conversation, she leaning close. Voice like honey, got a velvet tone. Every move smooth, never do the most. Type of energy you feel in your bones. Take it back, way before the fast life, when it meant something, yeah. It's that Genesis vintage, yeah.
Vintage, yeah.
Real soft touch, no gimmicks, yeah. Ain't no rush, we drifting, yeah. Got that old soul feeling it, yeah. That timeless, yeah. You don't rush that. You let it ride.
Vintage, yeah.
Vintage, yeah. Real soft.
Take your time.
Don't rush that. Oh, so like that. Smooth.
We are all created with the spirit that is genuine.
What animal would you be?
Would you have a change of heart if you knew your spirit is animal?
Welcome to the vibe, come explore with me. We all got a spark, let your wild side speak. Are you bold like a lion? Up
calm like the sea. Every spirit got a rhythm, let it move you with ease. It's the place where the heart meets the mystery, where your fur, baby, soul meets your destiny. So sit back, relax, let your truth run free. My spirit is animal, 'cause your spirit is animal. Come find what it means. Is animal, 'cause your spirit is animal. Are you curious to see? Is animal, 'cause your spirit is animal. Do you know what it means? Bo like a lion. Come find what it means. Come like the sea. Come find what it means. Fur, baby, soul. We all have one of these. Every spirit got a rhythm. Let it move you with ease. Animal. My spirit is animal. My spirit is animal. Every spirit got a rhythm. Let it move you. My spirit is animal. 'Cause your spirit is animal. Come find what it means. It's animal. 'Cause your spirit is animal. Are you curious to see? It's animal. 'Cause your spirit is animal. Do you know what it means? It's animal. 'Cause your spirit is animal. Do you know what it means? My spirit is animal, 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 animal. My spirit is animal. Lions, tiger, bears. Oh my. My spirit is animal.
Hey, black man, smiley looks good on you. Nubian king, look at you. Damn. Hey, black man, may I please have 1 second of your day? I promise I won't stop your grind. I just have a few things to say. Something that's been on my heart and mind. Have you been told you're handsome today? Have you been told you're so sexy and so fly? Have you been told you're doing a great job, even though we know it gets hard? Have you been told that, sir, I see you, your light is bright, moving strong and secure in your God-given right? Has anyone told you that you are amazing? Did you get your flowers while you are still breathing? Would you believe that you are valuable? Look to me, look in the mirror and see what I see. Hey, black man, I need to know if you are eating well. I need to know if you are bathing in that good smell. I need to know if you are resting your body and mind. Are you praying, healing, working hard, building big? Do you have a safe space to be who you're created to be? What do you need from me? Has anyone told you you are amazing? Did you get your flowers while you are still breathing? Would you believe that you are very beautiful to me? Look in the mirror and see what I see, sir. Your effort is well seen. I appreciate everything you do. Hasn't one told you that you are amazing? Get your, you are still breathing. Would you believe that you are valuable to me? Look in the mirror and see what I see. Black man, strength is God-given. Oh, you are a royal creation. You're smell, your eyes, your mind, your love, your heart, your body is amazing. Has anyone told you all you are? Told you all, get your fly bathing. You are still breathing in. Would you believe that you are valuable to me? And see what I see. Damn, I love me some black man. Damn, I love me a black man. Damn. Glad you stayed till the end. Now that we had some time together, we got to go, but it's not forever. Come back and see me again. You are always welcomed here, my friend. Don't be a stranger, keep coming through. I will always have a spot here for you. Genesis, I am is who I'll always be. Honest and full transparency, keeping it real as real can be. Like, comment, subscribe. Like, if you wanna comment, tell me, let me know and subscribe. And tell a friend and tell a friend. Glad you stayed to the end. Spread the word, pass it on, cause we're doing big things with faith and holy guidance. So I'll see you next time. Genesis, I am, Audi 5000. Yeah, boy.